Chapter 126. Chen Manor's carriage left Jiang City and traveled on a deserted road. Suddenly, a person appeared in front, causing the carriage to slow down. "Old Master, someone is blocking the road." Old Master Chen didn't care. He opened the curtains and looked at the person in the distance. When he saw it clearly, his expression changed. "Qin Zhong, you are still alive." He didn't expect that Qin Zhong wasn't dead. That night, he saw him jump off the cliff. He was really lucky. The leader held his blade and locked onto Old Master Chen. He hollered, "Chen Daoyun, I came back from hell to find you to take your dog life. Old Master, I will deal with him." The three guys beside him said. Chen Daoyun stopped them and smiled, "Qin Zhong, how did you even survive? Now that you've appeared in front of me again, I'm very happy. This means that I didn't do anything wrong. If you were still loyal to me, none of this would have happened. But now, everything that has happened is your own fault." The leader hollered in rage, "Old thief, the heavens didn't want me and sent me to take your life. What does your Chen family treat the Wolf Brigade as? Do you think we are dogs? I have waited for so long for this day. You are finally out. Even if I have to risk my life, I want you to die. I will use your life to pay tribute to my brothers." At this moment, the leader wanted to charge up and kill Chen Daoyun. However, he bore with it. "Ha ha ha, you are right. I treated you all as dogs. It isn't too late to know now. Since you are alive, then find a place to live. Unfortunately, you don't cherish it," Chen Daoyun said regretfully. "Damn." Lin Fan and cousin dug a hole and hid by the leader's feet. When he heard Old Master Chen's words, he couldn't take it anymore. His words were too direct. He actually called them dogs. If it was him, he would rebel too. "Kill." Chen Daoyun waved his hands. He didn't take away a cloud, but he would take away a life. The three men were experts by Chen Daoyun's side. They were also known as thugs. After receiving the order, the three of them moved extremely quickly. At that moment, the internal strength that the three of them gave off was really thick. The surrounding air twisted like it was being roasted by flames. Chen Daoyun looked on calmly. If the three of them joined forces, Qin Zhong would only have a dead end. Betraying the master will only result in death. The three of US brothers will send you on your way. In an instant, a layer of light appeared on the palms of the three of them. This was a sign that they had pushed their inner energy to the limit. The leader stood there calmly. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He let out a low growl. "Kill!" In an instant, two people jumped out beside the great leader, scaring the three of them. Zhou Zhongmao let out a low roar and opened his arms. The muscles on his body bulged as he grabbed at one of them. Lin Fan held the long blade in his hand and used the lightning blade 4 strokes. The blade shone brightly as if there was lightning flashing on it. All of this was the condensation of inner energy, an endless amount of inner energy that was exploding. "Kill!" Lin Fan, Zhou Zhongmao, and the leader attacked at the same time. Each of them focused on one and went all out. The three men were frightened by this scene. When they rushed towards the leader, they were very fast and ferocious. The sudden appearance of two people scared them so much that their bodies trembled as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Fan had raised the lightning blade 4 strokes to the returning to true realm. One blade slashed out and even ghosts and gods couldn't block it. The blade light tore through the air. The seemingly ordinary blade caused the guy who clashed with Lin Fan to feel his body turn cold like death was covering him. One blade slashed out and the blade landed. The other party's eyes were still filled with fear, and he slowed down. After taking 2 steps forward, he stopped moving, as if he was dumbfounded. "Poochie!" Suddenly, a crack appeared on the guy's forehead. It grew longer and longer, extending past his neck and then to his stomach and butt. Pang pang! Fresh blood splattered. His body was split into two and he fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Fan was stunned and a look of shock appeared on his face. Am I so strong? He had originally thought that he would have to fight with his opponent for a while, but who would have thought that he would only be able to slash out a saber strike that he thought was passable? He did not expect that it would be so powerful. Impossible. He definitely couldn't be so strong. He was definitely too weak. As a rich family young master, his hands weren't stained with blood and he was kind. He wasn't even prepared to personally take his life, so how could he slice him into two with one blade? His flesh was a little charred. That was caused by the lightning blade 4 strokes. Cousin hollered loudly and his aura was too strong. He grabbed the guy's arm and used brute force to rip it, causing the guy to cry out in pain. But this was just the beginning. Cousin pinned the person in his elbow, his other hand forming a claw, grabbing onto the person's head and pulling upwards. Ah! The man screamed miserably. Blood flowed from his eyes, and his eyeballs were filled with blood. What kind of demon was this? Save me! Save me! See law. Cousin was too violent and his methods were really vicious. The scene was too gory and there were no words to describe it. Normal people would be so frightened that they would pee their pants when they saw such a scene. Lin Fan couldn't bear to look at it. My dear cousin, why can't you just do it properly and have to use such disgusting methods? As your cousin, I can't take it anymore. Forget it, forget it. Cousin was really honest. Maybe this was his only hobby. The leader's side was a little defeated. He wasn't able to take down the guy, but he was able to suppress him. What a waste. Compared to Lin Fan, the gap was too huge. You are too slow, let me help you. Zhou Zhongmao hollered, punching his heart. Pang! His back exploded and his broken heart was punched out. Vicious. He was just too vicious. Maybe the heavens were fair. You had such vicious methods, but I gave you an honest face, allowing you to walk in the world with more confusion. The leader hollered, Chen Daoyun, you are next. Chen Daoyun was stunned as he looked at the situation. What happened? His 3 guards actually died just like that. They were all confidants that he groomed with much difficulty. They were really strong and the weakest was peak grade 8. His heart was dripping blood. Bastard! Bastard! Do you know how much effort I put into grooming these 3 confidants? Treasures were piled up. Medicinal baths were soaked. He had also plundered many secret manuals of divine arts. However, they were all gone now. 30 years of hard work was gone in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Chen Daoyun noticed Lin Fan and said in disbelief, Sect Leader Lin, what is the meaning of this? Rage points plus 666. He didn't expect those kids from Martial Path Mountain to be together with Qin Zhong. Lin Fan said helplessly, actually, there is no meaning. I took his money, so I helped him get rid of problems. He wants to kill you, and I have nothing to do recently. I was tempted by these 100,000 silver and couldn't take it anymore, so I came. Fuck your mother. Chen Daoyun didn't expect such a situation to happen. Sect Leader Lin, I will give you double. Kill him for me. Chen Daoyun said. No, do you know morals? How about this, you give me 200,000 silver, and after we kill you, I will help you kill him. How about that? Lin Fan said. That was a good idea. This fully demonstrated how great his need for wealth was. At the same time, it didn't go against his morals and principles. Chen Daoyun's expression was really ugly, you are talking nonsense. Rage points plus 777. Since that is the case, then there is nothing I can do. I am telling you the truth, but you treat it like I am farting. This is really tough. Attack. Lin Fan waved his hands to let cousin and the leader attack first. Rage points plus 888. Not bad. He earned 100,000 silver, and he could even get rage points. Chen Daoyun, die. The leader went mad, charging even fiercer than Zhou Zhongmao. He raised the blade in his hand and slashed towards Chen Daoyun. Each blade was filled with all his strength. He had really reached the peak of rage. At this moment, Chen Daoyun's robe swelled up, and he said with a dark expression, "Just the few of you aren't enough." The leader held the blade, his gaze sharp. A white mist spread out from his body, and it actually formed into a horse. Blade-raising horse. His martial arts were used on the battlefield. The vengeful energy was really heavy, and the destructive power was really strong. Chen Daoyun scoffed coldly. He pressed down with his hands, and thick internal strength formed a barrier to block it. Kang! When the blade slashed onto it, it felt like it was hitting a piece of metal. The leader hollered in rage, and the veins on his arms popped up like tree roots. He only had one goal, which was to kill Chen Daoyun. Zhou Zhongmao hollered, instantly going berserk. He used the demon ape fist, the demon ape illusion appeared, and he took it head-on. Amazing! He was really amazing. Lin Fan moved about, searching for a chance to charge forward. If the leader fought Chen Daoyun alone, the outcome would be death. But it was different now. Cousin joining in gave Chen Daoyun huge pressure, giving the leader a chance to behave arrogantly in front of Chen Daoyun. However, looking at the situation, it was a little dangerous. They didn't gain any advantage at all, and they were even slightly injured. Chen Daoyun was shocked. He didn't care about Qin Zhong at all, but this simple and honest-looking guy was really amazing. The martial arts that he used were too deep. It wasn't something that a normal sect could teach. Just at that moment, he felt danger strike from behind him. Mixed energy broken jade hand. Lin Fan struck with 2 fingers, and it was really sharp. This cultivation technique specialized in breaking internal strength. Pang! One finger struck Chen Daoyun's back, and the destructive internal strength energy surged in. Puchi! Chen Daoyun couldn't help but spit out blood. He was furious, this kid actually dared to sneak attack him. He then slapped towards Lin Fan. The palm's strength was really thick and couldn't be underestimated. Refresh. Lightning blade 4 strokes disappeared, and the unmovable king body reached the returning to true realm. He activated the unmovable king body, and a huge change occurred in his body. His defense reached a really high level. Pang! Chen Daoyun's palm seemed to have smashed onto an iron board, but it still forced Lin Fan back. Lin Fan felt okay, it wasn't that painful, and he didn't feel that bad. Everything was really calm. His throat was a little sweet, and fresh blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. This was the first time he was injured. But it wasn't a big injury. All the internal strength was scattered, and it only caused a bit of ripple. This was the effect of raising his physical body and cultivating the unmovable king body to a really high level. Zhou Zhongmao saw the blood at the corner of cousin's mouth. He instantly went crazy. "You actually dare to hurt my cousin, I will kill you." Zhou Zhongmao hollered in rage, and black internal strength appeared from his body. His eyes were actually a little red, and he bared his teeth. His hair stood up, and he looked like an ancient beast that had revived. All the meridians in his body were opened up, and he guided Zhou Zhongmao's internal strength to activate the demon-enforcing heart scripture, and he circulated all his meridians. At that moment, he was on the verge of rage. All of Zhou Zhongmao's meridians were opened up, and thick internal strength filled each of them. He directly entered a berserk state. A fist struck towards Chen Daoyun, and the strong internal strength couldn't be blocked at all. Chen Daoyun's expression changed. Internal strength exploded out, and he formed a protective energy to block. Pang! Instantly, a thick layer of dust rose up, and it wrapped everyone up. Chapter 127. Cough cough. Lin Fan waved his hands. The dust was too thick and he even choked. At that moment, he heard a panting sound. It was cousin's voice. "Cousin, are you okay?" Lin Fan asked. Those scenes were too shocking. He had never seen cousin explode like that. Who? Who? The dust was thick and one couldn't see anything. Zhou Zhongmao's breathing calmed down. His internal strength calmed down and wasn't crazily boiling like water. It was totally boiling just now. When the dust dissipated, Zhou Zhongmao scratched his head and smiled, "Cousin, I am okay." "Are you okay?" Lin Fan was stunned. "I am okay too, so the one who is okay should be." He didn't finish. He looked towards Chen Daoyan. Who knew what happened to old Master Chen? He should, maybe he was still alive. At that moment, Chen Daoyan stood there and maintained his posture. His hands pressed down and his eyes were wide open. He didn't move at all, and who knew whether or not he was still breathing. Suddenly, pang! Maybe it was because the wind was too strong. Old Master Chen was too thin and weak. His body leaned forwards and with a pang, he fell face first onto the ground. Lin Fan shouted a few times and saw that there was no reaction. He didn't see clearly how his cousin attacked just now. Who knew how much damage it caused to old Master Chen? On the contrary, cracks appeared on the ground with old Master Chen at the center. It sunk down. The hole wasn't deep, but it was a palm deep. Lin Fan knelt down and grabbed old Master Chen's hair. He pulled a few times but there was no reaction. He patted his face but there was still no reaction. Dead. Lin Fan pointed at the corpse and said. Zhou Zhongmao replied, dead. Put on. The leader knelt on the ground and buried his head. Tears flowed. He finally took revenge. Thank you. He thanked them. He knew that if not for Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao, he wouldn't have been able to kill Chen Daoyan. He held his blade and slowly walked to Chen Daoyan's side. He raised his blade and kacha. He directly sliced off Chen Daoyan's head. Ha ha ha, he held Chen Daoyan's head and laughed in an unrestrained manner like he was venting the rage in his heart. He didn't say much to Lin Fan. He just walked into the distance. Oi, where are you going? Do you still want your saber? Lin Fan shouted. After chopping off the head, he had to bring the knife along. This was a tool that he used to make a living. He didn't want it. The leader didn't reply, still laughing loudly as he left. That's too casual. They're leaving just like that. Lin Fan shook his head. The scene was a little bloody. The corpses on the scene were either split into two halves or had their heads removed. Old Master Chen died a relatively dignified death. Lin Fan squatted there and fumbled around sneakily. Cousin, let's go. This place is quite scary. Zhou Zhongmao said. Oh my god. Hearing these words from his cousin's mouth, it was really too horrifying. Who was the one who created such a terrifying scene? Did he not have any idea? He admitted. He had overestimated his opponent's strength and split him into two halves with a single slash. But it wasn't on purpose. So it didn't count. Wait, let's see what he has on him. Lin Fan reached into Chen Daoyan's clothes and touched something. A jade pendant. He remembered it, it should be on the guy who met Chen Daoyan a while ago. Who knew that it would be on old Master Chen? It seemed like it was useful, maybe it was some sort of proof. He flipped another thing. It was a piece of leather paper. It was a little old, but when he touched it, it felt cold. He opened it and took a look. There were many words and pictures recorded inside. The pictures were of people with different postures. Little boy God Dipper technique. So old Master Chen was used to keeping secret techniques on him. Maybe old Master Chen personally cultivated it. He roughly looked at it. There were a total of 12 grades, and it required a virgin body to cultivate. Only when one cultivated to grade 8 could one break the rules. Thinking about it, it made sense. Old Master Chen wasn't young, but his son was so young. It seemed like he risked his life at that time. He touched it. Touching corpses felt good. There was a mysterious feeling, and one would never know what they would find. As expected, there were still gains. He touched a lot of silver, around 10,000. After which, there was nothing else. He had touched everything clean. "Cousin, let's go." Lin Fan brought his cousin and retreated. Just leave the corpse like that. If he buried it, who would know that old Master Chen was dead? He wanted to see how the Chen family would react when they found out that old Master Chen was dead. Very quickly, there was no one here. There were only 4 corpses there. Of course. There was also a horse that stopped there innocently. It opened its eyes wide, looking really innocent, and didn't complain at all. Like it was saying, "What happened? Why didn't anyone whip him?" He wasn't used to it. He wanted to run under the sun. Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao directly returned to Martial Path Mountain. After doing such a huge thing, it wasn't suitable for him to head out. It was safer to stay on the mountain. "Cousin, this cultivation technique is still okay. It isn't that good." After Zhou Zhongmao looked at the little boy God Dipper technique, he wasn't interested. Compared to the martial arts that he cultivated, it was still far from it. To Zhou Zhongmao, the difference in realm wasn't huge. The main reason was that he had broken through to Martial Path Grade 9 and was still at initial realm. If he slowly grasped it, he would be able to cross 2 small realms to kill this person. Moreover, it wouldn't be too tiring. When Lin Fan heard his cousin say that, he wasn't interested in this cultivation technique anymore. So it was just that. At that moment, Zhou Zhongmao thought about something. "Cousin, your cultivation is already so strong, but I noticed that your combat awareness isn't good enough. Why don't I train with you?" When cousin used the mixed energy broken jade hand, after hitting him, he shouldn't have continued to tangle with him. He shouldn't have been hit by that palm, but because his combat awareness wasn't good, he was hit. "Okay, I will train when I am free." Lin Fan's thoughts were slowly changing. This wasn't U City, and his father's wings couldn't protect him. When he faced some things, strength was the most reliable. How good. He wasn't willing to cultivate at the start. Who knew when old Master Chen's corpse would be found? Damn. There was something he didn't think about. Old Master Chen's head was taken away by the leader, so how would people confirm that he was old Master Chen? He didn't think about it at that time. If he thought about it, he would have left a note. Forget it. It was too late to say anything. He just hoped that the person who found the corpse would be able to tell that it was old Master Chen from his build and clothing. The sun set and dusk covered. Wolf Brigade, beside the cliff. The leader had built tombstones for all the brothers, a total of 148. At the side of the cliff, there were 4 tombstones. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother. In front of the tombstones was Chen Daoyan's head. "Brothers, I am back. All of you risked your lives to let me live, and I didn't disappoint you. All of you didn't die for nothing. I have taken revenge. Big brother brought Chen Daoyan's head back to worship all of you." The leader's voice was really hoarse. He looked at the tombstones one by one, and his expression was one of disappointment. He missed his brothers. "Fourth brother, you asked me if I wanted you to be a bandit in the next life. Big brother definitely wanted all of you. If not, then who? But the next life is too far away. 18 years later, I will be old and can't bring all of you. Now, I will accompany all of you and bring all of you to continue being bandits." The leader picked up the wine and gulped it down. He then tossed the wine jar to the side and took out a small bottle from his chest. On the small bottle was written, "Poison." It was simple and clear, but it was really threatening. This was the true poison out of all the poisons. He got up and opened the cap. "I have nothing to worry about in this life. That is enough. Brothers, your big brother is here." The last sentence, "I'm coming," was shouted out. He raised his head and drank the entire bottle. "Ha ha ha," the leader raised his head and laughed. Instantly, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but he was still smiling. Colors slowly appeared in his eyes. He saw it. He saw all the brothers waving at him. His ears buzzed, and there was a voice. "Big brother, we are waiting for you. Come quickly, we just robbed this good wine. Big brother, this girl is so cute, let's make her your wife." The leader's mouth was covered in blood, and his lips moved. Like he was saying, "Your big brother has given up on lust." Then, the world spun, and everything turned white. He fell into darkness. Amitba, I have never seen such a stubborn person. July 28th. Morning. On this day, Jiang City was in an uproar. Someone came back with a carriage in the wee hours of the morning. Before entering the city, he shouted in fear. "Old Master Chen is dead. Old Master Chen was killed in the wilderness." When the guards heard that, they were terrified. Who dared to curse Old Master Chen like that after drinking some piss? They didn't want to live and wanted to drag them down. However, when they saw the 4 incomplete corpses, the guards were stunned. They noticed with delight. The clothes of the 4 corpses were really familiar. They looked at their faces. The 3 of them were Old Master Chen's personal guards. They would never separate from Old Master Chen. Now that the 3 of them were dead, then wasn't the other headless corpse, damn. The guards immediately fled in panic. No one dared to bring the corpse to Chen family. They didn't want to live. Even if they didn't kill him, if Chen family found out, they would be so furious that they would pull out their blades and slash. In the morning, all the people in Jiang City found out about the news. Everyone was horrified. Who did it? This was like a hole in the sky. Some kids cried out loud. Grandpa Chen was dead. The kind and friendly Grandpa Chen who got rid of evil was dead. In the end, it was the commoners who were brainwashed by Old Master Chen who pulled the carriage to Chen Manor. When Chen Xingyao learned about this, he nearly fainted. He pulled out his blade and was about to kill all those people who spread rumors. Li Tsong stopped him. He cried. Young master couldn't kill them, if he did, he would be finished. To kill civilians in broad daylight, the Chen family's reputation in Rivertown would be completely tarnished in the future. Chen Xingyao was furious. Damn! He really wanted to kill those people who spread rumors. How could his father die? However, when he came outside and saw the headless corpse, his body shuddered. His eyes rolled and he fainted just like that. Before he was able to say anything. Chapter 128. When the news spread back. When the corpse was sent back. Darkness covered every part of Chen family. The servants were terrified and uneasy. They discussed quietly in a remote area. Was the Chen family going to be finished? Or did the Chen family provoke someone they shouldn't have? If they didn't leave, would they be buried with the Chen family? Such thoughts spread like wildfire. The servants even had the urge to run. But they didn't dare to run. They were Chen family's property and if they ran, they would die. The Chen family manager's face was dark and sunken. He held his blade and guarded at the door. He stared at those servants. If they dared to run, they would die. Old Master's death was a huge blow to him. Chen family's business couldn't be lost just like that. The blade in his hands was already dyed in blood. Just now, there was a servant who spoke nonsense, and when he heard it from behind, he immediately removed his head, warning all of the servants that if anyone dared to speak nonsense again, they would suffer the same fate as him. Within the room, Li Tsong pinched young master's philtrum. Wake up, young master, you can't faint. Chen family needed you to lead. If you fainted like that, you wouldn't be able to solve anything. Instead, it would make things more complicated. They had gone to invite Miracle Doctorin, but they hadn't expected that Miracle Doctorin wouldn't be around. All the doctors in the city seemed to have disappeared overnight. When they learned that Chen Xingyao fainted at the door because of Old Master Chen's death, they knew that things weren't good. Someone would definitely invite them to wake him up. But no one dared to. It was too dangerous. With Qin family young master's violent personality, if they woke him up, he might be killed with one blade. They hadn't lived long enough and didn't dare to take the risk. Young master, wake up, wake up. Chen Xingyao's philtrum turned red. Li Tsong used a lot of strength. He didn't believe that old master would die. However, he had no choice. The corpse was right there, so how could he make up a reason to lie to him? Suddenly, Chen Xingyao shuddered and slowly opened his eyes. Li Tsong, my father died? Chen Xingyao asked. Young master, old master really died. Li Tsong squeezed out tears. As the Chen family teacher, how could he not be sad? Following old master gave him meat to eat, but following young master, he would be played to death. Pa! Li Tsong was stunned by the slap. What happened? Why did you hit me for no reason? I didn't say anything wrong. Although I'm a coach, I still have my dignity. Please give me some dignity. Chen Xingyao could not accept such a cruel reality and muttered to himself, impossible, I must be dreaming. This is all a dream. Li Tsong covered his face, looking aggrieved. Young master, this is not a dream. He roared in his heart. This really wasn't a dream. Pa! Chen Xingyao slapped her again. Does it hurt? Li Tsong's eyes turned red. He was not angry. He felt really wronged. It hurts, young master, it hurts a lot. Li Tsong felt wronged. The young master asked if it was painful. Could it be that he wanted to know if this was a dream? But why did he hit me? Wouldn't it be better to hit yourself? Could it be that as a servant, he really had no status at all? Li Tsong was very sad. He was loyal and devoted to the Qin family, and he was also loyal and devoted to the young master, but the one who suffered every time was him. So this really wasn't a dream. Chen Xingyao's eyes were dull, and his hands were powerless. Li Tsong stood aside silently. He really didn't dare to speak. Fear. He was really afraid of the moody young master who often vented his anger on him. He dissed in his heart. Damn! Whether or not it was a dream, did he have to experiment like this? Chen Xingyao muttered, what kind of person did my father offend? Why didn't he tell me before? If he told me, I would have a way to deal with it. For some reason, Chen Xingyao started to worry whether or not he would be dragged down by his father. Li Tsong wanted to tell young master that now wasn't the time to think about such things. Old master's corpse wasn't cold yet, so it was best to quickly arrange the funeral and let old master rest in peace. However, he didn't dare to say it. He would be beaten if he didn't speak. If he said too much, he would still be beaten. It was better not to say it. Dong dong. The manager of the Qin family came. Young master, the old master isn't here anymore. You are now the backbone of the Qin family. You have to come up with a way to calm the hearts of the people. Some of the servants tried to escape, but I killed them all. Chen Xingyao's face was cold. If any more people want to run, kill them all. Yes. The Qin family manager replied. Chen Xingyao said, inform them to arrange the funeral. Since things had already happened, there was no turning back. Qin family depended on him from now on. For some reason, Chen Xingyao felt that the burden on his body was slightly heavier. His father's death naturally made him sad, but for some reason, there was a bit of joy in the sadness. No, how could he have such an attitude? He was really sad now. Huang family. When Huang Boren heard the news, he was stunned. Oh my God! Old Master Chen died? Was he joking with him? No matter what, he didn't dare to believe that the cunning Qin Daoyun was actually dead. He died in such a random way. Who did it? Huang Boren was in deep thought. Martial Path Mountain. Impossible, that was impossible. Even if he had high hopes for Martial Path Mountain, he didn't believe that they had such ability. He knew old Master Chen's strength. Although he looked old, that was just a facade. Men monitor Chen family's actions. He didn't understand, so he wasn't prepared to think much about it. He used the most useless method, which was to monitor Chen family's actions to see what was going on. He was thinking whether or not Chen Daoyun was faking his death to escape and plan something in the dark. Anyways, the matter of Old Master Chen being killed had totally spread out. The commoners who worked on Marshall Path Mountain were all talking about it. To them, it was just gossip. They were talking about things that everyone knew. Liang Yongqi wasn't interested in it at all. So what if he died? Anyway, he wasn't the one who died, so it had nothing to do with him. Zhang Tianshan showed a slightly weird expression. He knew that Old Master Chen wasn't a good person. He had a short interaction with him when Marshall Path Mountain opened. He could clearly tell anyone that he was a bad person. Old Master Chen is dead. Yuan Tianchu squatted there and knocked the bricks. When he heard what the commoners said, he remembered it all in his heart. There was a problem. There was definitely a problem. What he was thinking about wasn't so simple, it was much more complicated than everyone else. Based on his guesses, this was probably done by Lin Fan. If not, how could there be such a coincidence? Chen family and Lin Fan had conflicts, and then Wolf Brigade came to harass them. Then, Old Master Chen died just like that. Connecting the cause and effect between them. One would be able to find a terrifying reason. There was no need to say more. It was definitely done by Lin Fan. Terrifying. It was best if normal people didn't offend such a calculative personality. At that moment, he saw Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao pass this place and walk into the distance. He didn't ask, just staring at their expressions. There was something, they were definitely hiding something. Brother Yuan, what are you thinking about? Liang Yongqi saw that Yuan Tianchu was stunned once more. This time he didn't underestimate him. He suddenly noticed that Yuan Tianchu was something. Yuan Tianchu said calmly, "Do you know who killed Old Master Chen?" "I know, but I can't tell you." "Damn!" Liang Yongqi rolled his eyes. "If you can't tell me, then why are you telling me all this? So boring." This person was so boring. However, he was really curious. Who did it? However, he knew that Yuan Tianchu definitely wouldn't tell him. Behind Marshall Path Mountain, Zhou Zhongmao and Cousin trained. "Cousin, I am here." When he found out that Cousin was so strong, he was really happy. When he was sparring with his cousin, he told his cousin what he should pay attention to when fighting and how he could make himself in the safest state during the fight. Zhou Zhongmao noticed that Cousin's comprehension of each martial art was really deep. He cultivated to the legendary returning to true realm. That was a really terrifying level. Even for him, he had only cultivated 2 martial arts to the return to simplicity realm. It wasn't that he didn't want to cultivate, but to cultivate to returning to true realm, he didn't just need to train hard. He needed to comprehend the martial path. One day Cousin will become an expert standing at the peak of the martial path. Zhou Zhongmao thought to himself. Cousin's understanding of the martial path was much stronger than his. Sparring with him till night, Zhou Zhongmao's forehead was covered in sweat. This non-stop sparring was really tiring. Even if he felt like he could crazily fight on, he felt like his internal strength couldn't keep up. But on the other hand, his cousin was fine. It was like he wasn't tired at all. Lin Fan was really calm and didn't feel tired at all. Cousin had trained with him till now, which gave him a huge comprehension of fighting. Stamina and internal strength were endless and would never stop. The small support system was still okay. It was a little amazing. July 29th. This was the second day of Old Master Chen's death. Jiang City was cleared out. Everyone in the Chen Manor had dark and sunken expressions. Sad music spread out. Many commoners gathered and stood outside the Chen Manor to cry and mourn for Old Master Chen. They were sad. Old Master Chen was such a good person, but he actually died just like that. Chen Xingyao couldn't take the crying outside. What were the commoners crying for? were they here to laugh at him? He wanted to pull out his blade and chop those commoners to death. However, Li Tsong stopped him. Young master, stop messing around. They were here to send old master off, and now that you went out to chop them, that wasn't right. Within the morning hall, the coffin was placed there. Old Master Chen's head was gone, and he couldn't find it at the location. In the end, he had no choice but to use a vase as his head, and then he covered it with a cloth. It was okay to look at his face, but it was okay to look at his body. The rich merchants in the city came to pay their respects. A fat man, who was a rich merchant in Jiang City, pulled Qin Xingyao's hand. His voice was choked up, emotions surged out, "Kid. You. Haze." Words were tough to express. He could only wipe away his tears. He really wanted to say, "My dear nephew, I've known your father for decades, and your father is a bastard who tricked me so badly. But now that he's dead, I'm really happy and don't know what to say." Chapter 129. Qin Xingyao had tolerated this fatty for a long time. He knew how badly this fatty had been cheated by his father. Now, he actually came to pay his respects. It was so fake. They wanted to slap Fatty's face right there and then. "What the fuck are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at my Qin family?" Qin family steward patted young master and reminded him not to be rash. It depended on what day it was. Qin Xingyao made a mental note of the fatty's oily face. "Good job. Just you wait. One day, I'll chop up your rotten flesh and feed it to the dogs." There were also all the wealthy merchants present. He remembered all of them in his heart. There weren't many good people who came to mourn today. They were all here to watch the show. It wasn't easy for the Qin family to reach this level. If he didn't have the ability, he probably wouldn't have been able to do such a thing. At this moment, a sound came from outside. "Master Huang of the Huang family and young Master Huang are here to offer their condolences." Inside the morning hall, everyone's eyes were looking outside. A few servants carried a chair. Master Huang, who was unable to move, sat on it while Huang Boran followed beside him expressionlessly. "He also came to laugh at me." Qin Xingyao's heart was very gloomy. He had a fierce fight with Huang Boran. Now that something like this had happened, it was definitely the best time to come and watch the show. The Qin family steward whispered, "Young master, calm down." He felt bitter in his heart. The young master's temper was too explosive. He was really afraid that the young master would get into an argument with the other party at this time. At that time, it would be the Qin family that would lose face. Now that the old master has passed away, the Qin family has suffered heavy losses, and there are many things waiting to be done. Young master is needed to carry the flag and lead the Qin family back on the right track. There was hope. And the chances were not small. As long as young master worked hard. When they arrived outside the morning hall, old Master Huang had someone put him down, and Huang Boran went forward to support him. The steward of the Qin clan immediately stepped forward and said in a dejected tone, "Master Huang." His heart was bitter. His master had fought with Master Huang his whole life, but he knew that Master Huang wasn't the kind of person who would take advantage of others when they were down. If the Qin family wanted to rise again, they would need old Master Huang's support. Old Master Huang trembled as he stood up. He nodded and slowly walked towards the morning hall. The merchants in the morning hall all retreated to the side and looked at old Master Huang. Compared to old Master Huang, they were not just a tiny bit inferior. This was the real boss. Master Huang stood in front of the coffin and looked at the corpse inside. The situation was clear. Qin Daoyun was sent back. Even his head was gone, and only his body was left. He felt melancholy. After muddling around for decades and fighting for decades, it actually ended up like this. After offering incense, old Master Huang walked in front of Qin Xingyao and raised his hand slightly. Qin Xingyao wanted to retreat but was stopped by the Qin family manager. Old Master Huang placed his hand on Qin Xingyao's shoulder and said sincerely, the Chen family will depend on you in the future. Chen Xingyao didn't think much of it. It was like a cat crying for a mouse, disgusting. After that, old Master Huang looked at the Chen family housekeeper and said, "Housekeeper, you have followed Brother Chen for more than 20 years. You should have learned many things. In the future, you should support your young master well." Steward Yu's expression was resolute. "I will do my best." No matter what the old master had done or what his identity was. Steward Yu wouldn't think too much about it. He just wanted to repay Steward Yu's kindness. He knew the young master's character. It wasn't reliable. The chance of young master prospering the Chen family was small, but no matter what, he had to do his best to support him. Li Tsong stood at the side and thought to himself that he would definitely be praised. He had spent a long time in the Chen family. What a waste. Old Master Huang walked past him and didn't say a word. Damn. He didn't give him any face at all. Or was he saying that he wasn't good enough? He was unhappy. Scoff, "One day I will kill all of you." Chen Xingyao looked at the back view of him leaving and swore in his heart. Steward Yu looked at young master's expression and knew that he hated him. He felt helpless. Just at that moment, voices spread from outside. Marshall Path Mountain sect leader is here to pay his respects. Damn! Damn! Everyone looked out. Marshall Path Mountain people came. Didn't they say that young Master Chen's relationship with Marshall Path Mountain was a little tense? What was the meaning of this? He couldn't understand. When Lin Fan brought his cousin over, he bumped into Huang Boren. At the same time, he saw old Master Huang for the first time. He didn't understand. Old Master Huang was around the same age as old Master Chen. Old Master Chen was pumped up. Old Master Huang was really dispirited, he even needed someone to help him walk. Chen Xingyao looked at the silly guy beside Lin Fan and was so furious that his heart was about to explode. Of course. Although he didn't come into contact with Lin Fan, what happened next definitely had something to do with this fellow. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 66. He gained rage points right after entering, and it was double. Interesting. Li Tsong didn't hate the silly guy, he hated Lin Fan. Even if a few days had passed, his face still hurt. All of this was done by that bastard. He was the Chen family teacher. He was someone with status. You just fucking grabbed me and slapped me. You didn't just slap my face, you slapped my pride. Chen family doesn't welcome the two of you, scram. Chen Xingyao couldn't take it anymore and scolded. The people present didn't say anything, but when they looked at one another, their expressions were filled with many meanings. Like they were saying, Chen family was finished. Young Master Chen was just like that, unable to keep calm at all. There was no saving him. Lin Fan was calm and felt a little regretful. "Young Master Chen, this is the first time we have met, so why chase me away? I have met old Master Chen several times. I was prepared to come when Marshall Path Mountain opened, but who knew that he would face such a situation? My heart hurts, so I came to pay my respects. However, young Master Chen's actions are really disappointing. I thought that a tiger father wouldn't have a dog son, who knew? Forget it, I will leave after offering incense." Lin Fan walked forwards to take the incense and lit it up. He prayed in his heart. "Old Master Chen, have a good trip. I don't know where your head went, it was taken away by that leader. The one who killed you was your son, it had nothing to do with me." Li Tsong felt great. Young Master was overbearing. Young Master was handsome. He had to make the two of them scram. Damn, his face was in so much pain. Chen Xingyao was really pent up. If not for the fact that no one in Chen family could beat that silly guy, he would have pulled out his blade and killed those two bastards. He could bear with others, but he couldn't bear with that silly guy. Lin Fan finished offering incense and didn't stay. When he walked to the door, he shook his head. "Haze, how disappointing. Damn. Chen Xingyao nearly kicked the brazier that he used to burn incense for his father. Fuck you. This was a blatant provocation to me. The surrounding merchants all had some thoughts. The Marshall Path Mountain sect leader, who hadn't even opened, dared to comment in Chen family. Didn't that mean that they could comment too? To be honest, they didn't think that they couldn't compare to Marshall Path Mountain. Although their hearts were tempted, in the end, they didn't do anything. Manager you wanted to chase. Unfortunately, he didn't catch up. Chen Xingyao stared. What are you chasing for? One day I will trample Marshall Path Mountain flat. Manager you was depressed. With Chen family's current situation, it was really dangerous. Old Master's relationship network was really complicated, but once Old Master died, the network would naturally be destroyed. They wouldn't work with people who weren't familiar with the situation. Even if he was Old Master's son. Outside. Right now, Lin Fan was thinking about how he should wipe out the Chen family. Brother Lin. Huang Boren's voice spread into his ear. Huang Boren didn't leave after coming out. He leaned against the Chen family wall and waited for Lin Fan to come out. Lin Fan smiled. Brother Huang, why didn't you go back? I am waiting for you, let's chat. Huang Boren said. Within a tea house. Huang Boren brewed the tea and suddenly said, Brother Lin, you couldn't have been the one behind the Chen family's incident, right? He knew that it was impossible, but he had some doubts in his heart and wanted to ask for an explanation. Of course. He knew that it was the same whether he asked or not, no one would say anything. Lin Fan smiled. How is that possible? I invited Old Master Chen to the opening ceremony, so isn't it unnecessary for me to do that? I am just asking, I don't have any other intentions. Huang Boren said. Lin Fan said, it is okay, even if it is, there is no meaning. So our little Huang wasn't a fool to actually suspect that. Of course, he definitely wasn't sure. If he was, he wouldn't have asked like that. Regret. From those words, one could see that Marshall Path Mountain wasn't strong enough. He actually had some doubts and wasn't sure. To him, he didn't have high hopes. Zhou Zhongmao drank large mouthfuls of tea. He felt that the taste was okay, but it wasn't that interesting. Just as Lin Fan and Huang Boren were talking, Zhou Zhongmao went to find the manager. It was too fast to take a big bowl. Such a small cup, who was it for? It couldn't quench his thirst at all. After a long while, Lin Fan brought Zhou Zhongmao away. Huang Boren paid the bill. The manager smiled, a total of 20 silver. This price made Huang Boren a little angry. How could he be a scammer? The manager knew that young Master Huang was angry, so he pointed at the teapots outside. He said that the simple and honest-looking, silly-looking guy drank it. That night, Yu City's remote border. Two people appeared. Lin Wani grabbed a handful of dirt and rubbed it with his fingertips. Normally speaking, dirt would turn into mud when he rubbed it, but this dirt was as tough as stone. The dirt is starting to change, it is changing really quickly. He raised his head and looked out. In front of him was the black night sky. However, in Lin Wani's eyes, he saw something that others couldn't see. It was a layer of rainbow-like mist. Cracks slowly appeared. Although it wasn't clear, there were indeed cracks. If one looked from above, one would notice. This non-existent barrier spread far and wide, and Yu City was just one point. 1,000 miles away, there would be another city leaning against the barrier. Old Wu said, with the current situation, we still need a period of time. It is further than what we expected. Old Master, there is one more thing. The Yin demons in the East Forest seem to be migrating. Lin Wani frowned, migrating? Old Wu said, yes, they are migrating. Let's go take a look. Lin Wani felt that things weren't simple. The Yin demon territory was fixed and rarely did they migrate. Chapter 130. East Forest. This place was really dark. You city people rarely passed here unless they had no choice. If they did, then no one would be able to stop them. Whether or not they could pass depended on luck. Of course. If there were experts like Old Wu and Lin Wani, then it would be fine. Lin Wani checked the situation around. There was no demon aura, they had all disappeared. Damn! Although he knew that the demons didn't keep their promises, there was no need to do that, right? They had an agreement in the past. A bunch of untrustworthy fellows. Lin Wani was furious. He didn't expect them to actually run. Old Wu said helplessly, "Old master, it seems like we broke the agreement." Lin Wani gritted his teeth helplessly and said angrily, "Unfilial kid." Rage points plus 66. Thinking about it, it made sense. If not for this kid playing with the demons, how would such a thing happen? Of course, it wasn't his fault that he charged into the East Forest and killed so many demons that they were terrified. It was all that unfilial kid's fault, and he was just helping him clean up. Old Wu felt really awkward. "Young master, I didn't purposely push old master's rage onto you. I just didn't pay attention and casually said it, and old master pushed it onto you." He missed young master. Who knew how he was on Marshall Path Mountain? Lin Wani and Old Wu continued to head in. Slowly, they saw many corpses in the depths of the East Forest. These corpses were dried up, kneeling on the ground. They raised their heads and opened their mouths. Their arms were bent, and their fingers were like claws. It was like they had suffered from unbearable pain when they were alive. Old Wu looked closely, and his expression changed. "Old master, these are the bodies of the demons. They actually gave up their original bodies to play with. Did they attach to humans?" Lin Wani's head hurt. Why did they leave? They could just talk about it. He wouldn't beat them up, but they left without saying goodbye. That made him sad. He knew demons would become weak under sunlight, but if they gave up their original bodies and attached to humans, such a situation wouldn't happen. However, they would lose many of their own abilities. Old Wu thought about a possibility. "Old master, it seems like the demons that attach to humans will escort all the demons out of here. They are afraid that we will catch up." That was true. The demons had such a thought. They already feared Lin Wani. To the demons, Lin Wani was even more terrifying than them. If they didn't rush, what if he caught up? The consequences would be dire. Old Wu said, "Master, should we give chase?" "Forget it, let's not chase after them. Looking at the condition of the corpse, it should have been a day and a night. We won't be able to catch up, and we don't know where they went." He didn't expect that the departure of the demons would cause a murder case in a certain place. He didn't take these things to heart. He didn't have such pitiful thoughts. His goal was to defend U City and he wouldn't go anywhere else. In the distance, a few figures were holding boxes in their hands. Their speed was extremely fast, as if they were stuck to the ground. They traveled hundreds of miles in a day, but vaguely, their bodies showed signs of cracking. It was as if he ran too fast and his body couldn't take it. The next day, Old Master Chen was arranged to be buried. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep it for a while longer, but that no one would come to see it. Chen Xingyao felt that the house was gloomy and uncomfortable, so he urged for the burial. Old Master Chen had many friends in the past, but don't mention them now. Those who knew that Old Master Chen died didn't come to see as there was no need. If he was dead, then there was no value in working with him. As for working with Chen Xingyao, what a joke, it wasn't like they hadn't seen him before. Li Tsong came to the city gate and posted a notice. Instantly, many commoners gathered to look. "My young master has issued a warrant to find the killer of Old Master. Whoever can tell us who the killer is will be rewarded with 10,000 silver." Li Tsong shouted. The commoners were shocked. 10,000 silver? Oh my God, that was too much. They had never seen so much money in their lives. No, even if they didn't eat or drink, they wouldn't be able to earn so much money. All the commoners were tempted. As long as they told them who the killer was, they would be able to get the money. Anyway, they didn't need to risk their lives to fight the killer. Of course. Some commoners shouted in their hearts. They had to find out who the killer was. It wasn't for money but to take revenge for old Master Chen. Li Tsong saw that more and more people gathered and was satisfied with the effect. He also wanted the 10,000 silver, but unfortunately, he couldn't find the killer. Actually, he was thinking, why didn't young master find old master's head? If he found the head, he would give 5,000 silver. If Chen Xingyao knew, he would definitely curse out. Find what head? If he found it, would he have to dig up the corpse and install it before burying it again? At this moment, Li Tsong unhappily took out another notice and pasted it on the other side of the city gate. This notice was for Chen family to find experts. Each month he would get 100 silver. The higher his cultivation, the higher the monthly salary. To Li Tsong, this was a sign that young master didn't love him. He was sincere and had sacrificed his life for Chen family. His cultivation wasn't low. He was also the Chen family teacher. His monthly salary was only 15 silver. Now the notice was asking for 100 silver. Where are you placing me, Li Tsong? His heart hurt, he felt tired. After pasting it, he didn't have the mood to shout and left right away. He prayed in his heart. Please don't let anyone come. I don't welcome them. Chen family just has me. If someone really came, he would let them see what an expert was. Martial Path Mountain. When Lin Fan learned that Chen family was searching for the killer and offered 10,000 silver, he wasn't in a good mood. Who were they insulting? He was the Martial Path Mountain sect leader, and he was only worth 10,000 silver. Even with cousin and leader, it was only 30,000. What was that? He was obviously looking down on him. Of course. The contents of the other notice were a little interesting. It seemed like Chen Xingyao was terrified. He thought that old Master Chen was killed by an enemy and would take revenge on him. He eagerly wanted to find experts to protect the house, even willing to pay a huge price. Chen family teacher Li Tsong was at Martial Path grade 6. He was really weak. Maybe cousin could stare him to death with just one gaze. Such a teacher, if an enemy really came, he wouldn't be able to protect him. Old Master Chen's death was a huge blow to Chen Xingyao. No, it should be said that it gave him huge pressure. To the people who set up stalls around Chen family, Chen Xingyao was definitely sad. He would head out every day, but now he hadn't gone out for 2 days. Unfortunately, they were unable to console young Master Chen. If not, they would have gone to console him. Chen Xingyao stayed at home and was really bored. However, thinking about the unknown dangers outside, he bore with it and stayed at home. Young Master, the notice has been posted out. The killer of old Master will definitely be caught. Li Tsong consoled. Although young Master didn't treat him well. Seeing young Master so haggard, he felt really bad. I don't care whether or not he is caught, I just want to know whether or not there are experts coming. Chen Xingyao's eyes turned red as he hollered. He was in a bad situation. He was on tenterhooks. If there were experts by his side, how good would that be? Young Master, with me protecting you, I definitely won't let anyone hurt you. Li Tsong straightened his back and swore. Now that Chen family was in trouble. As the Chen family teacher, it was time for him to stand out and show his determination to young Master. Shut up. Chen Xingyao scolded, if I relied on you, who knows how many times I would have died. Damn! Li Tsong felt like his pride was heavily injured. Other people didn't believe him. Now even young Master didn't believe him. How hateful. At that moment, Manager Yu walked in, young Master, Chen family's business is being obstructed. After old Master was buried, those merchants started to attack Chen family. Damn, young Master, please make a decision. Manager Yu was really busy, so busy that his head was in a mess. There were just too many enemies. Even if Chen family was rich and could drag it out for a period of time, How long could they drag it out for? Chen Xingyao waved his hands, go deal with it, do as you see fit. His heart wasn't here. He just wanted an expert to protect him. Manager Yu was helpless. My young master, you can't do that, otherwise, the entire Chen family would be ruined. Young master, an expert is here. At that moment, a servant came to inform. Chen Xingyao was delighted, he got up and walked outside, go, let's go take a look. Li Tsong was really unhappy. Damn! Not long after it was posted, someone came. He then prayed in his heart, please don't let an expert come. In the courtyard, there were 3 men standing there. They had all seen the notice posted by the Chen family and came to give it a try. They looked at one another, looking down on one another. At that moment, Chen Xingyao walked over, and when he saw those people, he asked, are you all experts? Everyone exchanged glances with one another. The question was a little direct. But all of them said confidently, that's right, I am an expert. Chen family's monthly salary was too generous. Those who were chosen would get at least 100 silver, and there was no upper limit. They rubbed their palms and were prepared to show off. Li Tsong looked at them in disdain. A short guy with a bare chest and thick chest hair held 2 hammers in his hands. Just one look and one knew that the proportions weren't balanced. Trash. A scholarly-looking guy waved his fan like he was really confident. To him, he was just a weakling, trash. What was going on? He was holding a hat-like weapon that was connected to an iron chain. Was he a flying guillotine? Kiki. Trash. All of them were trash. Okay, since you all say that you are experts, then let me see how strong you are. Li Tsong, let me try. Chen Xingyao said. Yes, young master. Li Tsong was a little impatient from waiting. He had wanted to beat them up for a long time. They actually dared to steal his limelight. They were all sick of living. Who did they think Li Tsong was? Li Tsong raised his head and was really arrogant, all of you attack together, don't waste my young master's time. In front of young master, he had to show more confidence. Also, his aura naturally wouldn't be weak. The short guy holding 2 hammers walked out. He hollered in rage and jumped up. The hammers smashed down and smashed into the ground. The green bricks cracked and many shrapnels shot out, leaving a deep hole. Gulp. Li Tsong's throat moved slightly. You go first, the one with the hammer will test you later. The guy holding the flying guillotine pointed at himself like he was asking, are you talking about me? After getting confirmation, he smiled and walked out. Chapter 131. Li Tsong panicked a little. He didn't expect that hammer-wielding dwarf to be so strong. If that hammer smashed his body, wouldn't he spit out blood? Not only would he spit out blood, but he would also spit out flesh. However, that one would be easier to deal with. Just by looking at the weapon, he knew what it was. Who was he trying to scare? Come. Li Tsong waved his hands. He was already prepared. Sorry for offending you. The guy holding the flying guillotine instantly attacked. That flying guillotine seemed to be weightless in his hands. Art. Right, it was art. It was really beautiful. The flying guillotine danced in his hands in a dazzling manner. One couldn't predict where it would attack from. DDD, a sound spread out from the flying guillotine like it was spinning really quickly, causing the item inside to give out a crisp sound. Be careful, my weapon specializes in taking heads. Touch it and you will die. Li Tsong panicked a little. He couldn't predict where the weapon would come from at all. When he heard that it specialized in taking heads, the nervousness in his heart grew thicker. Wait. Li Tsong stopped him, you are not bad. He turned his head and said, young master, these 2 aren't ordinary and can protect your safety. Oh my god. Where did these people come from? Why didn't he bump into them in the past? The guy playing with the flying guillotine flipped his body and stretched out his arm. With a schwa sound, the flying guillotine flew towards the fake mountain not far away. Instantly, the top of the fake mountain was removed. Young Master Chen, I am sorry. When I use this technique, I have to take things off, otherwise, I won't be able to stop. The guy said. Chen Xingyao clapped, good, amazing. Li Tsong was unwilling, but he had to admit that these two were really amazing. He wasn't their match. He thought it through. 2 people fighting with him for the position was better than 3 people fighting with him. Li Tsong pointed at the scholarly guy, now it is your turn. However, don't think about trying to bluff your way out of this. The guy smiled. He opened and closed his fan and stood there calmly. Li Tsong laughed coldly. He finally caught someone who was trying to take advantage of the situation. Attack! Li Tsong said. The guy said, you are already dead. Nonsense, you are the one who is dead. Li Tsong was furious. Did this fellow treat him as a fool? He then said, young master, this person is just fishing in troubled waters. He isn't strong at all. Chen Xingyao stared at Li Tsong's crotch for a while and applauded. Amazing, truly amazing. The scholarly man cupped his fists. Thank you for your praise, young Master Chen. Li Tsong thought that the young master was praising him, but looking at the situation, that wasn't the case. Chen Xingyao frowned. Look at your crotch. Li Tsong lowered his head. He didn't know when, but there were 3 red dots on his crotch. Fuck me. What was going on? He was a little confused. Could it be that his status in the Chen family was going to get lower and lower? The scholarly man said, young Master Chen, I'm good at using poison. If I had used poison needles just now, he would already be dead. Li Tsong was drenched in sweat. How terrifying. What the hell am I doing? Good, I, Chen Xingyao, can have the protection of 3 experts. My life will be safe. How about 300 taels of silver a month? Chen Xingyao was very satisfied. The 3 were overjoyed and cupped their fists. Thank you, young Master Chen. Li Tsong's expression darkened. 300 taels of silver a month, that was 20 times his salary. 2 days later. That night. Wolf Brigade. 4 people appeared. These 4 people were really terrifying. Their skin had cracked, and one could see the rotten flesh and blood within. Each of them held a stone box in their hands. They opened it and a black mist surged out. Flesh and blood, flesh and blood. I am too hungry, I want to eat flesh and blood. The moment the box was opened, the 4 of them instantly broke into pieces of meat and were eaten. However, it was far from enough. They smelled a fragrance in the distance. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan looked at the rage points he had accumulated recently. Rage points, 7258. Add points. Physique jumped from 240 to 241. He consumed 300 rage points. It wasn't enough. However, he continued to add points. Physique, 264, middle of martial path grade 9, he had 58 points left. He broke through from peak grade 8 to middle of grade 9, close to the peak. His body changed a lot and endless power surged in. After fighting Old Master Chen, he noticed that his physique was not bad. At least in terms of staying alive, it was really effective. He took a blade and slashed his skin. There were no marks at all, not even a white dot. Normal weapons couldn't hurt him anymore. My strength has increased by a lot. What a headache. Sleeping was the most comfortable. Next day. Lin Fan brought cousin and Go Zi to stroll around Jiang City. Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu followed. Dong dong. Suddenly. Someone hit the gong with a panicked expression. He ran and shouted. Someone died in the prince's mansion. Everyone in the prince's mansion died overnight. Let's go take a look. Dong dong. The sound slowly faded into the distance. However, everyone was shocked by the news. Lin Fan frowned. The Wang Manor was the residence of a rich merchant in Jiang City. It wasn't much, but for everyone to die in one night, that was just too weird. Did Chen Xingyao do it? That shouldn't be possible. If he wanted to, he would have done it long ago. Lin Fan didn't say any nonsense and rushed towards the Wang Manor. He had to see what was going on. Yuan Tianchu felt a little uneasy. A family being wiped out in a luxurious city. This was a really dangerous signal. Many people surrounded the entrance of the Wang Manor. They pointed inside, but no one dared to enter. It is too terrifying inside. There are corpses everywhere. I heard that the person who discovered the Wang Manor was terrified. Is that true? If you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. It is so dark and terrifying. Lin Fan squeezed the crowd. The Wang Manor gate was half open. Through the gap, he could see that someone was lying there. It was too far and he couldn't see clearly. Brother Lin, this has nothing to do with us. It is best if we leave. Yuan Tianchu suggested. He really didn't want to face such a thing. When one faced danger, one had to hide. If one couldn't understand something, then one shouldn't try. Ignorance was safer than anything. If you want to leave, then leave yourself. Lin Fan walked to the front of the Wang Manor gate. The surrounding commoners retreated like they were afraid that something terrifying would charge out. He stood in front of the gate for a long time. Lin Fan took in a deep breath. He slowly raised his hand and touched the red gate. He used strength. Creak, the gate was pushed open. Ah! Some commoners were too afraid and screamed. The surrounding commoners all fell to the ground. They thought that something was coming out. They were so terrified that they peed their pants. They tried to hide, and only after a while did they dare to sneak a peek. You are crazy, you scared me. Lin Fan patted his chest and stepped into the Wang Manor. Zhou Zhongmao and Go Zi followed. Yuan Tianchu hesitated for a long while. There was a voice in his head telling him not to enter, but everyone was curious. He couldn't suppress his curiosity and walked in. The moment Lin Fan stepped into the Wang Manor, a gust of wind blew over and swept up the leaves on the ground. The atmosphere was good, and it felt good. The Wang Manor was silent. There was no sound at all. Zhou Zhongmao protected by Lin Fan's side. Although cousin was strong, he still needed his protection. The corpse that he saw through the door gap was there. Gulp. This was the first time Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi saw such a corpse. They turned their heads and nearly vomited. Looking at his clothes, he should be a servant of the Wang Manor. His body was dry, and his stomach had a huge hole like someone ripped it open from the inside. One couldn't even see any organs. They were all hollowed out. His eyeballs were protruding like he was tortured before he died. Cousin, don't you find this familiar? Lin Fan asked. He thought back to what happened in the village when he was in Yu City. Yin demon. Zhou Zhongmao said. He didn't understand Yin demons, and what he knew was from what his uncle told him. That's right. Lin Fan knelt down and stabbed his fingers into the stomach of the corpse. He dug around, and there was no blood at all. There was only a sticky liquid. He opened his fingers and pulled out a black liquid thread. The viscosity was okay, and then he wiped it on Liang Yongqi's pants. Ugh! Liang Yongqi couldn't accept such a disgusting scene, and he couldn't stop vomiting. Yuan Tianchu backed off silently. Lin Fan was confused. There were Yin demons around Jiang City. Let's continue to take a look. Lin Fan said. He walked in. He noticed signs of fighting. Those knife-wielding corpses should be the guards of the Wang Manor, and they died in a tragic manner. There were some who stabbed themselves to death. Who knew how intense the battle last night was? However, it was enough to show that there were many Yin demons here. He had fought with Yin demons before. That was it. If it was one or two demons, it would be easy to deal with commoners, but it wasn't enough to slaughter rich families. He walked to the reading room courtyard. The scenes were more disgusting. A blade stabbed into the ground. The area where the green bricks cracked was a little black, like it was burnt black. However, the weird thing was that there were many pieces of meat scattered in the courtyard. It was different from the corpses outside, it was flesh and blood that wasn't sucked dry. Zhou Zhongmao stood there and looked around. The walls, the stone lanterns, the roof, like he was thinking about something. "Cousin, what happened?" Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao said, "Last night, there was an intense battle here. The saber user was an expert, and he fought at least 9 demons alone. He nailed one to the wall and another to the pillar, but one of his arms was torn off by the demons. He then came to the center of the courtyard, and the last saber descended from the sky, killing another demon. But he wasn't strong enough, and he should have been exhausted, so he was dismembered by the demons." Lin Fan found it weird. How did cousin see through that? He looked towards where cousin was talking about. There were indeed signs of fighting. There were many cracks on the wall, and there were also many scratches from sharp weapons. Especially the length of the blade in the center of the courtyard, compared to other places, it was much shorter. Amazing. Really amazing. He understood now. Why did father nurture cousin? He might look simple and honest, but he was actually a martial path genius. He could rely on these clues to reconstruct the battle scenes. To Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu. They didn't know what the two of them were talking about at all. Could they leave this place right now? It was too disgusting. Chapter 132. The massacre of the Wang family had plunged Jiang City into a state of unprecedented fear. To the Jiang City people, being bullied by rich families was the spice of life. Now that such a terrifying thing happened, it shocked them so much that they didn't know what to do. So, Jiang City wasn't safe. This had broken their traditional beliefs and they were unable to adapt to it. Chen family. Chen Xingyao didn't dare believe it. He even felt a little reverent as he said, "Steward, you are too ruthless. That fatty from the Wang clan fought with my Chen clan. I told you to do as you see fit, but you actually wiped out his entire clan. Amazing, amazing." Although he recruited an expert, he still stayed at home. When he found out that Wang family was wiped out, his first reaction was that manager you brought people to wipe out the Wang manor. Damn! Young master, what did you say? Manager you was confused. What did Wang manor being wiped out have to do with me? How would I have such ability? He even suspected that young master recruited an expert to wipe out the Wang manor. Young master, you can't say nonsense. When did I do such a thing? Manager you cried out. It was really a great injustice. Li Tsong's status dropped quickly. The position beside young master wasn't his anymore and was occupied by those three. He could only stand to the side. Wang manor being wiped out, he suspected whether or not it was manager Yu who did it. Vicious. Just too vicious. This matter was a warning to Li Tsong that he shouldn't be too arrogant, otherwise, he would die. Chen Xingyao said, "It is okay, you did it. Who would dare to find trouble with you?" Young master, I really didn't do it. Manager you wanted to cry, but no tears came out. How could this happen? If he did it, he would definitely admit to it. Now that the blame was thrown at him, he was caught off guard. Chen Xingyao saw that manager Yu's expression was really serious and didn't look like he was joking. He asked, "You really didn't do it?" "I really didn't." Manager Yu shook his head. Some things were done, but there were some things that he really didn't do. He was a little nervous. Such a huge murder case happened in Jiang City, until now, no one knew who did it. To any family in Jiang City, it was like a knife on their necks. The cold air was pressing down on them, making them restless. It's good that he died. He dared to fight with my Chen family. Someone will take care of him. Chen Xingyao was very carefree. He didn't care if this matter would affect him or not. The destruction of the Wang mansion had caused many wealthy merchants in Jiang City to feel uneasy. During this period of time, they fought with Chen family. Old Master Chen died, so they became bolder and wanted to work together to swallow up Chen family's assets. But now, the prince's mansion was slaughtered in one night. This made them a little restless. Fuck me. Who did it? It couldn't be the Chen family, right? If that was the case, then it would be too lawless. Martial Path Mountain. Kid. Zhang Tianshan walked over. The moment he said that, Lin Fan interrupted him. Call him sect leader. You can't be rude. Lin Fan said. Fuck me. I'm your father's friend, so I'm your uncle and you're my nephew. Is there a problem? But forget it. Martial Path Mountain needs to develop, I respect your opinion. Sect leader, I looked at the stars. Something huge happened recently, so I think it is better to seal the mountain. Zhang Tianshan said. He looked at the stars. Wasn't that what the laborers who came to repair Martial Path Mountain said? The Wang mansion being slaughtered was really terrifying. Justine demons, what is there to be afraid of? Lin Fan didn't care much about it. He was thinking about something. Demons were fun to play with and were really intelligent. After playing with them once in U City, he had a deep impression of them and it was hard for him to forget them. However, it was hard to say whether or not there were experts among them. He was afraid that he would offend them and get killed instead. Zhang Tianshan's expression changed. Demon? He was really familiar with this, it was a really problematic existence. That wasn't right. How could there be demons in Jiang City? Weren't they in the east forest of U City? Could it be that something had happened to him? Zhang Tianshan stopped Lin Fan, sect leader, be careful and don't be careless. They were too young. They didn't know how terrifying the demons were. Normal cultivators killed a lot, but they were humans. However, demons weren't. They came and went silently, and only when they killed people would they notice them. Especially at night. The strength of the demons would become even more terrifying. Lin Fan was tempted to find demons and play with them to gain rage points. Yuan Tianchu guessed that following Lin Fan would make things more complicated, so he had to be careful. It was safer to sleep with Zhang Tianshan tonight. Even if he couldn't sleep, he had to get close to Zhou Zhongmao. Out of the 6 of them, only Zhou Zhongmao was strong, so it was best to get close to him. Zhang Tianshan knew that Lin Fan didn't listen to his words. He was helpless, but he knew what to do next. That night, be it Jiang City or Martial Path Mountain, a breeze blew. The night was really dark, and there was no sound at all. At that moment, something was jumping in the darkness like it was coming from the ground. The demon's eyes were like red lanterns, breaking through the darkness and allowing one to see things far away. Pang pang. Large amounts of demons appeared. Their limbs pushed off the ground and they swiftly struck into the distance. They turned into black smoke and then physical bodies. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the distance. A demon passed the foot of Martial Path Mountain. He raised his head and saw a white glow shining on Martial Path Mountain. That white light made the demon uncomfortable. He hollered. He swiftly headed towards Jiang City. The demon sniffed and could smell the scent of meat and blood in the air. Since he woke up, he hadn't eaten such rich meat and blood. Zhou family was a rich merchant family in Jiang City. It couldn't be considered a family, but the old master of the Zhou family was good at business and succeeded at such a young age. Outside the Zhou manor, 2 guards stood in the night sky and looked around warily. The 2 of them should have returned home to rest. However, a calamity occurred in Jiang City, and everyone was in danger. They suffered a little and guarded here. At that moment, the guard who looked a little cunning looked into the black sky. You said that the killing demon wouldn't come here, right? It is so late at night and if I am alone, I would be a little afraid. Don't you think so? The night was too cold. Not to mention people, there wasn't even a single person on the streets. Silence, no one replied. Oi, why aren't you saying anything? Say something, that way it will seem safer. There was still no reply. This fellow didn't say anything from the start, and that was a little weird. He looked towards his friend and noticed that he had turned around and was facing the wall. Who knew what he was looking at? Oi, what are you doing? He went forward and patted the man's head lightly. It was scary not to speak, but suddenly, the man's head cracked open and rolled down the stairs. He then stopped and stared at him with a pair of eyes that were rolled back into his head. This. His body trembled as he stood there. His hand trembled as he wanted to pull out the blade. However, instantly he felt like there was someone blowing cold air onto his neck. Who? He slowly turned his neck to see what was standing behind him. Suddenly, he lowered his head and noticed that his legs were grabbed by a black hand. No, instantly, there was no movement at all. At this moment, the gates of the Zhou mansion were slowly opened. Everything appeared very strange. Outside of Jiang City. Cousin, why didn't the Yin demon come to Martial Path Mountain, causing us to have to come to Jiang City? Lin Fan grumbled. He thought that Martial Path Mountain could attract the Yin demon over, such that his cousin and him could only open their eyes wide and wait in a daze. Who knew that there was no one at all? They could only come to Jiang City to try their luck. However, Jiang City was just too huge, and the Yin demon's methods were too weird. There weren't any intense fighting sounds, so it was just too tough to find them. Zhou Zhongmao said, Cousin, I don't know. Maybe we don't have enough people and there aren't enough. Maybe that was the only reason to explain it. There were too few living people on Martial Path Mountain, and they weren't able to attract the Yin demon's attention. Shush, I heard something. Lin Fan told his cousin to be quiet. He saw a Yin demon strike from afar. It wasn't quick and was a little small. The little Yin demon was furious. He slept like a log, and when he woke up, he noticed that most of them had set off to enjoy good food in the city. This made him furious. Just at that moment, the little Yin demon smelled a thick scent of meat and blood not far away. He turned around and saw Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao. Hee. The little Yin demon opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth like he was laughing viciously. Who knew that he was late and would bump into such delicious food outside the city? Cousin, he treated us as food and charged towards us. Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan loved Yin demons, and the rage points they gave him were decent. At that moment, the little Yin demon's limbs left the ground and pounced towards Lin Fan. Slash! Lin Fan pulled out his blade and struck. Lightning blade 4 strokes contained the lightning element, lighting up the terrified face of the little Yin demon. Poochie! One blade struck the little Yin demon's body. It directly sliced open the little Yin demon's stomach. The black mist wrapped around the little Yin demon became much dimmer. Damn! What happened? I was slashed. The little Yin demon fell to the ground and rolled about. The lightning wrapped around his body made him feel really bad. The connection between the flesh and blood slowly collapsed. CSI. The little Yin demon gave out a weird sound, twisting his body at a weird angle. Lin Fan slashed a few more times. He showed mercy with each blade. However, each blade had to see black blood. Lightning blade 4 strokes cultivated to the returning to true realm. It was enough to use the lightning element to suppress the restless power in the little Yin demon's body and suppress it. Very quickly, the little Yin demon stopped moving, but he didn't die. He just didn't have any strength to move. Not bad, I got one. Lin Fan didn't think about taking the little Yin demon's life. It still had some value, so he had to bring it back and slowly torture it. Rage points plus 111. Maybe because it was small and didn't have enough strength, the rage points it provided were slightly less. However, this was where it was. At the same time, the appearance of this little Yin demon was enough to show that there were other Yin demons in Jiang City. Cousin, tell me if there are any movements. I will play with this little Yin demon. Lin Fan said. To other people, Yin demons were terrifying things. However, to Lin Fan, they were such cute things. Especially when they laid on the ground and couldn't move. When they showed rage in their eyes, they were really cute. Chapter 133. Zhou Zhongmao turned his head and looked at cousin playing with the little Yin demon. He felt a little helpless. In his eyes, he saw thick vengeful blood boiling in the distance. It was obvious that the Yin demons were killing people. There were many of them. Because of this, once the number of Yin demons reached a certain level, it would bring some problems. If an expert was surrounded, the outcome would be serious. Once the number of Yin demons reached a certain level, it would bring about some problems. If an expert fell into the Yin demon's encirclement, the outcome would be severe. Although it was a little risky to wait here for the Yin demons to come out. However, if he noticed that the situation wasn't right, he could leave right away to ensure cousin's safety. The little Yin demon was really weak. Where did this human come from? Why wasn't he afraid of them and knew their weaknesses like the back of his hand? He knew how to use lightning element moves to suppress them. Yin demons were really strong. One needed lightning element or yang element cultivation techniques to harm them. If not, no cultivation technique would be able to harm them. Little brother, are you happy? Lin Fan patted the little Yin demon's face. He was really casual and asked. Rage points plus 123. Happy your head. The little Yin demon's heart was really vulgar and his thoughts were really evil. After a long while. Cousin, there is movement. Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan came beside cousin and looked into the distance. In the night, there were black things running. They were really quick and were about to head out of the city. It seemed like they had eaten their fill and wanted to leave. Zhou Zhongmao released his senses to sense the Yin demons. It was easy to sense the strength of the Yin demons. They weren't like martial cultivators who could hide their strength. The thickness of the black mist around their bodies represented their strength. Just what he saw today. He didn't see anything that exceeded their limits. However, there were too many of them. If he and cousin went to fight, they would be asking for trouble. Luckily, these Yin demons were full and were a little smug. This is a good chance. Scatter and run, it is much better than gathering together. Let's capture as many as we can. Lin Fan said. The Yin demons that appeared around Jiang City gave Lin Fan hope to take a shortcut. He just wanted to enjoy and didn't want to cultivate. However, he had to cultivate too. Slowly accumulating rage points was a little slow. He needed a month to raise his physique and internal strength to martial path grade 9. However, the chance was here. Dummy was a Yin demon with a ferocious appearance. He often stared at flesh and blood in a daze, so it was suitable to call him Dummy. Just now, he had seized 3 extremely rich pieces of meat from his clansmen. It was very delicious, and now my stomach is a little full. He loved to see the terrified expressions of humans. That kind of expression was too much to his liking, and it gave him a sense of accomplishment. Looking at his fellow tribesmen who had eaten their fill, they were running so happily. He also gradually became cheerful. His 4 limbs landed on the ground, his buttocks swaying as he happily ran towards the base camp. Suddenly, Dummy's expression changed. Who the hell grabbed my leg? Because he was too fast and didn't notice, he fell to the ground and ate a mouthful of dirt. He was furious. Who is it? Even if you are from the same clan, I will never forgive you. Not bad, it is easy to catch when it is alone. Lin Fan smiled, this Yin demon was not bad. Dummy was shocked. What did I just see? He actually saw a human. But what is this human doing? He is actually grabbing my leg. What is he trying to do? He wanted to struggle. Poochie. Dummy's red eyes widened as it slowly lowered its head. There was a knife in his body. Poochie. A white knife entered and a black knife came out. There was also the power of lightning suppressing him. He wanted to roar out, but he had no strength at all. He allowed the human to grab his leg and toss him back. He then habitually rolled around. The moment his consciousness blurred, Dummy thought about something. Dummy was defeated. The demons were immersed in the joy of eating their fill. They didn't notice that their fellow tribesmen were being captured by humans. Zhou Zhongmao's methods were really simple. Big Dipper's silence palm was really strong, the lightning element was really explosive. Basically, the demons caught by him had no way to fight back at all. It was still okay for them to fall into Lin Fan's hands, at least they were called little treasures. Those that fell into Zhou Zhongmao's hands were basically struck by overbearing internal strength. Although demons were weird, they were a type of living being. One demon fell into the net. 2 demons fell into the net. 16 demons. Suddenly, a demon sensed that something wasn't right. He stopped and turned his head. His pupils constricted. What did he see? There was actually a human who attacked them. See? A low voice spread out like it was a special communication method between demons. All the demons stopped. We were noticed. Lin Fan looked at the demons in the distance. He waved the blade in his hand and was about to crazily slash them. Zhou Zhongmao's Big Dipper silence palm was really overbearing. Lightning wrapped around it, forming a really strong aura that threatened the demons. Oi, your partner is behind, are you coming to save me? Lin Fan said calmly. He had a basic understanding of his own strength. Although he wasn't really strong, the people he faced weren't strong either, so he didn't fear anything. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 88. Rage points plus 111. Rage points weren't stable, they jumped up quickly. One of the demons was wrapped in a thick black mist. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He then looked at the human who used lightning element cultivation techniques. He hollered, turned around, and ran. He was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into thin air. The other demons were unwilling and followed behind. Reality. What a bunch of realistic demons. They actually didn't save their partner when they were captured. Their gains were not bad, they captured 16 demons. Cousin, let's go. Lin Fan turned his head, tied up the demons, and dragged them back to Marshall Path Mountain. Marshall Path Mountain. The sky wasn't bright yet. Yuan Tianshu and the others didn't dare to sleep in their own rooms. They brought their blankets and slept outside Lin Fan's room. To them, sleeping here was the safest. They were terrified. The slightest movement would alert everyone. Yuan Tianshu and Liang Yongqi both opened their eyes. They were a little afraid. Fong fong. Like something was being dragged on the ground. What was that thing? Damn! It was so late at night, could they not scare them? The two of them were terrified. They didn't dare to move. Zhang Tianshan didn't sleep. He walked around Marshall Path Mountain, moving the stones on the ground and arranging them in a certain pattern. Fong fong. He also heard a weird sound. What is going on? Demons can't be here. He frowned and muttered. He felt that it was impossible. He walked towards the sound. What are you all doing? Zhang Tianshan saw Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao return from the foot of the mountain. His expression changed and he asked. Shortly after, when he saw the demons that were tied up with ropes, he couldn't keep his calm anymore. You all, he didn't dare to believe it. These two fellows actually went down the mountain to find demons. They didn't care about their lives. Don't ask so much, come and help. I caught 16 demons. There is no part for you, they are all mine. Lin Fan said. Damn! Lin Wani, didn't you tell your son what demons were? He actually brought this thing back. Were they trying to go against the heavens? Zhang Tianshan looked at these demons. Some were strong and some were weak, but at this moment, their auras were weak. It was obvious that they were suppressed by the two of them. Moreover, the two of them weren't dumb and knew to use lightning element internal strength to suppress demons. After all, it was night time, when demons were at their strongest. Without using special internal strength, no matter how heavy the injuries were, they would instantly heal up. This was how terrifying demons were. What are these things? Liang Yongqi opened his eyes wide like he had seen a ghost. Yuan Tianchu and him heard someone speak. The voice was familiar, so they rushed over. Who knew that they would see such disgusting things? Yuan Tianchu was shocked, but his expression was really calm, like he wasn't afraid at all. Actually, he panicked more than anyone else. Not simple, really not simple at all. He thought that he had seen through Lin Fan's true ability, but now it seemed like it was just the tip of the iceberg. Just one look and he knew that these things were terrifying. Without strong strength, one wouldn't be able to suppress them. Even if his cousin was strong. However, the two of them went out just like that and even captured so many. That meant one problem. Lin Fan wasn't weak at all. He was even really terrifying. The more one interacted with him, the more terrifying it was. Those who couldn't see through him were the truly dangerous ones. Zhang Tianshan thought about it for a moment. Follow me, don't leave them here. On the way back, you weren't followed by demons, right? Zhou Zhongmao said, no. That's good, that's good. Zhang Tianshan heaved a sigh of relief. He had already brought them back, so what else could he do? As long as they weren't followed by demons, it was good. Zhang Tianshan brought Lin Fan and the others to an abandoned house. The house was old and there was a stone table in the courtyard. He slowly turned it. Kachi. Like something was opened, the ground split apart and a pitch-black stairway appeared. Lin Fan found it weird. Martial Path Mountain actually had such a secret place. He looked at Zhang Tianshan. He was a little amazing. He hid it really well. Yuan Tianchu cried out. Amazing. All of them started to show themselves. He knew that Zhang Tianshan wasn't such a simple person. If he was, why would he leave such a thing in Martial Path Mountain? Now it was exposed. However, it was just the tip of the iceberg, like Lin Fan. More secrets needed to be discovered in detail. Yuan Tianchu looked at the stunned Liang Yongqi. He was filled with disdain. Out of everyone here, Liang Yongqi was the most trash. What kind of gaze is that? Liang Yongqi noticed that Yuan Tianchu's gaze wasn't right, like he was mocking him. He was unhappy. What was he looking at? They were all the same, and he even had a sense of superiority. Yuan Tianchu didn't reply. He felt that Liang Yongqi asked that on purpose. Such a direct plan. It wasn't worth mentioning, he just didn't reply. Any schemes would be useless. Moreover, compared to Lin Fan, Liang Yongqi was too weak. He was too lazy to bother about him. Zhang Tianshan didn't explain the background of this secret place. Instead, he told Lin Fan to lock the demons here. Demons had a special way to communicate with one another, and they could tell their own kind where they were. If they exposed themselves in Martial Path Mountain, maybe on the second day, demons would charge over. Chapter 134. Morning. Everyone in Jiang City panicked. Yesterday, Wang Manor was wiped out, and this morning, they noticed that Zhou Manor was wiped out too. Some people spread rumors that evil demons came to Jiang City and that they would all die. If it was in the past, no one would believe it. But it was different now. Many people believed that it was done by evil demons. Some bold people saw the corpses and found it terrifying. Their blood was sucked dry, their stomachs were opened, and the organs inside were all gone. Huang Manor. "Father, the city is in a mess. Wang family and Zhou family were killed in one night, and they looked really terrifying. Do you think it was done by Chen family?" Huang Boran asked. One couldn't blame him for thinking that way. Not long after Old Master Chen died, the merchants in the city started to fight for Chen family's business. Chen family was forced to such an extent, so there was a high chance that they would kill. Cough cough. Old Master Huang coughed. No, it was Yin demons. When he mentioned Yin demons, Old Master Huang's eyes were filled with terror like he hadn't recovered from what happened in the past. Huang Boran was foreign to Yin demons and had never heard of such a thing before. "Didn't you always ask me why my body was like that? It isn't a disease, but when I was young, I met Yin demons. They attached themselves to people's bodies, sucking blood and eating meat. People who are targeted by them have no way to live. I was lucky and met someone. He was Zhang Tianshan. He saved my life, so I repaid him by renting Marshall Path Mountain to him for 700 silver a year." Marshall Path Mountain wasn't small, and if one was smart, as long as one used it well, they would earn more than 5,000 silver a year. However, what made Old Master Huang helpless was that Zhang Tianshan didn't have a business mind. He didn't develop in a good direction and instead developed in a bad direction, causing them to go bankrupt. Even if they went bankrupt, Old Master Huang didn't rush them to pay the rent. Ah! Huang Boran opened his mouth, that fellow who didn't keep his word and ran without paying. He didn't dare to believe it. Such a person who didn't keep his word actually had such ability. Head to Marshall Path Mountain to find Zhang Tianshan and ask him to help. If it is Yin demons, Huang family won't be safe. Old Master Huang said. Huang Boran nodded his head. He only knew that the methods used to wipe out the two families were cruel. As for Yin demons, he hadn't seen them before, so he didn't know much. Chen Xingyao was very uneasy. Yesterday, it was the Wang family. Today, it was the Zhou family. How did they kill him? Although he was happy in his heart, he was also afraid that it would be their turn. If it really was their turn, what should they do? At the city gate, a luxurious carriage slowly entered the city. At that moment, the people in the carriage opened the curtains and saw people leaving one after another. They were quite curious, asked if something happened in the city and why so many people are leaving. "Yes, young master." Soon, that person returned. Replying to young master, this servant has inquired and found out that there have been 2 consecutive murders in the city in the past 2 days. 2 wealthy merchant families were slaughtered overnight, and not a single chicken or dog was spared. Their deaths were extremely tragic. They suspect that demons have entered the city, so they want to leave and hide. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with an upright appearance. His eyes were spirited like an eagle's, but his eyebrows were as white as snow. "Go to the government." The voice in the sedan was calm, but there was a hint of surprise in its tone. The Jiang city government was just like that. The imperial city would set up government offices in cities apart from Yu City and some other border cities to maintain the laws and culture of the city. But Jiang city was too far away from the imperial city. The emperor was far away, so the government basically didn't exist. It was pretty much just a figurehead for the aristocratic families. When it concerned the aristocratic families, it wasn't up to the government to decide. Instead, they would ask the aristocratic families how to decide. Very quickly, the carriage arrived at the Jiang city government office. The person in the carriage got off. He was handsome and had an imposing appearance, exuding the aura of a noble. "This is the government office?" Xiao Qi didn't dare to believe his eyes. If not for the words on the door, he wouldn't dare to believe it. Shabby, very shabby. Just like that, how could they show the power of the government and spread the might of the imperial family? The white-browed male lowered his head. "Young master, this should be it." Xiao Qi's face was cold as he walked towards the government office. There were no bailiffs at the door, and after entering, he didn't see a single person. "Who are you? Why did you come in?" At that moment, a middle-aged male carried a basket and asked. "Who are you?" Xiao Qi asked. The male said, I am the Jiang City prefect, what do you want? Xiao Qi was lazy to talk nonsense. He hooked his finger towards the white-browed male behind him, make him kneel down and talk to me. The white-browed male took out a token from his waist and passed it to the Jiang City prefect. What is this? The magistrate of Jiang City was about to say what it was, but he suddenly froze. The basket fell to the ground and he knelt on the ground. Magistrate of Jiang City, Zhu Yancheng, greets your highness. His forehead was covered in sweat. Oh my God! Jiang City was so far away from the imperial city, and the royal highness actually came. Xiao Qi scoffed coldly, you look like a prefect. I think you look more like someone who cooks. Zhu Yancheng wailed and cried. His face was full of tears. Your Highness, I feel bitter in my heart. I've been in Rivertown for 10 years. I wanted to fulfill my ambitions, but I didn't expect the number of aristocratic families in Rivertown to exceed my imagination. In just a few days, I'm just a figurehead. Trash. Xiao Qi nearly wanted to kick this prefect to death. A good official appointed by the imperial family actually ended up like this. Young master, it is better to take a look at those corpses. The white-browed male reminded. Xiao Qi asked, I heard that there were many murders these 2 days, especially 2 where entire families were wiped out. Where are the corpses? Your Royal Highness, please follow me. Zhu Yancheng said in panic. He had already called people to transport these corpses back to the manor. Such things had to be recorded in case they needed to be overturned in the future, and there were clues to be found. Autopsy hall. Before they even entered, there was a stench that made people stop and not want to enter. Young master, I will go in. The white-browed male said. It is okay, let's go in together. Xiao Qi said. As a prince, he loved to show off to his brothers. This time, he was going around in disguise and hoped to achieve some results. He also heard about King Wudong's rebellion and hoped to find some clues. Without doing anything to King Wudong, he would kill all his supporters. Now that such a thing happened in Jiang City, he felt like he had to investigate it. At this moment, even if he wore a mask, the smell made him feel bad. Within the room, there were many corpses laid out. When the white-browed male saw the corpses, he frowned. He had some clues but he wasn't sure. He nodded towards the prince and started to investigate the situation of the corpses. He hoped that he could find some clues from the corpses. He came to a corpse and put on his gloves. He checked while saying, this is a dried corpse, there is no drop of blood in the body, it was all sucked dry. The organs are gone, only pieces are left. The chest split open, it was ripped from the inside. Slowly, the white-browed male didn't say anything, like he thought about something. He changed one corpse after another. In the end, he came to Xiao Qi's side, young master, it was done by the Yin demons. Xiao Qi found it weird. With his age, naturally he didn't see schemes, but the imperial family records had records of the Yin demons, so he was clearer than anyone else about their existence. However, why would there be Yin demons in Jiang City? Forget it. No matter why they were here. At least, he was here now. The white-browed male said, young master, it is a problem. We don't have enough people, so we can't deal with them. And Xiao Qi didn't say much and then asked, are there any sects nearby? Zhu Yancheng said, yes, it is not far from the city on Martial Path Mountain. Martial Path Mountain Secret Room. Lin Fan temporarily called this secret room. Although he didn't know why Zhang Tianshan dug it out, it wasn't important anymore. Cough cough. Lin Fan stepped on the black tiles and slowly walked in. The 16 Yin demons he caught were locked there. They struggled, but they were unable to escape. You might not understand me, but don't worry, I have no bad intentions towards you. At most, I will just cut off your limbs, I won't go too far. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 333. The rage points came in really calmly, there were no fluctuations at all. It just jumped between 222 and 333. The Een demons that were captured were furious, they wanted to roar out. You bastard! Are you even a human? You even dared to offend Een demons. You didn't know how terrifying we were. Human, you better let us go, otherwise, it won't be good for you. At that moment, the Een demon opened his mouth. He was different from the other Een demons as he could speak. He wasn't the kind that bared his teeth and only knew how to be fierce. Although a lot of the black fog around him had dissipated, the remaining black fog was much stronger than the other Een demons. The Een demon said, although I don't know who you are and why you locked us here, but very quickly, Lin Fan calmly pulled out his blade and stabbed the Een demon. Rage points plus 888. Rage points plus 333. This wave of rage points was well earned. He only wanted rage points and didn't care about anything else. He pulled out the blade, and the blade was covered in black blood. Thin lightning flowed around the Een demon's stomach, torturing it. He noticed that the Een demons were really durable. They were already sliced to such a state, but they still didn't die. Did he have to slice them into pieces or chop off their heads to kill them in one strike? The surrounding Een demons struggled. It was like this Een demon had a high status, which was why they were furious. They bared their teeth and roared out in rage. Poochie! Lin Fan stabbed once more. The Een demon that Lin Fan stabbed did have a high status. However, he cursed out in his heart. He didn't speak, so why did he still stab him? Those Een demons continued to roar. Continue to roar, I will continue to stab. Lin Fan said. See? Those Een demons understood and continued to roar out in rage towards Lin Fan. What the Een demon that Lin Fan stabbed felt in his heart wasn't something that could be expressed with just one sentence. Can you guys stop yelling at me? I was the one who stabbed him, not all of you. Chapter 135. Lin Fan didn't like trouble. He liked to be like this every day, playing with the Een demons was the best. Although the Een demons were ugly. Red eyes, jet black body, sharp teeth, bald head without hair, but overall, he was not bad. Lin Fan placed his blade on the Een demon's neck. Speak, where did you come from, where is your base? If there were Een demons around Jiang City, then things wouldn't have happened until now. As for the Een demon base, he just asked. He couldn't personally head over as it was too dangerous. If he faced danger, then it would be problematic. The Een demon was stubborn and didn't say anything. His eyes were filled with rage. Like he was saying, if you have balls, then kill me. He wouldn't tell the human about his base. Cousin, someone came to Marshall Path Mountain to find you. Cousin's voice spread in from outside. Lin Fan placed down his blade and looked at the Een demons. He had decided to treat this place as a Een demon farm to develop relationships with them. He believed that one day the Een demons would be honest with him. Outside. Who came to find me? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. I don't know him, but he seems arrogant. He has an expert beside him, he isn't weaker than me and might even be above me. Of course, this was cousin's humble thoughts. So amazing. Lin Fan was thinking about who it was. He didn't offend anyone recently, so who would come to Marshall Path Mountain to find him? He even brought an expert over. Was it possible that he came to challenge the mountain? Zhou Zhongmao said, don't worry cousin, with me here, no one can bully you. Lin Fan patted cousin's shoulder and praised. What a good cousin. Mountain entrance. Zhang Tianshan warmly welcomed him. When he looked at him, he knew that this young man wasn't a normal person. The white-browed male behind him was so young, but his eyebrows were all white. What did that mean? It meant that he was hard-working, that his body had problems from cultivating. This young man wasn't a normal person. What made Zhang Tianshan unhappy was that this young man didn't pay enough attention to him. Who is looking for me? Lin Fan walked over and saw a few people standing there. The leader wasn't much older than him, but he didn't care about the ones behind. One look and he knew that they were lackeys, so he didn't need to pay too much attention to them. You are the Martial Path Mountain sect leader? Xiao Qi looked at Lin Fan. He was really young. To be able to become the sect leader at such a young age, he really wasn't normal. He was a man. When they saw it, they would habitually compare it with each other. But no matter how they compared, the other party was not as powerful as him. Because he was a prince. From the moment he was born, he stood at the peak of his life. I am the Martial Path Mountain sect leader, who are you? Lin Fan asked. This fella seemed to be a little pretentious. There was a questioning tone in his words, but this questioning tone seemed to be very arbitrary. Xiao Qi said, I am the Imperial City Prince Xiao Qi. Martial Path Mountain sect leader Lin Fan, listen up. Demons have appeared in Jiang City, and we need Martial Path Mountain disciples to help fight against them. The white-browed man took out the token and showed it to everyone with a serious expression. Commoner Zhang Tianshan greets your Royal Highness. Zhang Tianshan's heart surged. Oh my god, so it was the prince. This was an amazing person. He had to coax her well. It would be best if he could swindle her out of it. Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi both knelt on the ground. They weren't as strong as Lin Fan and naturally had to kneel when they saw a prince. Of course. Zhang Tianshan was really stubborn and didn't kneel. Xiao Qi was a little unhappy. His identity as a prince was revealed, so why didn't the three of them kneel? But forget it. Thinking about how one of them was the sect leader and the other was the deputy sect leader, it was good to give them special privileges. After which, he looked towards Zhou Zhongmao who was beside Lin Fan. He looked really dumb and honest. Maybe he wasn't that smart. Forget it, he would give him special privileges. Xiao Qi said, Sect leader Lin, we are in a special situation. The people of Jiang City are in danger and we need sect leader Lin's help. Once we deal with the demons, I will report to the Imperial Court to give Martial Path Mountain a title. Sect leader Lin, please call out your disciples and borrow some elite disciples to solve this matter together. The white-browed man nodded his head. His Royal Highness had a heart for the people, and he was happy. When he followed His Royal Highness, he was afraid that the prince he followed was someone who fought for power. Now it seemed like his luck was good. Prince is right. Our Martial Path Mountain will go all out to help. Lin Fan said. Xiao Qi waited silently for the Martial Path Mountain disciples to appear. He had to choose a bunch of elites, otherwise, even if they found the demons, they would just die. He waited for a while. Xiao Qi frowned and was a little unhappy. Sect leader Lin, what is the meaning of this? He felt that this sect leader Lin was a little unreasonable. Didn't he agree to go all out to help, but what about him? Why didn't he have a single disciple? Nothing much, they are all here. Lin Fan said. Ah. Xiao Qi was stunned. Damn. He wasn't bragging to him, right? What were they all here, was he playing with him? Or did he see that he was a light emperor, so he used words to provoke him? Lin Fan pointed at the commoners, those aren't Martial Path Mountain disciples, they are workers hired from Jiang City. There are a total of 6 of them. This is the deputy sect leader, he was the sect leader in the past, but he made him bankrupt, so I came to take over. This is the young master from my old home, Martial Path Grade 4. He has no strength at all, and is the grand disciple. This is also from my old home, Martial Path Grade 3. He is also a young master and has no strength at all. He is also the grand disciple. The few of them were used really well, rhyming well. This is my cousin, the other one isn't here and doesn't have any cultivation. He just takes care of us, so Martial Path Mountain has a total of 6 people. When Lin Fan said those words, Xiao Qi's expression changed. Oh my god. This was a sect? Stop kidding me. The white-browed male didn't know what to say. He had never seen such a tragic sect. Lin Fan said, Don't worry, Prince, I am not afraid. I am determined. The 6 of us will follow Prince to find the demons, and we won't fear anything. Damn! Xiao Qi looked at Lin Fan with his mouth agape. The situation wasn't about whether or not they were afraid, but that he was. How were they supposed to find it with 6 people? Even if they found the demons, they would die without a grave. He was a prince, why would he go crazy with them? Did they think he was sick in the head? Of course. He couldn't say that. Sect leader Lin, we can't do that. 6 is too few. Although I am a prince, for the safety of the people, I can even give up my life. However, I can't harm sect leader Lin. We can only report this matter to the imperial court and let them send experts. Xiao Qi said. His words were so beautiful. It was really artistic. Yuan Tianqiu looked at the prince and saw through his words. He was just afraid, so why did he have to find so many reasons? His expression and emotions weren't conveyed well at all. Lin Fan said, Prince Xiao, we are not afraid. Demons threaten the people of Jiang City. Even if we can't defeat them, we don't fear anything. Under your leadership, I believe that even if we die, we can heavily injure them. Damn! Xiao Qi nearly fainted. Did he have to argue with him like that? Even if he wasn't afraid to die, he didn't want to die for no reason. With his estimation, with a few hundred disciples heading together, they would be safe. Now that there were only 6 of them, even if they went, they would just be sending themselves to die. What was the point? Not good, not good, how can I let sect leader Lin die? Xiao Qi said. Lin Fan said, it is okay, I won't hesitate to sacrifice myself. Not good, sect leader Lin, you don't need to say anything. I understand your intentions. We have to have a plan to deal with demons, so how can we die in their hands? Xiao Qi waved his hands and rejected. White Brow couldn't take it anymore, sect leader Lin, my master is right. Although demons have to be wiped out, we can't just die without any confidence. Xiao Qi looked at the sky, it is late, I have something to do, so I will take my leave. Once I find more people, I will find sect leader Lin for help. He didn't wait for Lin Fan to say anything, bringing his men and leaving. Bad start. This Martial Path Mountain was so disappointing. They actually had so few people. Hayes, he had nothing to say, he didn't know what to say. On the way down. How can this Martial Path Mountain be so useless, just 6 people and they can form a sect? Xiao Qi didn't dare to believe it. If he didn't personally witness it and someone told him that there was such a sect, he wouldn't believe it. Young master, the world is huge, and there are all sorts of things. No matter what, Jiang City can't be compared to Zhou City. The sects in those places are the true prosperous ones. However, we can't drag on the demon matter, otherwise, it will be a huge problem. White Brow said. Xiao Qi's head hurt, gather experts to wipe out the demons. White Brow shook his head, no, it isn't so simple to wipe them out. Only by finding experts to negotiate with them can we ensure the safety of Jiang City. The places where demons lived were dangerous, and normal martial path experts would be killed if they weren't careful. Who knew how many demons there were? If there were too many, to wipe them out, one would have to pay a huge price. This was why they could only find experts to negotiate with them and not disturb one another. Lin Fan didn't understand where this prince came from. Recently, there were so many things happening in Jiang City. Where were the demons? He really wanted to know. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't head to their territory as it was too dangerous. Actually, he just wanted to capture some demons to develop a relationship with them. After which, he eagerly headed to the secret room. The 16 cuties were still waiting for him there. Huang Boran listened to his father and came to Martial Path Mountain to find Zhang Tianshan. He told him that his father wanted him to come here and hoped that Zhang Tianshan could help prevent the demons from invading the Huang family. Zhang Tianshan's relationship with the Huang family wasn't that good, he just saved his life once. The Huang family old master was not bad, but this Huang Boran was a little dishonest, asking him for money. However, he still followed Huang Boran to the Huang family. He didn't have much ability to fight the Yin demons head-on, but he did have some ability to defend against them. Chapter 136. Within the inn. Xiao Qi paced back and forth, thinking about what he should do. The trip to Martial Path Mountain disappointed him. These few people weren't the Yin demons' match, and they might even become their food. He didn't care and just left Jiang City, acting like he didn't face this matter at all. To be honest, this method was indeed very good. He could leave without anyone knowing, and in the end, only a few people would know that he had been here. As for what would happen to Jiang City, it had nothing to do with him. When something huge happened, naturally, someone would deal with it. No. As the crown prince of the imperial dynasty, how could he have such thoughts? However, he had no choice. Resources were limited, and he didn't have many experts by his side. If he knew that such a thing would happen, he would have brought more experts by his side, and it wouldn't have been so problematic. There was an intense battle in his heart. All of a sudden, he found it tough to choose. Should he give up the city and leave? The aristocratic families of Jiang City disappointed him. He was the crown prince of the imperial dynasty, and no one came to welcome him. He was even staying in such an inn. If this was in other cities, how could this happen? Of course. He was just grumbling about such a situation. Your Highness can actually reveal your identity and let the Jiang City aristocratic families work together to gather experts. Even if you don't wipe out the Yin demons, you can protect Jiang City and form a threat, such that the Yin demons retreat. That would be a success. White Brow looked at the crown prince in deep thought, and one knew what he was thinking about. Xiao Qi said, "The idea you mentioned is what I thought of just now." White Brow blinked, "Your Highness, can you not do that? If you really thought about it, you wouldn't have hesitated for so long. Your Highness is intelligent, I respect you." White Brow praised. Chen family. Chen Xingyao's life was quite comfortable. There was one less person in the family, but there weren't many changes. The 3 experts he recruited were great, and they gave him a sense of security. At that moment, Manager Yu brought Xiao Qi and White Brow in. Manager Yu bowed and bent his knees, and he was showing signs of licking his boots. Chen Xingyao was drinking tea in the courtyard. When he saw Steward Yu bring a stranger in, he was a little displeased. Was he the one in charge of the Chen family, or was Steward Yu the one in charge? No matter who it was, they had to at least inform him. You didn't even inform me and brought people in. Do you still have any respect for me, the young master? It seemed like it was time to establish his own dignity. Although 2 wealthy merchant families in the city had been wiped out, he did not panic at all. In fact, he was even grateful to the murderer for killing them well. At this moment, Chen Xingyao's face was cold. Just as he was about to reprimand Steward Yu for not following the rules, Steward Yu quickly ran to the young master's side and muttered in a low voice. How could he not know the young master's personality? He would definitely scold him in front of outsiders. But the current situation was not right. These 2 strangers were not ordinary people. They were big shots, big shots. Even if the master was here, he would have to kowtow to them. When Chen Xingyao heard Steward Yu's muttering, his expression changed slightly. His eyes narrowed, a sign of shock. Oh my God, this is the eldest prince of the Central Dynasty. My mother, father, open your eyes and look. My Qin clan has welcomed the crown prince. Instantly, Chen Xingyao hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground. This commoner Chen Xingyao greets your highness the first prince. Chen Xingyao was temperamental. He might have smiled at you, but in the blink of an eye, he could take your life. But that was to normal people. If you let him test the crown prince's temperamental personality, maybe his head would be removed right away. Chen Xingyao was bad, but he wasn't a fool. Who he could offend and who he couldn't, did he not know? Get up, I am traveling around Jiang City and don't want to reveal my identity. However, I have something to do, so I can only reveal my identity to you. However, your Chen family has to keep it a secret. Shao Qi said. White Brow sighed. Keep it a secret? Jiang City Prefect, Marshal Path Mountain, and Chen family already knew, so what was there to keep it a secret? Just make it public. Yes, don't worry Your Highness, my Chen family will keep it a secret. If anyone dares to leak it out, I will teach them a lesson. Chen Xingyao said. Chen family's identity wasn't clean, so they weren't treated well. That situation of being looked down upon was really uncomfortable. But now, a chance had appeared. If they could get close to the crown prince, then they would be able to soar. Their Chen family would be able to wash themselves clean and walk to the peak of life. However, all of this needed hard work. Your Highness, please take a seat. Chen Xingyao invited respectfully. Their identities were switched, and he was more like a servant. Shao Qi said that he didn't need to be polite, but his body was honest. This kind of treatment was more like the style of a prince. When Chen Xingyao learned that the crown prince was actually staying in an inn, his expression changed. He cursed that he deserved to die. How could he let the crown prince stay in such a place? He immediately ordered manager Yu to leave the most luxurious room for the crown prince. Li Tsong witnessed everything. He didn't expect young master to suck up to him so well. Manager Yu was really happy. He thought that young master wouldn't be able to support the Chen family, but it seemed like he was wrong. Young master's actions towards the crown prince was enough to prove that the Chen family wouldn't fall and would instead become stronger. Even if old master was here, he definitely wouldn't be able to do what young master did. Shao Qi had a good impression of the Chen family. They knew how to conduct themselves, and he was satisfied. He told Chen Xingyao about the culprit of the recent murders, and for the first time, Chen Xingyao knew what the Yin demon was. It sounded a little terrifying. But the crown prince said that he wanted to get rid of the evil, to solve the Yin demon problem in Jiang City. He didn't hesitate and unconditionally supported the crown prince. In front of the crown prince, he ordered manager Yu to increase the bounty and find experts to help the crown prince solve his problems. His Chen family was willing to give up all their wealth for the crown prince. Shao Qi was satisfied. This was a loyal subject. However, looking at the current situation, they were still weak and didn't have the ability to fight the Yin demons. Shao Qi continued to head to the other aristocratic families and merchant families to persuade them. He had to travel a long distance. However, he wasn't tired at all. He felt good, like he was telling everyone how responsible he was as the crown prince. For their matters, he went all out to persuade them. Not long later, everyone in the city knew about it. The crown prince of the central dynasty came to Jiang City to deal with the culprit who killed the two merchant families. It was undoubtedly a huge boost to the hearts of the Jiang City people. The commoners cheered on the streets. Those who were prepared to leave Jiang City to find a way to live all returned home. To them, how could they leave? The crown prince was here, so what did they have to fear? Their Jiang City was totally safe. Chen family banquet. Shao Qi was in a tough spot. I just wanted to solve this matter behind the scenes, but I didn't expect everyone to know about it. I don't want such a situation. Chen Xingyao said respectfully, the first prince has shown mercy to Jiang City. How can we remain silent? The people of Jiang City will remember the first prince's kindness and never forget it for the rest of their lives. Hayes, brother Chen is joking. As the crown prince, how can I not do anything? Forget it, why do I have to remember it? Shao Qi waved his hands. He said it like it was true. He went to the various families in the day to show his identity. He just opened his mouth and said that he was the crown prince. That would scare them so much that they would worship him like he was their ancestor. If too many people knew about it, he wouldn't be able to hide it. Moreover, he didn't want to hide it. If no one knew how tough it was for him to do such a huge thing, then what was the point of doing it? It would be better to just leave quietly and save a lot of trouble. Huang Boran was at the banquet and stared at Chen Xingyao. This fellow actually knew how to suck up. He really didn't expect it. In his heart, Chen Xingyao was such a person. He could be strong, but he couldn't act strong in front of him, otherwise, he would slap his face. He was arrogant and had a violent temper. But looking at the current situation, there wasn't any shadow of the past Chen Xingyao, he was just a bootlicker. Looking at the surrounding merchants, they were the same. They were all sucking up to the crown prince, saying that they would support him. If he had anything, they would ask for it and they wouldn't delay it. Huang Boran wasn't such a person. No matter how noble your identity was, I wouldn't suck up to you. Young Master Huang, you and young Master Chen are top families in Jiang City. I hope that you can put down your grievances and cooperate with me to solve this matter. Xiao Qi said. Huang Boran cupped his fists, since your highness has spoken, my Huang family will naturally listen. Don't worry, your highness. I believe that under the leadership of the wise and mighty his highness, this matter will definitely be resolved perfectly. How fragrant. It felt really good to lick. To lick someone with power, one wouldn't know if they didn't lick, but once they did, they couldn't stop. Good, although Jiang City is far, I have sensed your hearts. Very good, very good. Xiao Qi nodded his head in satisfaction. Martial Path Mountain. In the secret room, there were many low roars. The 16 Yin demons suffered physical and mental injuries. The human in front of them loved to stab them, he stabbed them so crazily that black blood flowed out. He also loved to use words to attack their minds. Some Yin demons couldn't take it and cried out like they were in a frenzy. Lin Fan wiped off the black blood on the blade and said calmly, you don't have to be afraid. I don't have any thoughts towards all of you and have no ill intentions. However, please cooperate. At least before you are of some use, I won't abandon all of you. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 222. He had nothing to do now, so he exchanged his insights with the Yin demons. Raise them. He had to raise some Yin demons. These Yin demons were really friendly and cute. Especially when they bared their teeth and revealed their sharp canine teeth, they were just too cute. It wasn't early. Maybe he could continue to act tonight. But it was a little dangerous. Within the room, Lin Fan looked at the fruits of his hard work. Rage points, 19610. A decent number. His martial path cultivation could increase once more, that was great. He spent 1,800 rage points. He raised his physique to 270, and his physique cultivation reached the peak of martial path grade 9. Power surged in his body. This wasn't internal strength but physical strength. See? It hurt. Suddenly, he felt like his body was about to be ripped apart. There were bugs crawling in his skin, and it looked really terrifying. This was something that had never happened before. What was going on? Could it be that there was a problem somewhere? Chapter 137. Pain. Pain. Damn. At the start it was waves of pain, and now it was intense pain. That pain was tough to bear with, like his body was being burned by flames. Small bumps appeared on his skin like something was crawling under his skin. Did a bug enter my body after spending so long with the Yin demons? Lin Fan bore with the pain and used a knife to cut open the small bubble. Poochie. The bubble burst, boiling blood flowed out. The blood was really hot, the temperature was really high. What was going on? The temperature of the blood was so high, could he still be alive? Didn't he just raise his physique to peak grade 9, was there a need to do that? See? He thought that if he persisted for a while, it wouldn't hurt, but it was obvious that this wasn't a pain that would disappear. Pooh! His skin tore open, boiling fresh blood flowed out. Lin Fan's back was drenched in sweat, his heart filled with fear. Did something really happen? If he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have been prepared to cultivate and have a good life. Why did he have to find such a troublesome matter? He couldn't think so much now. For such a situation to occur when he raised physique meant that his body was raised too high. There was nothing that could support such a strong body. Maybe that was the reason. Refresh. Mixed energy broken jade hand cleared the realm. Unmovable king body rose to returning to true realm. In an instant, the pain gradually lessened, and there was a wave of inner energy in his body that was feeding back to his body. This is the internal strength cultivated from unmovable king body, it belongs to physique. Lin Fan felt another type of internal strength appear in his body. It was obvious that it was the internal strength used by the unmovable king body. Like a balloon, it swelled up a lot, but if the air within was sucked dry, the balloon would shrink. This problem didn't appear in the past. It was probably because his physique hadn't reached a certain level. There are some problems with the previous arrangements, I have to rethink it. Lin Fan adjusted his mindset. He thought that cultivation was simple and could be completed with rage, but now it wasn't so simple. If he didn't cultivate any cultivation technique and just raised physique and internal strength, there would be problems. He had two types of internal strength in his body. One was the internal strength of the Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture and the other was the unmovable bright king body. These two types of internal strength were different, one focused on the inside, the other focused on the outside, they had nothing to do with one another. But they were all nourishing his body. To prevent any accidents from happening, he decided to upgrade the Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture. This cultivation technique was not bad and should be a top-notch cultivation technique. What assassin? What had he missed out? It was all bullshit. He knew that his father had left it for him. Now that the Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture was at grade 10, he needed 2,000 rage points to raise it. Add a point. Purple Sun 4 Sacred Scripture, 11th Heaven, Purple Sun 4 Sacred Scripture, 12th Heaven, he raised it all the way to grade 14, spending 8,000 rage points. The inner force in his body was strong, so it should be very safe. Increase inner strength. Internal strength, 270, Martial Path grade 9, it was very smooth, and nothing unexpected happened. His physique and internal strength had already reached the peak of the 9th rank of the Martial Path. On the contrary, he only had 810 rage points which were instantly cleared. However, the mixed elements broken jade hand had once again become unlearned. It was truly regrettable. His combat strength was slightly weaker, and the strength of the refreshed points was once again weakened. Perhaps it was sending a signal. Want to become stronger? If he could, he should cultivate a few more cultivation techniques. As for not relying on adding points to cultivate the mixed elements broken jade hand, stop joking. Which one of those cultivation techniques didn't require many years of hard work to succeed? He didn't have the time and energy to do so. Or was it that the demons weren't fun and wanted to cultivate? He sat cross-legged and started to calm down the restlessness that came from his strength increasing. This was the first time he was seriously cultivating. It was worth praising. Wolf Brigade. Since the bandits here were wiped out, it became really dark and terrifying. The demons lived in the forest near the Wolf Brigade. Because of their arrival, the forest changed. The trees grew thicker. They covered the sky. Even in the day, the sunlight couldn't shine in. It was dark, sinister, and terrifying. At that moment, a terrifying sound spread out from the forest. Then, there was a rustling sound as something appeared in the forest. In the pitch-black forest, a red light shone. Many demons came out from the darkness. They crawled on the ground and roared out viciously. A stone coffin was really eye-catching, but it was really simple. It was just pieced together from a few pieces of stone. At that moment, the stone coffin shook, and small pieces of stone fell off. With a pang, the coffin was opened, and a thick black mist spread out from within. This black mist was much thicker than the other demons. Damn humans! A demon stood up from the coffin. This demon was different from the others. It was 3 meters tall, and he had 4 pitch-black arms. A long tail hung from his spine. This tail seemed to be made of black metal. The surrounding Een demons retreated, they were afraid of the Een demon in front of them. In the Een demon world, there was a hierarchy. Normal Een demons like them didn't have coffins to sleep in. They could only dig a hole to bury themselves and come out at night. King, I will teach these humans a lesson. The big Een demon opened his mouth, his voice was thick and hoarse. He then turned into a black fog and headed towards Rivertown. The small Een demons followed closely behind. They were going to eat people. Following the big Een demon, no one could stop them. They felt that their lives in the East Forest of U City weren't good. They were forced to sleep for 20 years, and when they woke up, they weren't even given enough to eat. Some brothers went out to eat 1 or 2 people, and then they were attacked. They didn't dare to fight back, and even the king was beaten until he was injured. However, things were different now. They moved to a foreign environment. Moreover, they were close to a human city. Their lives were really good. Eating and drinking was really good. Of course. Een demons didn't only know how to eat. If they all headed out at once, then how long could the people in the city eat? How long could the people in the city eat? Only by eating slowly could they eat for a longer time. Chen Manor. The fan-holding scholar sat in the courtyard and drank wine. He looked at the moon in the sky, it was really beautiful. He waved his fan casually. It felt good to be an expert in Chen family, and his salary was high. The key was that the crown prince of the imperial dynasty was in Chen family, and that gave him hope for the future. If Chen family could tie the crown prince to them, then as helpers of Chen family, they would be able to rise, and their status would rise to a certain level. The moon is really good, and I really want to recite a poem. Unfortunately, I will wear whatever I lack. The fan-holding scholar shook his head and smiled. He was illiterate, but he wouldn't tell others. That was because his style and aura gave people a feeling that he was a cultured person. A gust of wind blew over. It was a little cold. The scholar frowned. Why did he feel a little cold? Suddenly, he noticed that a shadow on the stone table was getting bigger and bigger. This shadow was moving, and it seemed a little vicious. He was shocked, but he acted like he was calm. Just at that moment, he rolled and opened his fan. Shwa shwa. A few thin needles shot through the air and struck him, giving out a crisp clanging sound. He smiled. If he was hit, then he would die. There was a really strong poison on it. However, when he raised his head, his pupils constricted like he had seen a ghost. These things, Pucci. Chen Xingyao was in a good mood. He drank alone and occasionally smiled. He felt that his luck had come. The crown prince staying in the Chen family was something that others wished for. During the banquet, when everyone learned that the crown prince was staying in Chen Manor, their eyes turned red. Damn! Why didn't such a good thing happen to them? It was actually taken by the Chen family. Was there any justice in the world? If they brought the crown prince back, they would definitely treat him like an ancestor. They even thought of a plan. They would get the crown prince drunk and then let their daughter do something with him. They didn't ask for much, just being a concubine was enough to bring glory to their family. If the crown prince had a special hobby, they could personally do it to make the crown prince happy. Chen Xingyao was thinking about finding a few beauties to accompany the crown prince. But manager, you said that women weren't attractive to people like the crown prince. Unless he could find the most beautiful woman in the world, could he? Of course, he couldn't. If he randomly sent a few normal beauties over, it would cause the opposite effect. Suddenly, he saw a black shadow standing outside the door. Who is it? Chen Xingyao asked. He didn't reply, but the shadow was still there. He got up and thought that something had happened. But suddenly, he stopped and searched for a weapon in the room. Wait, I am wearing my clothes. I will be done soon. Wait, don't come in. Very quickly. Chen Xingyao found a sword that was specially used to kill servants who didn't listen to him. He held the sword and didn't open the door. He pierced through the wooden door and stabbed the body of the person outside. He kicked the door open and didn't even see who it was. He ran to the courtyard and shouted, "Save me! Save me!" At that moment, he looked at the person who was stabbed. It was the scholar, an expert that he had just recruited. From the back, there was a long crack on his back. The crack opened and one could see the white spine. However, there was no flesh and blood at all. A black mist surged out from the scholar's body. Damn! Damn! Chen Xingyao was so frightened that he peed his pants. What was that? Why was it so terrifying? He raised his voice and shouted with all his might. "Save me, come save me." Someone charged out from the courtyard next door. "Young Master Chen, we are here." The short guy with the hammer and the guy with the flying guillotine ran from both sides and protected Chen Xingyao in the middle. "What is this?" The short guy was shocked and didn't dare to believe his eyes. He had never seen such a weird thing. There were weird things attached to the house and walls. "Let's go, let's head to the Crown Prince." Chen Xingyao rushed. In another place, Li Tsong and Manager Yu hid under the bed and shivered. The two of them were talking about how the Chen family would go in the future. They even said that they would do anything for young master to ensure the prosperity of the Chen family. Even if they had to give up their lives, they wouldn't hesitate. But now, bullshit. It was best to be alive. Chapter 138. Your Royal Highness, not good. When Chen Xingyao and the others ran to Shao Qi's side, they noticed that there were demons here too. There were many of them. Many of the guards by the prince's side died. Only that white-browed man was really fierce. He held his spear and fought with the demons. An eye-catching light exploded out from the spear and stabbed through a demon. With a sizzling sound, the demon's flesh and blood started to evaporate before falling apart. It laid powerlessly on the ground and didn't move at all. Shao Qi acted like he was calm, but in truth, he was panicking. Demon, were these demons? He had only seen portraits of them, but he had never seen them in real life. Now that he saw one, that was completely different from a portrait, alright? If he returned to the imperial dynasty, he would teach that artist a lesson. What did he draw? It was so terrifying. Protect the prince. Chen Xingyao came to Shao Qi's side. He opened his arms and blocked in front of him fearlessly. The hands of the two helpers were trembling. This was the first time they faced such a thing. All of a sudden, they didn't know what to do. Chen Xingyao said, "Your Royal Highness, follow me, I will bring you to a safe place." "No need, as the prince of the imperial dynasty, no matter what danger I face, I won't take a step back. Today, I will fight to the death with these demons." Shao Qi straightened his back. His gaze was sharp and he didn't fear the situation in front of him at all. Actually, he wanted to leave too. But he knew that this place was the safest. As for leaving with Chen Xingyao, what a joke. Did he have any experts beside him? "If I follow you, I won't even know how I died." "What are you talking about?" Chen Xingyao wanted to leave, but since the prince didn't, what else could he say? "Okay, I will accompany the prince to fight these demons to the end. Help me, as long as we survive this, I will give you all rewards." Chen Xingyao said. White Brow's expression was solemn. He didn't expect the demons to be so bold and actually charge all the way here. An extremely bright light exploded out from the spear and killed another demon. He looked towards the prince. He was under huge pressure. Not only did he have to kill the demons, but he also had to protect the prince. "All of you are useless. You have to use lightning and pure yang elements to hurt them. They won't fear normal attacks." White Brow hollered. The person playing with the flying guillotine beside Chen Xingyao used the flying guillotine to pick off the demon's head. However, the demon's head turned into black smoke and grew back once more. "Ah!" The flying guillotine expert was dumbfounded. Brother, what are you talking about? Thunder attribute cultivation technique? Yang attribute? I don't really understand what you're saying. I'm just playing with the flying guillotine. Once the flying guillotine is used, I'll split my head. As for what you're saying, I really don't understand. On the other hand, the short man with the hammer was very fierce. The hammer smashed the Een demon viciously onto the ground. The friction between the hammer and the ground caused sparks to appear, causing some damage to the Een demon. The Een demon cried out and retreated into the distance. In the future, your monthly allowance will be raised to 500 taels of silver. Chen Xingyao was overjoyed. He did not expect this short man to be so amazing. He gave him a lot of hope. Then, he looked at the girl playing with the flying guillotine. It seemed to be saying, "How can you be so useless? Look at how powerful he is." Ah! Suddenly, a scream spread out. Chen Xingyao shuddered. He saw the short man being grabbed by a few Een demons, torn into a bloody mess. His organs were all dug out. Damn! I just praised you and now you're so useless. That was just so embarrassing. The short man cried out. How did this happen? He was already injured, so why did it become like this? No, I was just passing by, it has nothing to do with me. The face of the guy playing with the flying guillotine was ashen white. This exceeded his expectations. This wasn't something he could go up against. He didn't say anything at all. He just ran outside. Don't run, don't run. Chen Xingyao was filled with despair. Why are you running, didn't you pay? Come back. The Een demons cried out and then chased the guy. Not long later. Screams spread out. It was really tragic. Chen Xingyao covered his eyes in despair. Did it end just like that? At that moment, a Een demon struck toward Shao Qi. Shao Qi stood on the spot and didn't move. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but the situation made him so terrified that he didn't know how to move. Your Royal Highness. White Brow struck and killed the few Een demons that charged over. There were too many of them. He couldn't be distracted at all. But no matter what, he wouldn't let anything happen to His Royal Highness here. Your Royal Highness, let's go. White Brow grabbed Shao Qi and wanted to leave Jiang City, to let the innocent civilians become cannon fodder to escort His Royal Highness away. Suddenly, White Brow's expression turned serious. He turned around and stabbed forwards with a spear. A tail stabbed over and clashed with the spear. Pang! Expert! There was an expert amongst the Een demons. He was finished. The big Een demon appeared, he grabbed a leg and bit it in his mouth. The thick tail landed on the ground. Human, stop resisting, let me eat you. The big Een demon said with a sinister tone. White Brow protected in front of the prince and said warily, Een demon, you are so bold to actually dare to kill people in the city. Do you know who is behind me? The Een demon in front of him was really strong. Moreover, his form was different from other Een demons. He was one of the stronger ones. It was okay if there weren't other Een demons around, but there were many. If they really fought, he wasn't confident in protecting the prince. The big Een demon's red eyes spun. Someone important. Scoff, this is the Imperial Dynasty Crown Prince Shao Qi. If you dare to hurt him, you Een demons won't have a place to stand. I think you should think about it. As long as the Imperial Dynasty experts come, you will have nowhere to hide. White Brow hoped to use the identity of the Imperial family to suppress the Een demons. This was their only hope. Ha ha ha, Prince, I haven't eaten before. People without strength, no matter how high their status is, we Een demons don't fear them. We will eat them. The big Een demon hollered. The climbing Een demons charged towards them. Chen Xingyao was so frightened that he peed his pants. Oh my god. Was Chen Xingyao going to die here? No. He still wanted to live. He could only follow closely behind Shao Qi, unwilling to let go. At least that white brow had to protect the prince, and he would be dragged along. The battle was intense. Demons crazily attacked, giving white brow huge pressure. Especially that big demon who would occasionally attack like he was playing with prey. Not long later. Pang! White brow was smacked by a tail and flew backward, smashing into the wall. The wall cracked and was covered in spider patterns. Fresh blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The spear in his hand fell to the side. Human, you aren't strong. The big demon gave a playful smile. Bullshit. White brow looked on coldly. That dog, using the prince to restrict him and distract him. This big demon wasn't weak and sneak attacked from all directions. How despicable. Prince, I can't protect you anymore. White brow said. Shao Qi held on to white brow. It is okay, you have tried your best. If I die, the imperial dynasty will take revenge for us. He knew that there was no hope. Rather than crying out in pain, why not face everything head-on? However, his heart was filled with sadness. He died just like that, for no reason at all. Chen Xingyao sat on the ground. There was no life in his eyes. Damn! He was going to die. The big demon slowly walked towards the three of them. The delicacies tonight were a little rich. The meat of an expert was fragrant, the blood was sweet. It was a huge supplement that could increase one's strength. Suddenly, a voice spread out. Wah, so many demons. Cousin, you have to work hard tonight. N. Which bastard killed so many demons, what a waste. Cousin, I told you not to wait, but you didn't believe me. His tone was filled with complaints. On the roof, Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao appeared. They waited outside the city for a long time. They didn't find anything. He was a little anxious. He noticed that the Qin Manor was a little lively. Didn't that mean that the demons came to the Qin Manor and that there was a huge battle? He didn't want too many demons to die. Those were all good things. He directly brought his cousin over. As expected. Many demons died, what a waste. Lin Fan hugged his blade and jumped down from the roof. Zhou Zhongmao followed beside him. He looked at the demons around and locked onto the big demon. Sect leader Lin. Shao Qi looked at Lin Fan and was delighted. Maybe there was still hope. Don't worry, with me here, you will be fine. Lin Fan said. White Brow's eyes were swollen. He squinted and looked at Lin Fan. The two of them weren't enough to deal with the demons. Save His Highness and leave. He only hoped that he could save Shao Qi and leave. Suddenly, a demon charged towards Lin Fan under the instructions of the big demon. You are asking to die. Zhou Zhongmao opened his fingers, grabbing the demon's head and smashing it onto the ground. Lightning flashed in his palm. With a pang, the demon didn't even have time to cry out before turning to dust. Cousin, stop killing, there is one less. Lin Fan felt pained. Didn't he know that his cousin needed demons? He even had the energy to kill. Cousin nodded. He couldn't take it and attacked. Lin Fan counted. 1, 2, 3, he turned around and looked at White Brow. You are amazing, a total of 32 demons, you killed half of them. There are still 10 left, amazing. He was really impressed. Your demon is interesting, 4 arms and a tail. It seems like he has some status among them and is worth me studying. Lin Fan's eyes were shining as he looked at the big demon. The big demon felt that something wasn't right. The way the human looked at him was a little weird. It was like how the demons looked at humans, like they were looking at their prey. Little ones, eat him. The big demon hollered in rage. The remaining 9 demons hollered in rage and struck towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan slowly placed his palm on the handle. When the demons appeared above him, he squatted down. He pulled out his blade. He closed his blade. Shwa shwa. Pang. Pang. The demons fell to the ground. Each of them had wounds on their bodies, and there was lightning internal strength wrapped around them. When speed reaches a certain level, you won't even be able to see the blade. Lin Fan said calmly. Chapter 139. His posture was really handsome. White brow and Shao Qi's mouths were agape. Sect leader Lin was so strong. Shao Qi really didn't dare to believe it. When he learned that Martial Path Mountain only had 6 people, he was extremely disappointed in Martial Path Mountain. But now, sect leader Lin was really infuriated. Weak, really weak. Since you are so weak, then you should be well behaved. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao took out a rope from his waist and tied up the 9 demons. Some struggled, but cousin slapped them silly, unable to fight back at all. Amazing, sect leader Lin is amazing, I was wrong. Shao Qi said. He really was wrong. What a joke. How quick was that blade? He didn't even see the blade just now. With a schwa, the terrifying demon fell. The big demon stared at Lin Fan. Human, you. Lin Fan raised his hand to stop the big demon from speaking nonsense. He raised his head and said, Demon, your mysteriousness makes me tempted, don't destroy it in my heart. Your mysteriousness attracts me, to pay respect to it, I will let you see my blade. At that moment, Lin Fan slowly pulled out the blade and then tossed the sheath into the air. He opened his arms and the blade tip slowly landed on the ground. Everyone looked at the blade sheath that was spinning in the air. A voice rang out in their hearts. When the blade sheath landed, a miracle would happen. Pa-ta! The blade sheath landed on the ground and gave out a sound. Just at that moment, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot and struck with his blade. Mountain River Move. Lightning blade 4 strokes, first stroke. An eye-catching blade glow exploded from the blade. The surrounding air shook like the mountains and rivers were shaking, affecting the space within. Pang! The big demon raised his hand, a thick black mist gathered in his palm, his fingers pinching the blade. My saber isn't something that just anyone can pinch. Lightning blade 4 strokes, second stroke, gold jade shattering. The blade energy exploded, its strength increased. One blade smashed the big demon's palm and then it slashed towards him. The big demon blocked with its 4 arms, the thick black mist turned into a physical form and clashed with the blade. The blade light scattered, the strong blade energy was enough to slice everything. This strong blade energy didn't leak at all, it was all gathered on the blade. This was the effect of upgrading the Thunder Blade 4 styles to return to simplicity. There would be no overflowing saber chi. Bang! Bang! The big demon wasn't weak, his 4 arms and tail blocked quickly, so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. Not bad. Your sense of mystery matches your strength, but it's far from enough. The third move, Shock of Gods and Ghosts. Ha! Lin Fan growled. Poochie, the sound of his muscles expanding could be heard. The hand that was holding the knife seemed to have become a size thicker, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. A gust of wind suddenly rose in the courtyard. In everyone's eyes, the blade light around the big demon had already covered him. Blade energy was all around, like a ghost was using a blade technique that didn't exist in this world. Lin Fan's figure had already disappeared. It was as if the indistinct saber light was his figure. It was getting faster and faster. Lightning blade 4 strokes. Each stroke consumed a terrifying amount of energy. But to Lin Fan, he didn't feel tired at all. Each stroke was his strongest stroke. At least for now. He had already lost count of how many times he had slashed. To prove that his blade wasn't something that anyone could casually pinch, each stroke used his strongest strength. After 81 cuts. Pang! There was a deafening explosion. The saber light dissipated. The wind and the phenomenons also dissipated. Lin Fan appeared. He stabbed his blade into the ground, his hands behind his back facing the big Yin demon. I still have one more blade that I haven't used, but you have reached your limit. I am a little regretful. Lin Fan said calmly. He was really handsome. Xiao Qi's mouth was agape. He was so strong. Even Zhou Zhongmao was astonished. Cousin was so strong. If he knew that Lin Fan was already a peak grade 9 expert, he would know that there was a reason why he was so strong. The big Yin demon stood there and didn't move. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound. Only to see that there were many blade marks on the big Yin demon's body. Each mark was the length of a thumb, not short nor long, it was just nice. The big Yin demon knelt on the ground, his limbs drooped, and he fell into endless darkness. At the same time, he saw that the big Yin demon's tail was covered in wounds, there were numerous blade wounds on it. Cousin, so strong. Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan closed his eyes. His head was a little dizzy from all the spinning just now. So uncomfortable. But he definitely couldn't show it. Xiao Qi and the others didn't dare to make a sound. It was really quiet as Lin Fan's impact on them was too huge. He thought that he was just a useless sect leader, who knew that he was so strong. If he didn't personally witness it, he wouldn't dare to believe it. After a long while, Lin Fan still felt a little dizzy. This should be the first time he used it, so he wasn't used to it. It was best if he returned to the mountain. Let's go. Lin Fan said, letting cousin bring the Yin demon away. When they reached the door, Lin Fan thought about how he didn't take the blade, to return and pick it up. What a joke. Blade, come. Lin Fan waved his hands, the blade stabbed in their bust. With a crisp show, it flew towards Lin Fan and entered the sheath. Slowly, the two of them left into the distance. A Yin demon was stuck at the door. Only to see that Yin demon knocked towards the door like someone was using violence to drag it. Pang! Pang! Black blood flowed from the Yin demon's head. In the end, he was finally dragged out. Xiao Qi reacted and wanted to chase, Sect Leader Lin, Your Royal Highness. White Brow's voice was a little weak. Xiao Qi thought about how White Brow was injured and turned around to help him up. In his heart, he was thinking about how majestic Sect Leader Lin was. He was too handsome. Huge waves rose up in Qin Xingyao's heart. That Martial Path Mountain Sect Leader was so strong. Previously, if the other party had been a little more serious, wouldn't that mean that this young master would have been unlucky? Young master, are you okay? Li Tsong ran over. When he heard that there was no movement outside, he snuck out. When he saw that young master and the prince were there, he headed forwards. Where is the enemy? Don't worry young master, with me here, you will be fine. Li Tsong opened his arms and blocked in front of young master. His gaze was firm like he wouldn't blink for young master's safety. Scram! Chen Xingyao smacked Li Tsong away. What the fuck were you doing earlier? Everything had ended. Li Tsong felt wronged, he was just afraid. Your Royal Highness, I didn't protect you well, please forgive me. Chen Xingyao knelt on the ground and asked for forgiveness. Xiao Qi was frightened to death, but he couldn't blame Chen Xingyao. He helped him up, it is okay, you protected me and I will remember it. Once this matter is solved, I will reward you. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Chen Xingyao kowtowed. He was a person who was corrupted by power. He was such a violent person, but in front of true power, he was willing to be a dog. White Brow, I will help you to heal up. Nothing can happen to you. Xiao Qi said. Don't worry, Your Royal Highness, nothing will happen to me. White Brow said. Xiao Qi couldn't let anything happen to White Brow, otherwise, something would happen to him. It wasn't good to head to Martial Path Mountain tonight, but he had to head tomorrow morning. To Qin Xingyao, he was already thinking about moving out of Jiang City. Yin demons had their eyes on Jiang City. If the prince couldn't solve this matter, he could just leave. What about him? If he stayed here, who knew when the demons would come? So the best choice was to leave with the prince and move Chen family away from this place. The next morning, when Huang Boran learned that demons came to Chen family last night, he was astonished. They came every night, who could take it? Luckily, Zhang Tianshan had already laid out something to defend against demons, so he didn't have to worry. After learning that the prince headed to Martial Path Mountain, he headed out right away and headed towards Martial Path Mountain. Chen Xingyao didn't sleep at all, thinking about whether or not to move out of Jiang City. However, things weren't as simple as he thought. If he moved, what about his fixed assets? Find someone to take over? Who would take over at such a time? As long as Chen family wanted to move, everyone would know why. Martial Path Mountain, on the steps. Your Royal Highness, I think that we should leave Jiang City as soon as possible. The demons here aren't something we can deal with. White Brow rested for a night and recovered, but he was still terrified. That four-armed demon was a big demon and was really strong. They might have a chance of winning one-on-one, but there were too many of them. There wouldn't be a lone demon. It was just too difficult for him to protect the prince with his ability. Shao Qi was tempted. He also wanted to leave, but he couldn't say it so directly. To leave just like that and not care about the lives of the Jiang City people, that was a little. White Brow said, Your Royal Highness, I understand what you are thinking. We can't blame you for this, we can only blame ourselves for not knowing about the demons here. If not, we would have brought the Imperial Dynasty experts over to crush them. Let me think about this. Shao Qi said. What was there to think about? He had already thought about it. After visiting Martial Path Mountain, he would leave right away. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't care, but he wanted to return to the Imperial Dynasty and bring a bunch of experts back to wipe out these demons. Last night, he was really frightened. His soul nearly left his body. On Martial Path Mountain, Lin Fan knew that the prince would definitely come, so he was prepared to welcome him. Sect Leader Lin. This time Shao Qi was really warm. He came to Lin Fan's side and cupped his fists. Thanks to Sect Leader Lin last night, otherwise, I would have lost my life there. Small matter, not worth mentioning. Lin Fan smiled. It was indeed a small matter. Last night after the big demon was captured, he was locked in the secret room and was unconscious. Till now, he still hadn't woken up, which made him a little anxious. After he sent the prince away, he had to have a good chat with the big demon about life and about ideals. Although he and the demons weren't the same species, each species had ideals. Shao Qi said, Sect Leader Lin, there are demons outside of Jiang City, that is a problem for Jiang City. Does Sect Leader Lin have a solution? Yes. Lin Fan said. What is it? Shao Qi asked curiously. Lin Fan said, very simple, we will charge in and wipe out all the demons to end all future problems. Shao Qi blinked. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. He was dumb enough to ask that question. That method was no different from asking to die. Chapter 140. Lin Fan didn't want to continue. Shao Qi didn't know how to continue. For example, how could this method be called a method? More like it was asking to die. Sect Leader Lin, I am being serious. Shao Qi's expression was solemn, his meaning was obvious. He wasn't joking, he was going to run. But before he did, he wanted to ask whether or not there was a good idea. If there was a good idea, then he could take the risk and try. I'm telling the truth. Was the level of trust between people so low? Did Prince Shao Qi really think that he was joking? Wrong. I never joked, bringing all of us to charge at the demons. Don't ask me why I was so stubborn, to be more direct, my ego was inflated. Shao Qi was speechless. Forget it, even if he was serious, he couldn't. Without a perfect plan, he wouldn't believe it even if he died. Based on the records of the royal family, the demon chaos wasn't serious anymore. It was serious a long time ago. The day was the world of humans, and at night it was the paradise of the demons. After sacrificing numerous experts, they chased the demons far away. Now that the demons appeared around Jiang City, that wasn't a good sign. Yuan Tianchu looked at the prince. He guessed that the prince came to Martial Path Mountain for a simple reason, which was to ask whether or not there was a way. If there was, he would definitely stay and solve this matter. After all, this was a huge merit that would be praised by the people. If there was no way, he would definitely run. However, Lin Fan's idea was too dumb. Anyone with a brain wouldn't think that it was a good idea. Now, he wanted to leave this place and return to Yu City. He wanted to hug his father's leg and cry that he didn't want to go out, he wanted to stay in Yu City. Whitebrow thought about it, no matter what, he had to bring the prince away. As for the Martial Path Mountain sect leader, he admitted that he was strong, but he felt that he wasn't reliable. To say that he was strong. He was indeed very strong. But to say that he was really strong. Just the few of them heading to the demon's nest, that was a joke. He was really afraid. At that moment, noises spread out from the entrance of Martial Path Mountain. There was also the sound of dense footsteps. How lively! Lin Fan looked out, it was the Jiang City commoners surging over. From afar, he could hear the commoners shouting for His Royal Highness. Oh no! Whitebrow's heart twitched. For some reason, he had a bad feeling spreading in his heart. Please don't make that kind of request. Please don't be. Shao Qi saw that there were many commoners and it was a little crowded. He shouted right away, "Citizens, slow down, walk slowly, don't push. Let's talk about things later, pay attention to safety and don't get trampled." Although he was only a prince, he immediately displayed the demeanor of a wise monarch. Fuck. Your Royal Highness, please don't say that. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to back down. Whitebrow panicked. He already had some understanding of what was going to happen next. But looking at His Royal Highness's current situation, it seemed like he hadn't seen through it yet. This was a bit of a trap. True enough. As expected of a prince. With these words, the commoners stopped fighting and paid attention to their surroundings. There was no stampede. Very soon, the commoners came in front of the prince. There were at least 1,000 of them, and many of them were on the steps of Martial Path Mountain and didn't squeeze up. Walala! The commoners knelt on the ground and shouted, "Your Highness, please save us." Their shouts shook the heavens. Shao Qi's expression was solemn as he reached out, "Please rise, I am here. If you have anything, just tell me." Lin Fan looked on calmly. These commoners really came at the right time. He didn't believe that someone was manipulating things from behind. Of course. He had to see what the situation was in case he guessed wrongly. If the prince abandons us, we will kneel here and not get up. The commoners cried out. Lin Fan was helpless. If the prince abandoned them, they would kneel here. This was Martial Path Mountain, my territory. If they really knelt to death, I would be the one to collect their corpses. Shao Qi panicked. What was going on? How did the commoners know that he was going to run? But he said calmly, "As the prince, you are all my people, so how can I abandon you? Stand up and speak." The commoners looked at one another and then someone stood up, "Your Royal Highness, recently there have been many tragedies in Jiang City. Someone said that evil demons came. We are all normal people and have no choice. If your Royal Highness leaves Jiang City, then we have no hope of living. We, the people of Jiang City, beg your Highness to save us." Whitebrow winked at the prince. He couldn't agree, he definitely couldn't agree, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. If he didn't have any status, he could just say whatever he said. If the situation got bad, he could still leave. However, princes were different. With their status, if they went back on their word, it would greatly affect their status. Xiao Qi felt a trust that he had never felt before. He looked at the commoners in front of him. They trusted and loved him so much. Could he leave? Actually, he really wanted to leave. Commoners, don't worry, I definitely won't leave Jiang City. I will solve the threat to Jiang City. Xiao Qi said. Oh my god. White Brow wanted to say something but stopped. Your Royal Highness, why did you say that? There were no benefits for you at all. Did you forget about what happened last night? You need to pay attention to your status and identity. You can't casually promise others, especially in front of so many commoners. If you fled halfway, then the Crown Prince's reputation would be totally bad. Xiao Qi calmly calmed them down, but he was shouting in his heart. What am I saying? Why did I say that? I can't take it anymore. Let me return to the Imperial Court, I will bring you experts. Actually, there is no point for me to stay here. Go back, all go back. I promise that I will solve the Jiang City matter. Xiao Qi waved his hands and told the commoners to leave. It wasn't good for so many people to gather here. Be careful when you go down, don't step on anything. The commoners were easy to deal with. Since the prince promised in front of them, naturally, they believed him. After all, he was the prince, so how would he lie to them? Very quickly, the commoners went down the mountain. Xiao Qi stood there, his expression was a little dejected. He knew that he had done something very stupid. But he had no choice. His personality was like that. As the prince, when he saw the commoners in danger, how could he retreat? He had to raise his head and charge forwards bravely. He didn't say anything, just promise and then think of a solution. Your Royal Highness, you were rash. White Brow said softly. Xiao Qi nodded, I was rash. He admitted that he was rash, but he had no choice. How could he not be rash when facing such a thing? Your Royal Highness, consider my idea. Lin Fan said. Xiao Qi looked at Lin Fan, consider what? Even if he died in Jiang City, he wouldn't die in the Yin Demon's nest. Sect leader Lin, do you have any other ideas? Xiao Qi asked. He felt that in Jiang City, in terms of strength, only sect leader Lin was reliable. Although his words were a little unreliable. But he didn't care. If he used another method, they could still continue to talk. Lin Fan shook his head, no. Damn. Xiao Qi was helpless. You are forcing me to a dead end. Can't you say that you have a way? Just at that moment, Huang Boran came. He didn't have much use in coming to Martial Path Mountain. Huang family was a rich merchant family, just a slightly stronger existence in Jiang City. Now, he came to Martial Path Mountain to ask about the latest situation. Chen family being attacked by Yin demons was unexpected. Moreover, he panicked. Last night, the prince was in Chen family. If anything happened to him, the outcome would be catastrophic. At this moment, Lin Fan was thinking to himself, my dear brothers, you guys have pretty much finished what you need to talk about. Can you guys leave now? I am really anxious. There is also a bunch of cute Yin demons waiting for me in the secret room. All of you are wasting time talking nonsense here. Sect leader, come over. Zhang Tianshan stood not far away and waved towards Lin Fan. He looked really cunning, like he was hiding something. Lin Fan walked beside Zhang Tianshan, what is it? Zhang Tianshan got close to Lin Fan's ear and said softly, I have an idea. Originally, he wasn't interested in what Zhang Tianshan said at all, but his words were a little different. It was like he was a guy who often went to places of pleasure. When his friend asked him whether or not he was a virgin, he was as shocked as when others said that he was a virgin. Don't look at me like that, I really have an idea. Do you think that I am weak? I have a lot of experience in defending against Yin demons. Zhang Tianshan said. Really? Lin Fan had an idea. Zhang Tianshan nodded his head, of course, but I have a condition. I will help Jiang City solve this matter, but you have to let me enjoy the same treatment as you. I also want to renovate everything in the house. Damn. That's all you've got? Marshall Path Mountain deserved to go bankrupt because of him. Okay, head to the foot of the mountain to see whether or not the commoners have left. Lin Fan took in a deep breath. He had an idea in his heart. He walked in front of the prince. Actually, there is another way. This is the safest and won't cause any problems. Shao Qi was really depressed. When he heard those words, he was delighted. Sect leader Lin, what is it? I have an idea to block the Yin demons and not let them enter the city to harm people. However, it consumes too much energy and materials. If we protect Jiang City, we will need 5,000 silver a month. Lin Fan said. Huang Boran found it weird. 5,000 silver, 60,000 a year, that isn't a small sum. That was indeed not a small sum. To Lin Fan, one tael here was like 1,000 on earth, maybe even more. This was why 5,000 a month was 5 to 6 million, 60 to 70 million a year. Zhang Tianshan was delighted. He finally convinced this kid. As he walked down the mountain, he felt elated. Happy. Chapter 141. Haze, actually this isn't a problem of money. To me, it is a huge burden. The main thing is that the prince loves the people, so if I don't sacrifice something, how can I do it? Lin Fan said. Huang Boran, please remember that you are investing in Marshall Path Mountain and actually said that it wasn't a small amount. You fellow, White Brow had never heard of a way to defend against Yin demons. However, looking at sect leader Lin, he didn't look like he was spouting nonsense. Okay, I agree. I will also thank sect leader Lin on behalf of the Jiang City people. Shao Qi cupped his fists. Sect leader Lin, please do it quickly. I will send the silver over. Yuan Tianchu looked at Lin Fan. There was a plot. There was definitely a plot. He didn't believe that surnamed Lin would be so kind to help others. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe it. A bunch of stupid mortals. They were sold and still counted the money for others. Even the way he looked at the prince changed, like he was saying that the prince was just so-so. His brain wasn't working as fast as mine. Don't worry, no Yin demons will enter Jiang City tonight. The prince doesn't have to worry. Lin Fan said. Shao Qi heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was still a little doubtful and wasn't sure whether or not this matter would succeed. Jiang City. Chen Xingyao looked at the faces of the people who returned and heaved a sigh of relief. They were all smiling and it was obvious that the prince agreed. Manager, you told him that he couldn't let the prince leave. If not, Jiang City would be in danger. After which, manager, you ordered people to spread the news that the prince wanted to leave. If Jiang City didn't have him, then everyone would die. How would the people want to die? They would definitely gather together and beg the prince to stay. Manager, you did well. Chen Xingyao said. Young master, we can only do that. As long as the prince is in Jiang City, then there will be a way. Manager, you said. In times of danger, when everyone was helpless, if there was someone with a high position, then everyone would have a thought to believe in him. As long as they followed him, they would be able to get through this. Chen Xingyao muttered. Prince, don't blame me, I had no choice. White Brow, who left Marshall Path Mountain, frowned helplessly. Your Royal Highness, you shouldn't have agreed to those commoners. White Brow, there is no need to speak of this matter anymore. I have already made up my mind. As a prince, no matter what danger I face, I cannot abandon the common people. The ancestor who founded the dynasty still fled with the common people when the enemy chased after him. How can the current me abandon them? Shao Qi deeply respected the old ancestor who created the dynasty. That was benevolent and he was working hard to learn. White Brow was speechless. If he had to say something disgraceful, he would definitely say, Your Highness, do you think you're protecting your people by running away with them? The truth was that there was an ulterior motive. It could be summed up in a few sentences. Win over the hearts of the people, stabilize the morale of the army, carry resources, and act as a shield. In the end, it was just like that. Your Highness is benevolent, this servant admires you. White brow was filled with respect. However, Your Highness, the 60,000 silver that sect leader Lin mentioned, was it personally given by Your Highness? I don't have money. Shao Qi said, let's go find those Jiang City merchant families and let them split it. It isn't much anyway. To Shao Qi, to let him stay and take money, did they really think he was a fool? He didn't have money. Even if he did, it was given by the Jiang City merchant families themselves. After Shao Qi returned to Jiang City, he saw Chen Xingyao waiting at the city gate. He told him to call all the merchants in the city over as he had something important to discuss. Chen Xingyao was delighted. It was okay as long as His Highness didn't leave. If he really had no choice, to have His Highness accompany him was a huge gain. There were many merchants in Jiang City, but there were basically none who could reach the level of Chen family and Huang family. The rest were mid-sized merchants who didn't have much power, but they were really rich. I have a way to protect Jiang City. Shao Qi opened his mouth and said. His first sentence made everyone very happy. What happened in the last few days made everyone panic. Now that His Highness confirmed it, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, to protect Jiang City, we need to pay 5,000 silver to Marshal Path Mountain. Shao Qi continued. Some merchants were moved to tears. His Highness is kind, not only going through thick and thin with Jiang City, but also paying. We are grateful to His Highness. That's right, that's right. His Highness is a wise ruler in the future. Shao Qi waved his hands. These merchants were about to die and still wanted to take advantage of him. Did they really think that he came out from a bunch of fools? This money isn't paid by me, but by everyone here, split it equally. And? Some merchants were shocked, split it equally? That was a little terrifying. This was different from what they thought. Shao Qi said, don't think that I am stingy, actually my royal family is proud of being thrifty. Don't think that I am a prince, actually all my wealth added up can't even be compared to a fraction of all of you. Do you believe me? Who would believe you? You are such a bad prince. But how could they say that? All of them nodded their heads, they definitely believed him. Who had the balls to say, I don't believe you? His Highness, isn't 5,000 silver to Marshal Path Mountain a little too much? Moreover, we aren't sure if Marshal Path Mountain can protect Jiang City. A merchant asked weakly. His aura wasn't strong enough and he felt a little weak. He was facing the Royal Highness. For a commoner like him to be able to sit here and talk to the Royal Highness, it was already a blessing to his ancestors. Shao Qi said, I will tell you the truth. The evil demons outside aren't anything else but demons. They specialize in eating human blood and flesh. No matter where you hide, no matter how deep you hide, they can eat you up unknowingly. So it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. You can wait for me to gather the Imperial Dynasty experts to wipe them out. When that happens, you don't need to pay. These fellows really made one feel despair. At such a time, they were still thinking about money. If not for the pleas of the Jiang City people, he wouldn't have stayed here. All the merchants sucked in a deep cold breath. How terrifying. His Highness's words were just too terrifying. Chen Xingyao stepped out and said, what are you all thinking about? Do you want money or your life? My Chen family agrees. Huang Boran said, my Huang family agrees too. The rest of the people looked at each other and agreed one after another. How should they split it equally? If they gave too much, they were a little reluctant. If they gave too little, naturally, they couldn't. Outside of General City. Is your method reliable or not? Lin Fan asked. He hoped that Zhang Tianshan wouldn't disappoint him. This was a long-term business. Did he know what a business was? It was to lay at home and not do anything. Every day, he would count money until his hands cramped. Of course it is reliable. When have I not been reliable? Zhang Tianshan pushed a small cart. There were many stones in it. There wasn't anything special about these stones. The surface was red like it was dyed in blood. To Lin Fan, these stones looked like the Hailuo red stone. Zhang Tianshan walked for a while and stopped. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He acted like he was calculating with his fingers. He picked up a stone and dug a hole at the corner of the city wall before burying it. Lin Fan followed behind and found it weird. What stone is this? Zhang Tianshan smiled. You don't understand, right? This is a red flame stone, a normal stone. It isn't worth much and doesn't have much use. But nature is magical, everything counters one another. This red flame stone counters demons. Our Martial Path Mountain's back mountain is filled with these stones, so many that it is a little scary. Actually, this red flame stone is just a support, the key. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you, so let's not talk about it. Zhang Tianshan actually knew how to keep him in suspense. Lin Fan squinted. If you don't say it, then I won't buy anything for you. No, if you don't buy it for me, then I won't do it. Zhang Tianshan had thoughts of dropping everything and going home. Cool. He actually knew how to threaten. However, it was really useful. Okay, I will give you 50 silver, say it. Lin Fan didn't want Zhang Tianshan to drop everything on such a small amount of silver. He still had to do what he had to do. Zhang Tianshan shook his head and said proudly, 50 silver is not enough, I calculated it for you. You spent over 100 in the market. As the deputy sect leader, even if I lower the conditions, it will still be 100 silver. Without this number, I won't agree. You fellow. Lin Fan pointed at Zhang Tianshan. What a useless fellow. He thought that it would cost a few thousand, so it was 100. One's knowledge determined one's height. It wasn't without reason that Martial Path Mountain went bankrupt because of him. Okay, I will give you 100 silver. Hurry up, don't waste time. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan smiled. He suddenly noticed that this kid was a good person. He had wronged him in the past. Once Zhang Tianshan was satisfied with the money, he would have more motivation to work and he would talk more. Actually, I am using the red flame stone to connect the yang power that Jiang City has accumulated for hundreds of years. Demons are most afraid of two types of power, one is lightning and the other is yang power. Now that I have drawn out the yang power, the demons won't dare to come. Zhang Tianshan said. The city also has yang power? Lin Fan asked. Zhang Tianshan said, yes, as long as there is a sun, there will be yang power. Every day the sun shines high, who knows how much Jiang City has absorbed. We just lack a catalyst. As for the location of the layout, it is really important. Without decades of research, it is tough to understand. He even started to be arrogant. He had some ability. I take back what I said before. My father's friends, even if they weren't strong, they had some specialties. How long can it last? Lin Fan asked. Zhang Tianshan said, forever. As long as the sun exists, the yang power will be replenished. Also, these stones can't be dug out. If they are, then they are useless. It sounded so simple. If one really wanted to do it, it would be really difficult. Zhang Tianshan was a skilled person. The location to bury the red flame stone had to be chosen carefully and couldn't be casually buried. Chapter 142. Jiang City wasn't small. It took a lot of time to circle around the city walls. Since the Big Demon was captured, he had been locked in a dark and damp secret room. No one cared about them and no one loved them. Just the thought of it was too horrible to look at. Who? He was finally done. Zhang Tianshan wiped the sweat off his forehead. It wasn't easy to earn 100 silver, but he was really happy. After so many years, since Martial Path Mountain went bankrupt, this was the biggest amount of silver he had gotten. When the sun was about to set, Shao Qi brought White Brow up Martial Path Mountain. Even if he trusted Lin Fan, he wouldn't dare to stay in Jiang City. No one knew if Jiang City would be safe tonight. Those commoners believed that Jiang City was safe, but that was their belief. To Shao Qi, this matter needed to be observed. He could not risk his life with the commoners. This was why when the sky was about to turn dark, he came to Martial Path Mountain as this place was the safest. After all, sect leader Lin was the strongest. Did he really think that Shao Qi was dumb? Actually, he wasn't dumb at all. Instead, he was really smart. Young master, are we really heading to Martial Path Mountain? Li Tsong asked. We have conflicts with Martial Path Mountain. Young master, you sent Wolf Brigade to wipe out Martial Path Mountain, and now you want to stay at Martial Path Mountain. That doesn't feel good. Just how thick was his skin? If it were him, he wouldn't have the face to do so. Chen Xingyao said, let's head to Martial Path Mountain to hide for a night and take a look at the Jiang City situation tomorrow. Li Tsong said, but are they willing to accept us? Why not? His Royal Highness is definitely on Martial Path Mountain. Let's find him to drink and then get drunk. Won't we stay on Martial Path Mountain? Chen Xingyao said. Manager, you nodded. Young master's idea is a good one. Let's not talk about it for now. In any case, there shouldn't be any problems with good food and wine. Chen Xingyao didn't want to head to Martial Path Mountain. But there was no other way. He didn't dare to stay in Jiang City. He would only dare to return to Jiang City after confirming that everything was fine the next day. On the mountain, Zhang Tianshan was in Yuan Tianchu's room. Actually, sect leader Lin is not bad. Shua. Yuan Tianchu stared at Zhang Tianshan. Fuck me. What kind of medicine did you have up your sleeves? And what kind of magic potion did Lin Fan feed you for you to actually speak up for him? You're the one who speaks ill of me the most. Hee, are you wondering why I said such nice things? This matter. Forget it, let's not talk about it. If I say too much, you might not be able to accept it. Sometimes jealousy is the most vicious of all emotions. Zhang Tianshan waved his hands and didn't say much. Fuck. Yuan Tianchu wanted to hear what happened for Zhang Tianshan to actually speak up for Lin Fan. I didn't expect you to be the kind of person who hid so deeply. If you didn't finish what you wanted to say, your butt would hurt for half a day. Liang Yongqi scoffed, too lazy to bother with Zhang Tianshan. To him, Martial Path Mountain didn't have many good people. Especially this liar, he felt like he wasn't a good person. It had been a long time since he left U City and came to Martial Path Mountain. Who knew what he did every day? Every day, he was just idling away. His head was hurting. Outside, Shao Qi brought White Brow up the mountain, and the moment he arrived, he saw a person standing there. He recognized that it was sect leader Lin's cousin. He had seen his skills that night and he was a strong expert. Is sect leader Lin here? Shao Qi asked. Zhou Zhongmao didn't care about the prince. My cousin is busy, what matter do you all have? Jiang City is airtight, the air is filled with fire energy and is really hot. Breathing isn't smooth, so I want to spend a night on Martial Path Mountain. Shao Qi said. When he said those words, his face turned red. How embarrassing. A prince was actually so frightened by the Yin demons that he wanted to hide in Martial Path Mountain to feel safe. He even wanted to lie. However, he had no choice, humans were magical. The higher one's position was, the more embarrassing the things one did. Wait, there are still people. Zhou Zhongmao continued to wait. Cousin told him before he entered the secret room. Tonight there would be 2 waves of people. The prince had already arrived. Next would be the Qin family. They should be here soon. Shao Qi found it weird, there were still people coming. Not long later, Chen Xingyao brought people over. He carried dishes and wine. When he saw the prince, he was slightly stunned and then said anxiously, Your Royal Highness, I finally found you. Xiao Qi acknowledged, it wasn't natural, like a secret was found out. His gaze and Chen Xingyao's eyes exchanged glances. Like the two of them had a tacit understanding that neither of them would expose the other. Zhou Zhongmao was lazy to bother. My cousin said that the prince can stay on Martial Path Mountain. Martial Path Mountain was not bad. Although the sect was small, their ability made him feel good. In the future, if he had the ability, he would support him. Manager, you said, we aren't staying here, we just brought food and wine to visit your Royal Highness. Once it ends, we will leave. If they really entered, this meal would last for a long time. They would at least have to eat until dawn. Zhou Zhongmao opened his hands, you can enter, but hand over all the silver on you. My cousin said that Martial Path Mountain is a quiet place, and if you enter, it will damage Martial Path Mountain's reputation. If you go past midnight, then the silver will be destroyed. Nonsense. Chen Xingyao cursed in his heart, what destruction, couldn't he just say that he took it? How fake. However, he had no choice. For the sake of his life, he had to give them the money. Li Zong muttered in his heart, those who took advantage of the situation were beasts. In the secret room. When Lin Fan entered the secret chamber, there was a gust of cold wind blowing at him. Perhaps it was an illusion, but it was definitely not a hallucination. Maybe the Yin demons are thinking about me. Lin Fan was really eager. The research value of the big Yin demon far exceeded that of normal Yin demons. In the distance, a hoarse roar spread out. It was like the Yin demons were talking to each other. Oi, I am here, I have made all of you wait. Instantly. There was no movement at all in the darkness in the distance. Those low growls that seemed to be whispers disappeared in an instant, and everything returned to normal. Lin Fan smiled. They were really a bunch of shy things. They knew that he was here and were embarrassed to speak. Deep within the secret room. The surrounding environment was really bright. It wasn't a jail, so naturally, there was no need to make it so terrifying. When Lin Fan stood in front of all the Yin demons, the fierce wind and torrential rain came. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 88. Rage points plus 111. It was too violent. Soundless anger represented true anger. Don't be so passionate, we still have a long way to go. Lin Fan waved his hands. These Yin demons were too passionate, and he nearly couldn't get used to it. Cousin would use special internal strength to suppress these Yin demons at a fixed time. Naturally, he didn't need to worry that they would run. Human, let us go. The big Yin demon hollered in rage. He had always felt that Yin demons were the most terrifying existence, but now he understood that Yin demons weren't terrifying. What was terrifying were these humans. In the east forest of Yu City, a human suppressed the Yin demons such that they couldn't even raise their heads. Now, he met another human here who tied him up here. Once I am sick of playing with you, I will let you all go. Lin Fan was really calm. He felt that the Yin demons were really pure, their emotions were so obvious. They didn't hide anything. Rage points plus 444. The big Yin demon looked at all the Yin demons, his mouth moved and gave out a sound that one couldn't understand. The sound sounded like the special language of the Yin demons. Then, the Yin demons raised their heads and roared. The sound wasn't sharp, but it was really penetrating, like they were asking for help. Lin Fan shook his head, stop shouting, it is useless even if you break your throat. Although he said that, the Yin demons didn't believe him and continued to shout with all their might. Lin Fan didn't stop them from roaring. Shouting was their freedom, moreover, the sound was not bad. The Yin demons were really unlucky to fall into Lin Fan's hands. If it was a normal human, it was already not bad that they weren't frightened to death. How would they be so relaxed like this? Lin Fan moved a chair over and placed a cup of tea on his left. He sat there and drank it leisurely. He didn't have many dreams. He just wanted to live the life of a rich family young master. Although his strength didn't allow him to, he suppressed it. The 3rd of August was a memorable day. That was because before Marshall Path Mountain opened, they found a long-term business. As long as they maintained it, they would be able to earn money in the future. Their living conditions were greatly improved. After a long while, the Ing demons stopped roaring, their red eyes stared at Lin Fan. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 123. Rage points plus 555. He didn't do anything and just sat there drinking tea. The Ing demons were furious. Whether or not he treated them was the same thing. Drinking tea. Leisurely. The Ing demons felt that they had suffered a huge insult. Lin Fan placed the half-empty teacup to the side. You can continue to shout, I won't stop you. I told you that you are free here. In just a short while, his rage points increased by 5,000. Although it wasn't much. But this was like cultivation, it wasn't something that could be achieved in one go. It was often slowly accumulating and then slowly getting stronger. Human, you are too arrogant. The big Ing demon was so furious that it wanted to explode. It had never seen such an arrogant person. Haze! Lin Fan got up, picking up the blade and walking in front of the big Ing demon. You are tall and different from the other Ing demons. Let me tell you, I can treat them well, but your mysteriousness makes me curious. Let me tell you, I was the nephew of a biology research assistant in a university, and I had some attainments in biology. What was he saying? What the fuck are you talking about? The big Ing demon didn't understand what Lin Fan was saying. University Biology Research Lab? What was that? He tried to contact his race members, but he didn't expect this secret room to block their shouts. Fellow brothers. We are here, come and save us. Your tale is special, other Ing demons don't have it, only you do. Lin Fan walked behind the big Ing demon and said. That voice caused the big Ing demon to shiver. It felt like something terrifying was about to happen. Poochie. His blade was so quick that it couldn't be captured. Screams spread out. Rage points plus 666. The big Ing demon's tail was directly sliced off. Chapter 143. They panicked. The other small Ing demons panicked. What was going on with this human? Why did he slice off the tail of the big Ing demon just like that? Actually, when they ate him, they didn't speak at all. Lin Fan was much better than them, at least he only attacked because of a disagreement. In terms of overall quality, he was much better than the others. This was also the difference in education. Did Ing demons read before? They definitely didn't, maybe they were all illiterate people. The wound on the big Ing demon's tail had circles of meat patterns. If it was cooked, it might taste good. Damn! How could he have such disgusting and perverted thoughts? Lin Fan picked up the tail of the big Ing demon and grabbed it in his hands. It felt like metal, the entire tail was made up of an inverted triangle of metal. However, it wasn't metal, instead, it was really soft. Maybe only when the big Ing demon was furious would it become really tough. Lin Fan didn't bother about the cries of the big Ing demon. He looked closely at the tail. There was nothing special about it, it was really normal, just that it looked a little weird. He shivered. The small Ing demons were stunned by the human's methods. Who said that Ing demons wouldn't be afraid? Someone once said that Ing demons wouldn't be afraid because of your strength. Actually, that was nonsense, but it depended on whether or not one's methods were strong. He looked for a long while. Lin Fan tossed the tail in front of the big Ing demon and said regretfully, along with the process, your mysteriousness is slowly weakening. How did the Ing demon manage to turn into a black mist? The tail that was sliced open was obviously flesh and blood. This place was filled with many mysteries. The night sky was high. The Wolf Brigade forest that was mutated by the Ing demon aura gave off a dark and terrifying aura. Suddenly, a huge wind blew. The entire forest was restless, many things surged out from the dark forest. Shwa! Instantly, many black shadows broke through the night sky and charged out. The night demons that crawled on all fours raised their heads and roared. They were sending some sort of signal. Translation: Damn, Big Brother didn't return for a night, what happened? Brothers move out to search for Big Brother. Humans are so annoying, didn't we just eat a little of them, how can they be so stingy? The appearance of the demons meant that a storm of blood was about to happen. In the valley, two confused wild boars were having an affair. Their families were against them, so they couldn't be together. They could only find an uninhabited place under the night sky to have their fun. Suddenly, in the face of danger, they forgot themselves. Only in such a tense and exciting atmosphere could they achieve truth. Schwa. Black fog covered the two wild boars, and in the blink of an eye, the two wild boars were reduced to skeletons. They maintained their previous postures, as if they were going to die. The demons were too hungry. They wouldn't even spare flesh and blood. Looking down from above, demons covered the land. Using the night sky, their red eyes were like rubies, really eye-catching. There was even a peculiar sense of beauty to it. They passed by Marshall Path Mountain and just took a look. What was the point of making it so bright? It was really eye-piercing. Rivertown was just ahead. They wanted to eat their fill. The fragile hearts of those humans were enough to make up for their hungry stomachs. Very soon, when the demon army was close to Jiang City, they all stopped. Fuck! What was going on? In their eyes, Jiang City was as eye-catching as the sun. That white glow was what they hated the most, it irritated their eyes. The demons hissed at one another. What should we do? We can't enter this city. Humans are really cunning, to actually block our way. You, knock it and see whether or not you can break it open. My leg is broken, I can't run. They came out to search for food, but they didn't expect that they would face such a situation. On the city walls, a guard got up to pee. The numerous red eyes in the night frightened him so much that he peed in his pants. What were those? But very quickly, he noticed that the numerous red eyes disappeared. He sat on the ground and panted. Were those the demons that people in the city were talking about? He actually saw demons. However, they didn't enter, which meant that Jiang City was safe, and the demons couldn't enter. Thinking about that, he heaved a sigh of relief. Too terrifying. Next day, the first thing that Jiang City people did when they woke up was when they realized that they were still alive. They were so excited that they jumped onto the roofs. Who knew which merchant spread the news about demons, causing the entire city to know that there was a type of demon called demons. They ate human flesh and were terrifying life forms that sucked blood. Now, they were alive. What did it prove? That Jiang City was safe, and they didn't need to worry in the future. The people cheered. The streets were filled with people talking to each other. Prince is good, Prince is amazing, Prince is in Jiang City, we are happy. Actually, what did they know? Your prince was so frightened that he ran to Marshall Path Mountain to stay. When those merchants heard that, they wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Could they have any face? They spent money for Marshall Path Mountain to protect Jiang City. However, no one dared to say that. Who dared to say that this had nothing to do with the prince? Who dared to tell the people that they were the ones who spent money, that the prince didn't even pay, that he was so stingy? It had nothing to do with him. However, they were sure of one thing, that Jiang City was really safe. Last night, the guards on the city walls said that they saw demons. There were many of them and they were really terrifying. They had 3 heads, 8 eyes, teeth as long as thighs, and mouths as big as water tanks. The commoners all believed them. As for the merchants, who would believe them? They were exaggerating a little. Marshall Path Mountain. Shao Qi was in a good mood. He received news that Jiang City was really safe last night, and the demons didn't attack. At this moment, he saw Lin Fan walk over slowly. He smiled. Sect leader Lin, your methods are amazing. I respect you, I really respect you. Lin Fan said, Prince can think for the people of Jiang City, so naturally, my martial path mountain can't sit still and not do anything. At that moment, Shao Qi waved his hands. White Brow took out a thick stack of bills. Sect leader Lin, this is a year's fee. Yesterday, Shao Qi collected the money. If Jiang City was fine, then naturally the money would belong to Martial Path Mountain. If it failed, then the money would be used to collect the corpses of the dead. As the prince, there were some things that he had to take care of. Lin Fan took the money and placed it well. He couldn't let Zhang Tianshan see it, otherwise, this fellow would cry for his parents. Every year, we have a business worth 60,000 taels of silver, but they only gave me, a key figure, 100 taels of silver. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to take it. The person who felt the most fortunate was naturally White Brow. He had been protecting the Crown Prince and was under huge pressure. If anything happened to the Crown Prince in Jiang City, he wouldn't be able to escape the blame. No, if the Crown Prince died, then it meant that he died too. Your Royal Highness, if Yin demons cause chaos in the future, you have to find me. Lin Fan said. This was a long-term business. As long as other people didn't know how to defend against Yin demons, then it would be an endless source of wealth. Of course, sect leader Lin's methods are amazing. Without using a single soldier, he blocked the Yin demons outside the city. What a godly technique. Shao Qi said. He said softly. Sect leader Lin, let's make a deal. Tell me the method. Shao Qi's thoughts were beautiful. If he knew a way, he could return to the imperial dynasty and let him offer it to his father. Then, the sun is a little hot. Lin Fan raised his head and said. Shao Qi nodded, and, it is indeed hot. Daydreaming. It was a good daydream. At that moment, Chen Xingyao came out. They were drunk last night and then slept in the broken room. That bed was so hard that his butt hurt. But he had no choice, he could only bear with it for his life. Sect leader Lin, you really paid a lot for a night's stay. Chen Xingyao said. No one forced you. Lin Fan said. Chen Xingyao looked at Lin Fan. This fellow was so annoying. Forget it, he couldn't defend him. If he didn't know that he was so amazing, he would have killed him. Li Tsong and manager, you felt fortunate that they were still alive. Your Royal Highness, did you have a good night? Chen Xingyao walked beside Shao Qi and asked caringly. Very good. Shao Qi nodded his head. The Jiang City matter could finally come to an end. As a bootlicker beside the prince, it wasn't embarrassing for Chen Xingyao. Normal people couldn't even lick him if they wanted to. Shao Qi didn't want to stay in Jiang City. This time he was using his life to protect his reputation. If not for Martial Path Mountain helping him, the outcome would have been unimaginable. He was too rash, too rash. Such a bad habit had to be changed. To stay just because the commoners begged him, he was sick in the head. Sect leader Lin, I still have things to do, so I won't stay in Jiang City. Shao Qi said. Lin Fan cupped his fists, have a good trip, Prince. If you have any business in the future, please take care of my small sect. The two of them exchanged a few polite greetings, but they didn't say anything useful. When Chen Xingyao heard that the prince wanted to leave, he was really reluctant. He hadn't licked enough. The prince wasn't tempted by him. Martial Path Mountain calmed down. Young master, breakfast is ready. Go, Z wore an apron and held a spatula in his hand as he shouted. He was a qualified Go Z. I am coming. However, before he came, he went into the room and hid the bills. Close to 200,000 silver, he panicked a little when he placed it in the room. He didn't think that it was easy to earn money in Yu City. Who knew that after he came out, he really didn't know what to say. Maybe it was even easier than drinking water. No wonder so many people wanted to create sections. Having a long-term business was better than anything else. During the meal, when Zhang Tianshan thought about the 100 silver on him, he panicked. After breakfast, what should he buy in the city? What a headache. Kiki. Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi looked at Zhang Tianshan's silly smile and couldn't understand what was going on. What kind of secrets were hidden in that smile? I am prepared to tidy up Marshall Path Mountain, but I am still not satisfied with the renovations. Lin Fan said after drinking a bowl of shark fin porridge. Zhang Tianshan said, "Okay, I will always support sect leader's decision." Chapter 144. Zhang Tianshan's impression of Lin Fan changed. Kid was not bad. Not only was he generous, but he was also easy to talk to. I support sect leader's decision, but I have no money to support your decision to renovate Marshall Path Mountain. Zhang Tianshan knew that he shouldn't show off his wealth. The sect leader knew that he had 100 silver. But he needed it to buy furniture, so he couldn't scam him right after giving it to him, right? Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi were like passers-by. You guys talk. The two of us will just watch. No matter what you do, it has nothing to do with us. Breakfast ended. Lin Fan pulled Zhang Tianshan to the corner. I'll give you 100 silver. If you want to make your house and courtyard like mine, that's basically impossible. But if you give me the 100 silver, I promise to make your courtyard exactly like mine. How about that? Zhang Tianshan held the 100 silver in his arms. He was robbing money, and he regretted it just like that. Could he have some morals? He was praising him just now. However, nephew Lin's words moved Zhang Tianshan a little. He knew that 100 silver definitely couldn't buy such a high-quality one. But he was afraid that Lin Fan would cheat him and cheat him out of his money. Are you sure you aren't lying to me? Zhang Tianshan asked. He was a little afraid. The young people nowadays were so cunning. He was already over 100 years old, and he really couldn't beat them. For example, that Yuan Tianchu. He was such a good young man, but the way he looked at him all day long revealed an extremely strange light. Lin Fan patted Zhang Tianshan's shoulder and said calmly, "Do I look like someone who would lie to you? I promise to do everything for you tonight, it will be exactly the same as mine. If there is a difference, I will pay it back 10 times. Zhang Tianshan was tempted. If he said that he wasn't tempted, he would be lying. Sect leader, I believe you. Zhang Tianshan hesitated for a long while, but in the end, he was tempted by Lin Fan's words. He envied the decorations in Lin Fan's house. 100 silver indeed couldn't buy it. If Lin Fan didn't lie to him, then he would have earned a huge sum. Lin Fan smiled, wait for the good news. Outside, Lin Fan wanted to head to Jiang City. He passed Go Z 2000 silver and told him to use that to decorate the house and courtyard. He bought everything according to the best price. Carrying a huge sum of money made one's heart flustered. Only by spending it slowly would one feel truly comfortable. When the things are delivered, remember to move all the furniture in my house to Zhang Tianshan's place. Lin Fan said. When he obtained such a huge sum, he wanted to enjoy it. His life had to be better than in Yu City. Zhang Tianshan wanted to decorate the room like his, so he had to help him. He didn't move it at all, ensuring that it was exactly the same. Also, I am prepared to build a fake mountain fountain on Marshall Path Mountain to raise some fish. I will also build a 3-story building to rest in. Go arrange for that. Although Marshall Path Mountain was a sect, he wanted to develop Marshall Path Mountain into one with him as the main sect. As for finding a disciple, that was still too far away. But his heart had other ideas. He had to find a disciple who could serve him, not a disciple who he had to nurture. Yes, young master. Go Z didn't think so much and just said whatever young master said. Go Z noticed. He really did not have any talent for cultivation. He could only develop his daily life and cooking skills. He knew that the young master lacked these things, so he had to make arrangements for the young master. Rivertown. Tens of thousands of people sent him off. The scene was magnificent. Take a look. What did it mean to follow the hearts of the people? This was what it meant to follow the hearts of the people. Xiaoqi's eyes were filled with tears as he waved his hands to say goodbye to the commoners. As a prince, his greatest gain from this trip would be what he had gained in Jiang City. He had done a huge thing. My people, don't send me off. I am leaving. One day in the future, I will come back to see all of you. Xiaoqi said as he covered his eyes and cried. It was like he couldn't bear to part with these people. When the commoners saw the prince cry, they cried too. What a good prince! In the past, they didn't think that they would have such a chance to be so close to the prince. Now that they came into contact with him, they realized that they were living in such a blissful environment. With a prince who loved them so much, when he sat on the throne, how blissful would that be? White Brow stood behind the prince expressionlessly. Amazing! The prince really followed the hearts of the people. This was a huge responsibility from the heavens. Lin Fan looked on from not far away. Amazing, are the royal family disciples all so good at acting? Or are they all so good at acting? To the commoners, the prince was showing his true emotions. He really couldn't bear to leave them. But in the eyes of smart people, his acting skills were just too exaggerated. However, one had to say that exaggerated acting skills were able to touch the chord in other people's hearts. Xiaoqi might seem a little dumb, but one had to say that his acting skills were really deep. Didn't they see that the people were being led away by his crying and talking? At that moment, Xiaoqi grabbed Chen Xingyao's hand and said sincerely, your Chen family is a huge family in Jiang City. I hope that when I am not here, you can help me take care of my people. If I hear that you use your status to bully my people, do you know the consequences? Chen Xingyao was willing to be a bootlicker by the prince's side. Especially when the prince grabbed his hand and said those words, his face flushed red from excitement. Don't think that it was a threat. But to Chen Xingyao, it wasn't a problem. Don't worry, prince, I will help you take care of these people. Chen Xingyao said. He patted his chest and promised it. Xiaoqi looked at the commoners, you all heard it. In the future, if you are bullied by those in power, find young Master Chen. If there is a huge matter, don't be anxious. When I come to Jiang City again, tell me and I will help you. Those were empty words. But one had to say that those words had a huge calming effect on the commoners. Prince. The commoners wiped their tears. The commoners were wiping their tears. What a good prince. If he could become an emperor in the future, they would definitely live a happier life. To the commoners, what they were thinking was just too beautiful. Xiaoqi told Chen Xingyao to take care of the commoners, wasn't that nonsense? He was just lying to the commoners. To Chen Xingyao, he was stunned. The commoners came to find him when they were bullied? What if they were bullied by him? Of course. Chen family's luck had been destroyed, and to recover to its peak, it would depend on whether or not Chen Xingyao worked hard. Xiaoqi didn't expect to bring Chen Xingyao along. Just a Jiang City aristocratic family. What was the point of bringing him along? Young Master Chen, remember my words. My heart is bright, and I will have what I need in the future. Xiaoqi patted Chen Xingyao's shoulder and put up a smokescreen. He didn't say anything threatening. But it did make Chen Xingyao feel a chill down his spine. Your Highness, it is late, we should head out. White Brow said. There were Yin demons around Jiang City, so it was best to leave early and get far away from the Yin demon area. If they faced Yin demons in the wilderness, they would definitely die. Xiaoqi knew what White Brow was referring to. Thinking about that situation, he felt terrified. Yin demons and such things. Why didn't he kill them all that year? Xiaoqi waved his hands, not taking away a single cloud, but the love and respect that the people had for him. This trip was worth it. He earned a lot. Brother Huang, why didn't you say goodbye to the prince? Lin Fan asked. Huang Boran and him stood in the distance and looked on as the prince left. They didn't head up to send him off. Chen Xingyao wanted to suck up to the prince, but unfortunately, he wasn't skilled enough. He didn't manage to suck up to the prince, so he remained in Jiang City. What's there to go for? This prince looks a little inexperienced, but he's actually very powerful. That fellow Chen Xingyao still wants to rely on the prince to enter the center of power. In my opinion, he's licking until there's nothing left. It's all for nothing, Huang Boran said. He looked at it. Although the Jiang City aristocrats were decent, compared to those close to the imperial dynasty, it was like an ant to an elephant. Why would the prince care about the Jiang City aristocrats? Only the prince was in Jiang City and needed their help, otherwise, he wouldn't even bother about them. The prince left. The commoners were a little sad. Chen Xingyao stood there, and he didn't feel good in his heart. Chen Xingyao wasn't good enough. Or did I not lick him enough? He actually didn't bring him along. He also wanted to head to the imperial dynasty to take a look at the center of power. The sun set. Marshall Path Mountain was really busy. Slow down, all of you slow down. Zhang Tianshan stood in his courtyard and looked at the luxurious furniture being moved in. He was really happy. As expected, the kid didn't lie to him. He really had to buy it for him. Yuan Tianshu silently looked at the furniture being moved into Zhang Tianshan's room. He was envious, but he didn't show it. There was definitely a deal that couldn't be revealed. Liang Yongqi couldn't take it. Where did you get all this from? Zhang Tianshan smiled, didn't I tell all of you? Our sect leader is not bad. In the past, it was all a misunderstanding. Let me tell you, you are the grand disciple now. As long as you work hard and make the sect leader happy, you can have all this. Of course, you are weaker than me. After all, you are only the grand disciple, and I am the deputy sect leader. Damn! Those words were meant to kill. Zhang Tianshan didn't say anything that tempted him at all. Deputy sect leader? Grand disciple? There was a difference in status here. Liang Yongqi just wanted to go home and didn't want to stay here. He suffered too much. But the Liang family had no place for him. Father chased him out and gave all his love to big brother Liang Yichu. Damn. It wasn't like that in the past. What mistake did he make that led to him being chased out of the house? He tried his best to think, but he couldn't. Tisk, no one admits that you are the deputy sect leader. Liang Yongqi said unhappily. Zhang Tianshan was unhappy. How can a disciple speak to the deputy sect leader like that? Show your attitude, how can you get such treatment? In the future, if a new disciple enters and performs better than you, your grand disciple position will be given to someone else. Give. Give what? I have had enough, whoever wants to stay in this place can stay. Liang Yongqi was furious. Maybe he had touched his sore spot. Liang family's position was taken, and now he said that the grand disciple position was going to be taken too. That was like a knife stabbing his heart. Zhang Tianshan shook his head. Young people nowadays. Just a few sentences and they were unhappy. Haze. Yuan Tianshu was really calm. He didn't join in the quarrel and just used his eyes to observe the development of things. He was searching for clues. Chapter 145. A bunch of fools, a bunch of demons, Liang Yongqi won't stay here anymore. Liang Yongqi walked out of Marshall Path Mountain. He was so furious that tears were about to flow out. Were they still humans? They suppressed him so much. Not to mention Lin Fan, just that Zhang Tianshan, what was so good about him? He caused Marshall Path Mountain to go bankrupt, wasn't he the one who pulled him up? As for that Lin Fan, he was just a beast. He took away all the money on them and let himself eat and drink. Did he even have a conscience? Speaking of which, he was about to cry. He rode the horse and was about to leave without turning his head. Suddenly, he pulled the reins and stopped on the spot. The environment in front of him was a little terrifying. For some reason, he came to a really dense but dark forest. Something seemed to have flashed by just now. It was a red glow. The setting sun was slowly disappearing, and a warning line was drawn between the forest and the outside world. This warning line continued to shrink. A sense of danger surged into his heart. Like something terrifying was about to happen. His ears trembled slightly as he heard some very strange sounds. These sounds were really weak. Demons. He suddenly recalled that there were demons around Jiang City that would come out at night. Just at that moment, he noticed that the light that separated the two areas was shrinking. He was so terrified that his head was covered in sweat. Zhang Tianshan, you bastard, purposely angering me and running out without thinking. He pulled the reins and turned around to run. Quick, quick run, horse run. He turned his head occasionally. The setting sun slowly disappeared, and he could even see things slowly climbing out of the forest like they were waiting for the darkness to descend. Damn, save me! Liang Yongqi shouted. He was nearly frightened to death by his own stupidity. Usually, he would be able to take it. Why couldn't he take it today? Run! He had to run. If not, if the demons caught up, he would be ripped apart. Martial Path Mountain. Yuan Tianchu looked at the room that didn't light up. He didn't expect that Liang Yongqi would actually leave. How stupid. Even if he wanted to leave, he chose to leave in the morning. Night was about to descend, so wasn't he asking to die? Those things outside, who knew if he wouldn't bump into them? He left. Zhang Tianshan only saw Yuan Tianchu and didn't see Liang Yongqi. He was a little worried. Yes, he was humiliated by you and left in anger. Yuan Tianchu said. Zhang Tianshan's expression changed and he raged. Is he sick in the head? To leave now, does he want to die? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tianshan immediately went down the mountain. It was already dark. If that brat encountered a devil, he would have no chance of survival. Yuan Tianchu's expression changed. He didn't expect that Zhang Tianshan would personally go down the mountain to find Liang Yongqi. This was different from what he had expected. Logically speaking, Zhang Tianshan definitely wouldn't go, but his actions were a little problematic. He pondered for a moment. Yuan Tianchu was shocked. What a brilliant plan. He understood. Zhang Tianshan purposely insulted Liang Yongqi. Maybe he thought that Liang Yongqi wouldn't be able to take it and directly leave Martial Path Mountain. At that time, night would descend, and the demons would come out to make Liang Yongqi face them. When he was in despair, he would save him, leaving his image in Liang Yongji's heart. This made Liang Yongqi shed tears of gratitude and pulled him to his side. Wait a minute. What was so good about Liang Yongqi? No. So that was the case. He started from the weakest and slowly bought their hearts. In the future, when they fought for the sect leader position, everyone would stand by his side. Amazing, as expected, amazing. He planned step by step, actually thinking so far ahead. However, that was just so. Yuan Tianchu had already seen through it. It wouldn't be so easy to buy him over. Kiki. Yuan Tianchu felt that he was the most clear-headed of all of them. Even if their actions were deeply hidden, as long as a single clue was exposed, he would be able to unravel the cocoon and follow the vine to the melon to find the ultimate source. No one could hide from his eyes. When he thought about that, Yuan Tianchu smiled. He smiled confidently. He felt like he was an expert, no one's little secret could escape from his eyes. This idiot. Zhang Tianshan rode his horse and looked into the distance. Demon aura gathered there, and it was obvious that they had already moved out. He really didn't expect that the young people now were so fragile. He didn't say anything too overboard, so why were they so fragile? If it was other people, forget it. The key was that they lived in Marshall Path Mountain for a period of time, so at least they had some feelings. Moreover, as the deputy sect leader, he was also the grand disciple, so how could he not care? Hayes. He had to teach him when he returned. What young master, his mentality was just too weak. Not long later, he heard shouts. Don't chase me, I was wrong, let me go. Save me. I have a disease, my whole family has a disease, don't eat me. Liang Yongqi's face was covered in tears and mucus. The horse was running and something was chasing behind. It was really quick, and in just a short while, he would be caught. Instantly, a yin demon jumped into the air, spreading its limbs and pouncing towards Liang Yongqi. Liang Yongqi's pupils constricted. His pants were wet. He was in despair. I am going to die, I am really going to die. Father, I am leaving. Pang! Just at that moment, a white light exploded in front of Liang Yongqi and covered the yin demon. The yin demon roared like it had suffered some kind of injury. When it landed, its claws grabbed Liang Yongqi's horse, directly leaving a long bloody mark. The horse felt pain and tossed Liang Yongqi off. Liang Yongqi exclaimed, and his body shook. Just as he was in despair, a hand grabbed him. Kid, hold tight, I will take care of you when we return. Zhang Tianshan's expression was solemn. He pulled the reins and changed directions, heading towards Marshall Path Mountain. When Liang Yongqi saw who it was, he instantly felt that the despicable Zhang Tianshan was like a hero who stepped on a rainbow cloud to welcome him. Deputy sect leader, I was afraid, I was wrong. Liang Yongqi was so frightened that he cried. His heart was really weak. He was scared witless by the yin demons. Stop crying, if you know fear, then why didn't you do it earlier? Zhang Tianshan held a bamboo tube, the length of a palm. He pinched it with 2 fingers and then tossed it behind him. A golden light seeped out from the broken bamboo tube, and it lit up Zhang Tianshan's back. The yin demon screamed. But more yin demons chased crazily towards Zhang Tianshan. Kid, can you stop moving your hands? If you continue, I will toss you down. Zhang Tianshan scolded. Liang Yongqi was too timid. After Zhang Tianshan saved him, he grabbed onto Zhang Tianshan. Life and death was a huge terror. He could be considered to have personally experienced that terror. Zhang Tianshan didn't even turn his head. More and more bamboo tubes appeared in his hands, and he just tossed them behind him. These things wouldn't kill the yin demons. But they could stop the yin demons. After a long while, Zhang Tianshan brought Liang Yongqi up Marshall Path Mountain. The yin demons followed closely behind, surrounding Marshall Path Mountain. They screamed and then retreated like a flood. What are you thinking, do you really want to die? Zhang Tianshan asked. Liang Yongqi's face was ashen white, and he shivered, No, I don't want to die. I regret it. Deputy sect leader, thank you for saving me. Zhang Tianshan smiled, now you know that I am the deputy sect leader. N. Liang Yongqi nodded his head. How would he dare to say no? What happened just now terrified him. If Zhang Tianshan hadn't rushed over in time, his life would have been lost. Yuan Tianchu saw Liang Yongqi return in a daze and understood that Zhang Tianshan had succeeded. That was the first step. Following that, there would be a second and third step. When he was free, he would head to the secret room to have a good chat with the yin demons. The big yin demons were the most tragic ones. At the start, the big yin demons were unyielding, willing to fight against humans. They would rather die than submit. However, as the humans used more and more methods, they became more and more perverted. They couldn't take it anymore. Burning, stabbing, pulling out tongues, everything was perverted. There were already small yin demons that were tortured to death. They couldn't take the frequent and strong attacks from the enemy. The yin demons' rage points were limited. Such frequent torture made them used to it. Maybe because they gave up on themselves, their rage points didn't increase. What a waste. Their mentality wasn't strong enough. A few days later, night fell. In the Wolf Brigade forest, 3 people appeared. One of them was huge but looked really haggard. He was actually being supported by 2 small and weak bodies. The 2 small Een demons that were supporting the big Een demon screamed towards the forest. Very quickly, there was movement. Numerous Een demons appeared. When they saw those scenes, they didn't dare to believe their eyes. The Een demons in the forest screamed and talked to the Een demons that returned. "We are back. Take a look at him. He was tortured so badly by the humans. Bastard, he is a demon. He tortured us in all sorts of ways." The 2 small Een demons supported the big Een demon as they walked into the darkness. The surrounding Een demons stared at the big Een demon. They were astonished. What happened? What kind of torture did the big Een demon face? Why did he feel like his mind wasn't clear? His body was bleeding black blood, and he even lost a lot of flesh. Especially his back, which had a huge wound. What did he face? The big Een demon was really weak, he didn't have any strength at all. He was like a few hundred men locked in a room for days. The big Een demon was supported onto a stone and laid there. Een demons sent flesh and blood over. However, the big Een demon couldn't open his mouth. Even if he did, it was useless. He had no teeth, and many things on his body were dug out. The big Een demon looked at his race with his red eyes. His aura became weaker and weaker as he said with much difficulty, remember, if you end up in the hands of that Marshall Path Mountain person, don't wait to be saved. Kill yourself, you have to, kill yourself." The moment he said that, the big Een demon slowly closed his eyes, the pain in his body and mental state all disappeared at that moment. Numerous Een demons raised their heads and screamed. Why did that have to happen? We're just eating a little bit of human flesh. Is that wrong? Chapter 146. Rage Points, 20737. The rage points of the Een demons won't continue to grow. As they continue to be tortured, it will turn into fear, causing it to be unable to reach its peak. During this period of time, he slowly noticed the theory. If that was the case, to maximize the benefits, he had to shoot once and then slow down. After a period of time, when they forgot about the pain, he would shoot once more. To be more direct, he would beat them up. After a period of time, when they recovered and forgot about the pain, when their emotions returned to their peak, he would beat them up again. This cycle would continue. However, this was a little problematic. It wasn't his style. He didn't like to let go of people who offended him, normally, he liked to kill them. However, if that was the case, he would suffer huge losses. Actually, it wasn't impossible. He was a rich family young master, and his hands weren't stained with blood. He had always been determined to be an exquisite rich family young master. He had to be magnanimous. He felt that he was a magnanimous person and was friendly to everyone. Even if they had conflicts, it wasn't a problem. He would just smile and forget about it. For example, Chen Xingyao. He told the Wolf Brigade to trample Marshall Path Mountain, but he didn't say anything and even smiled at him. Normal people couldn't reach such a mentality. Let's not think about all that and add points first. He would raise his internal strength first. Now his internal and external realms had reached peak Marshall Path Grade 9. Improve. His internal strength started to jump bit by bit. Now 1 point needed 400, and it was slowly increasing. However, it was still okay, and there weren't any huge fluctuations. Internal strength, 300, Marshall Path Grade 10, instantly, the internal energy within his body exploded. Something was born out of nothing, and dense internal energy filled his body. He felt that he had truly stepped into the ranks of experts. Although he didn't know how strong he was, he definitely wasn't weak. He was left with 8,000 rage points, but he didn't use it to raise physique or mixed energy broken jade hand. He was the clearest about his current situation. Unmovable bright king body and purple sun 4 holy scripture, these two techniques, one focused on internal and the other focused on external, definitely couldn't be moved. Only thunder blade 4 styles and mixed elements broken jade hand could be exchanged and refreshed. In the end, he didn't have enough rage points. If he had enough, then there wouldn't be so many problems. He was not in a hurry. This was just the beginning. He had not reached the end yet. He realized that cultivation was really a technical activity. It was not easy to do without some brains. Marshall Path Mountain, dining area. Sect leader, I noticed that the furniture you bought for me has been used. Those merchants are so despicable. Zhang Tianshan was furious, but he could accept it. He just grumbled a little. Lin Fan said, yes, there are profiteers everywhere. In the future, you have to be careful when you buy things. At this moment, Zhang Tianshan's bowl was empty. Liang Yongqi placed down his bowl and chopsticks and scooped porridge for Zhang Tianshan. Zhang Tianshan was used to it. He looked at what Lin Fan was eating and said enviously, sect leader, when can the few of us eat that of yours? We are sick of eating plain porridge every day. Lin Fan looked at Liang Yongqi. Did this fellow see a ghost? In just a few days, he was so respectful to Zhang Tianshan. You guys don't need to. My cousin and I are weak and we need these to replenish our energy. You guys are healthy and eating too much isn't good for your health. Lin Fan said. Fuck. Was this something a human could say? He was just shameless. Zhang Tianshan was speechless. You are amazing, I haven't found any words to retort. His heart was tired. Marshall Path Mountain was filled with unfairness. As the deputy sect leader, he had the responsibility to let the people of Marshall Path Mountain enjoy fair treatment. But the kid was a little fierce. Yuan Tianchu drank the porridge and slowly became silent. He looked on with a sneaky gaze. Replenish, continue to replenish, in the end, you will realize that you have nothing. Didn't he see the relationship between Liang Yongqi and Zhang Tianshan? The two of them were bickering with one another a while ago, but now they weren't. Didn't he feel a bit of danger? Now that Marshall Path Mountain was preparing to be repaired, Go Zi found people to work on the requests that Lin Fan told Go Zi. Fake mountain fountain. 3-story leisure building. There were many places that needed to be repaired. Anyways, it would cost a large sum of silver to fix everything. Jiang City. The commoners returned to normal. The only change was that when the sky was about to turn dark, no matter how busy they would return to the city and not stay outside. The city was safe, but that didn't mean that demons didn't exist. Chen Xingyao didn't have time to mess around with the commoners. Father was dead, and Chen family lacked a pillar. The merchants in the city didn't give them face and were fighting for territory with them. If not for manager Yu trying to persuade them, he would have raised his blade and chopped them all to death. In the past, they didn't have the balls to fight with my Chen family. The moment my father died, all of them jumped out. City gate. A girl mixed into the crowd and entered the city. Very quickly, she disappeared. Not long later. 3 males rode horses into the city, but they were stopped by the guards. Horses weren't allowed in. The 3 of them had blades by their waists. One of them had a fierce gaze and wanted to slash the guard to death. However, he was stopped by the people at the side. Remember our mission, don't cause trouble. The one-eyed male got off the horse and looked at the guard. Once the mission ended, he would kill him. If the guard found out, just because he said that horses weren't allowed in the city and one had to get off the horse, he would be hated. He would definitely shout that he was wronged. He didn't do anything wrong, so why did they want to kill him? Couldn't they be more reasonable? Big brother, where are we going to find her? The one-eyed male asked. There is no rush, she can't escape. The male who was called Big Brother had a black iron mask on half his face. His gaze was really sharp. He didn't care about such a small city like Jiang City. He then saw the notice on the city walls and directly tore it down. Let's go to Chen family. Chen Manor. Chen Xingyao's days didn't change much. But in his heart, he was still thinking about Prince Shaoqi. It wasn't easy for a guy to think about another guy. Without a certain level of feelings, one definitely wouldn't be able to do that. Suddenly, Li Tsong charged in. Young master, not good. Someone kicked open our Chen Manor door and charged in. He even injured many of us. What? Chen Xingyao got up, his face was dark and sunken. Who doesn't want to live? Do they think that I am easy to bully? Let's go and see who it is. Hall. The three men stood there, and there were quite a few servants lying around them. The servants were howling in grief, in great pain. Chen Xingyao charged out in rage and hollered, "Hu, Shua." He didn't finish. A snow-white blade was on his shoulder. It was close to his neck, and one could feel the cold sharpness. Do you want to die or live? The masked male asked coldly. Gulp. Chen Xingyao shifted his feet and wanted to move the blade away, but the blade followed his footsteps. His face was covered in cold sweat. It came too quickly and he wasn't prepared at all. This. Good man, let's talk things out, don't be rash. Chen Xingyao said nervously. What kind of world was this? His father had just died and so many things had come to his door. Father, how much trouble did you cause for me? Now those bastards in the city are snatching my territory, and someone came to my door with a blade. My heart couldn't take it. Look carefully, do you recognize the girl in the picture? Chen Xingyao stared at the picture. Good man, I can't remember this picture. Why don't you tell me the name and I will find it for you? The masked male said, Yang Fei, father Yang Yi, mother Qin Yu. She and her mother are the only ones in the family. Father died a long time ago. This. Chen Xingyao sensed thick killing intent from his body. He wasn't joking, and if he didn't know, then he would really die. Oh my God. Who did he offend? At that moment, he noticed that the blade on his neck was a little closer. He was a little impatient and was about to attack. He was so terrified that his soul was about to fly away. Li Tsong, where did you die to? Come out and see whether or not you recognize this person. Chen Xingyao shouted. When Li Tsong saw the situation, he hid behind the pillar and didn't dare to come out. However, since young master called him, he didn't dare to not come out. Good men, don't be rash. Let me take a look. Li Tsong's hands trembled as he took a close look at the picture. Hurry up and tell this hero where this woman's home is. Hero, don't be rash. I'll help you capture this woman and torture her, said Chen Xingyao. They came out of nowhere and they didn't even know their names. If they were killed because of this, they wouldn't even be able to cry. Li Tsong panicked, don't rush, I am looking. I am thinking that she does look familiar. Oh, I know, it is in the west of the city. The three of them looked at one another. Go, bring us there. Don't think about playing tricks. If you lie to us, your head will fall to the ground. If it is true, then we will let you live. The masked male said. West of the city. The houses here were all next to each other. It was really tough to find people here, but luckily they had names. Li Tsong pulled a passerby. Where is Yang Shi's home? The passerby shrunk his neck. It is in front. Instantly. The three of them released Chen Xingyao and dashed forward. Chen Xingyao and Li Tsong ran right away. If they didn't run now, then they would be fools. Where did these three lunatics come from? They even dared to kidnap the Chen family young master. Did they still want to live in Jiang City? The three of them came to an old and broken house. The one-eyed male kicked the door open. He saw a person lying on the bed and charged over to grab her. However, he noticed that the old woman had no aura at all. The corpse was still warm and it was obvious that she had just died. Big brother, she is dead. The one-eyed male shouted. The masked male walked in and saw the dead old woman. His expression was really ugly. Yang Fei, as expected from the gang leader's concubine. She is so vicious and doesn't even show mercy when killing her own mother. Big brother, this place was opened. It seems like she took the thing away. Another male looked at a brick that was removed. There was a palm-sized space inside. The masked male thought about it. Search, she hasn't left Jiang City. The masked male said coldly. The bug in the box by his waist didn't move, which meant that it was nearby and hadn't left. Chapter 147. Chen Xingyao was so scared that he didn't dare to return to the Chen family. He could only hide outside with Li Kong. Where did these three burly men come from? Never seen it before. Just like that, he appeared out of nowhere, holding a knife to his neck and threatening him. This was something Chen Xingyao could not accept. As the Chen family's young master, when had he ever been threatened like this before? This was clearly looking down on the Chen family. Young master, where are we going now? Li Tsong was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring as he observed the situation around him. He had never experienced the feeling of being threatened in Rivertown, especially in the Chen family. Chen Xingyao's face was gloomy. Let's hide first. We won't return to the Chen family for the time being. Those despicable guys will probably look for us after seeing us run. Young master, why not head to Martial Path Mountain? Li Tsong said. He was thinking about Martial Path Mountain. Since he saw Lin Fan's strength, he felt that Martial Path Mountain was the safest place if he faced trouble. Shwa! Li Tsong felt that young master's gaze was filled with killing intent. Holy shit! Did I say something wrong again? He didn't feel that he had said anything wrong. Wasn't it normal to seek help from an expert when in danger? Li Tsong, do you know what will happen if we go to Martial Path Mountain? Don't tell me about Martial Path Mountain. Even if I die, I won't go. Chen Xingyao said fiercely. He was sick in the head. Chen family and Martial Path Mountain had conflicts. If they headed to Martial Path Mountain when they faced danger, then where would Chen family's face be? Li Tsong looked at Chen Xingyao. Something wasn't right. A while ago when Jiang City was uncertain whether or not it was safe, didn't young master run to Martial Path Mountain to seek refuge? Why did he feel that it was inappropriate this time? Or was it that the danger was not clear? He had yet to feel the immense pressure from the crisis. But there was no other way. Whatever the young master said, how would Li Tsong dare to refute? Yes, young master is right. We won't head to Martial Path Mountain. Li Tsong agreed with young master, but he was thinking about where to hide was the safest. So many things had never happened in Rivertown before. During this period of time, there were more and more things happening. There were so many of them that it was scary. Jiang City was shrouded in an unprecedented crisis. In the end, Chen Xingyao brought Li Tsong to hide in the biggest brothel in the city. In such a place, no one should be able to find them. Within Jiang City, the three men were still searching for Yang Fei. Yang Fei was the gang leader's concubine. She had been in hiding for many years and had stolen the gang's most respected treasure. If it wasn't for the fact that it was discovered early, it would have been very difficult for them to find out. Big bro, if we continue to search like this, who knows how long we'll have to continue? The one-eyed man said. The masked man's face was cold. Then, he squatted down and placed his palm on the ground. Instantly, his arm was covered with countless tiny insects. These insects were smaller than grains of rice, and they quickly attacked in all directions. Since we can't find her, then we'll just force her out. There are people dying in this small city, and they died for her. The masked man said. Although these insects would not actively attack people, they like to attach themselves to the human body, entering the body through various small holes, slowly laying eggs in the human body, and then breaking out of the eggs. At the same time, it was extremely useful in finding Yang Fei. Therefore, if someone was infected, they could only blame their bad luck. The next day. Old Lee was a pork vendor. Although he looked a bit fierce, he had a gentle personality and had a good relationship with the surrounding residents. Old Lee, your face doesn't look good. Are you sick? The regular customer who came to buy meat felt that Old Lee's face was ashen white, and there was no blood at all. His eyes were blurry and there were small black dots. No, I have always been good. Old Lee said. His voice was really soft and weak. Maybe it is a cold. The regular customer didn't think much about it and lowered his head to pick the meat. Suddenly, fresh blood slowly flowed on the meat stall. Old Lee, how did your pig blood? The customer raised his head. Before he finished, he saw that Old Lee's mouth was covered in fresh blood. There was also a large amount of blood flowing from his nose. Ah! They exclaimed. The commoners all gathered over. When they saw Old Lee's state, they were all shocked. Damn! What happened? What was going on with Old Lee? Why did he bleed so much? Did he get sick? Ugh! Old Lee's stomach moved. He opened his mouth and a large number of black worms gushed out, landing directly on the stall. These worms were pitch black and had hard shells. They were very, very small, and they were all larvae. They were many times smaller than rice grains. If one didn't look carefully, they would probably be ignored as dust. At this moment, not only were bugs surging out from his mouth, but even his nostrils and eyes had large amounts of bugs surging out. Ah! Ah! The commoners panicked and shouted. When had they seen such a scene before? They were so terrified that their souls flew away. The area around the stall was occupied by bugs. Those bugs pounced on Old Lee and covered him. Quickly find young Master Chen. They remembered that the prince told them to find young Master Chen if they had any problems. Chen Manor's gate was broken by the commoners. Steward Yu was dumbfounded. Something happened in the city and they needed young Master to solve it. Oh my god! Were these commoners real or fake? Did they really care about the prince's words? Didn't they know what kind of person their young master was? They actually came here to find young master. Why did it feel like they treated young master as their protector? Manager Yu, Old Lee who sells pork is in trouble. Is young Master Chen here? We are anxiously waiting for him to settle the situation. The commoners blocked the gate and asked about young Master Chen's whereabouts. Quiet, my young master wasn't here last night and isn't here now. Manager Yu said. He couldn't handle the changes. In the past, the commoners feared the Chen family, but looking at the situation, it was different. Why did it feel like the commoners treated young master as their pillar? What? Young Master Chen isn't here? What should we do? I know where young Master Chen is. Yesterday I saw young Master Chen head to the brothel. Let's go, let's head to the brothel to find young Master Chen. Only young Master Chen can solve this. Instantly, the commoners scattered and headed towards the brothel. Jiang City's brothel was huge. The old brothel owner waited at the entrance. Recently business wasn't good and she was helpless. The girls were all complaining that there weren't any customers. Suddenly, she saw commoners surge over from afar and they all pointed at the brothel. Oh my god! A huge business was about to arrive. The commoners ate their fill and had extra money to spend here. That was definitely the case. There was definitely no mistake. Girls come out to receive the guests, a large number of important guests are here. The old brothel owner smiled. Just as she went up to receive them, the commoners pushed her aside. Young Master Chen, the commoners charged into the brothel to search for young Master Chen. The old brothel owner was pushed to the ground and cursed in her heart. Damn, what was going on? Didn't they come to enjoy themselves? Why did it feel like they came to find someone? Within the brothel's top girl's room, Chen Xingyao laid on the bed comfortably. Coming here last night was the right decision. Not only did he feel comfortable, but he also ensured his safety. Pa! The door was pushed open. A bunch of commoners surged in. Ah! The girl serving Chen Xingyao shouted in panic. What happened? Young Master Chen came to the brothel and people dared to cause trouble. Chen Xingyao was so frightened that he jumped up. He was naked and thought that those 3 people were attacking him. When he saw that it was a bunch of commoners, he reacted. Damn! What did they want to do? Were they arrogant, or was it that Chen Xingyao couldn't even lift a blade? Young Master Chen, we finally found you. Something happened, the pork seller Old Li died and he died in such a tragic manner. Right, young Master Chen, only you can take charge of the situation. The commoners said one by one. Some of them wanted to bring Chen Xingyao away. Wait, I will wear my clothes. Chen Xingyao waved his hands. Oh my god, were the commoners so fierce? They weren't afraid of Chen Xingyao. This was simply unbelievable. Also, what did the death of the pork seller have to do with him? When Li Tsong heard that there was movement, he pulled up his pants and was prepared to charge over. However, when he saw so many commoners, he suppressed himself. He couldn't be too rash and had to look at the situation. Chen Xingyao was surrounded by a bunch of commoners as he walked out of the brothel. His mind was in a mess. He was having a good time, so what were they doing? What was going on that caused things to turn out like this? I'm not a fucking god. Why are you looking for me when there's a murder? He was the rich Chen family young master. Thinking back to what Prince Shaoqi said before he left, he felt that the commoners believed his words. Very quickly. Under the protection of the commoners, Chen Xingyao came to Old Li's stall. Many commoners surrounded him. Move aside, young Master Chen is here, let young Master Chen in. Some commoners shouted. Instantly, there was a round of cheers. Young Master Chen is here, let young Master Chen see what is going on. Hearing those voices, Chen Xingyao felt bitter in his heart. What was the point of him coming? He wasn't a detective. If it was bullying girls or slashing people, he would be more skilled. As for this, they found the wrong person. However, when he looked at the situation, he nearly spat out the food he ate last night. Old Li's death was really tragic. As time went on, his flesh and blood were eaten by the bugs, and one could see his white bones. Young master, this situation isn't something we can handle. Li Tsong said softly. Were the commoners fools? Couldn't they see how tragic the person who died was? Did they really think that young master knew about all this? I know. Chen Xingyao said and then looked at the commoners. He was bitten to death by bugs. The commoners discussed. Young Master Chen was right, Old Li was bitten to death by bugs. Chen Xingyao didn't dare to get close to take a look. Didn't they see that the bugs were still alive? At the same time, more bugs surged out from Old Li's body, and he felt like there were more and more of them. Young Master Chen, you have to find out the truth about why Old Li was bitten to death by bugs, otherwise, we won't be able to feel at ease. The commoners placed their hopes on Chen Xingyao. Chen Xingyao was helpless. Damn! What did this have to do with me? What was the point of calling me over? Chapter 148. Chen Xingyao was annoyed. Where do you want me to find the truth? If he had to say it, the truth was very simple. The butcher had eaten something unclean, and the worms had escaped. It was so simple. But he felt that things weren't so simple. Last night, after those 3 men came to Qin Manor, there was a murder. It definitely had something to do with those 3. But those 3 weren't people to be offended. So what if he knew who it was? He would tell them who did it. If they had the balls, then attack. In the crowd, Yang Fei looked at the situation and retreated. She was searching for a chance to leave. She was even thinking about how to kill the 3 of them to end the danger. However, she knew that it was tough. Unless she had helpers. At the scene, Chen Xingyao told people to burn the corpses. With those bugs gathered together, it was just so disgusting. The commoners lit the fire and didn't dare to get close. They only dared to toss the torches over from afar. Zzz. The flames burned brighter and brighter. There was also that crunching sound. What was more terrifying was that there was actually the smell of roasted bugs. It was a little perverted and disgusting. Chen Manor. Young master, what do you think the commoners treat us as? Li Tsong asked. Jiang City had a prefect, but that prefect was just a figurehead. Before Prince Shaoqi left, he told the people to find Chen family if they had any problems. Didn't that mean that Chen family had to do things for the commoners? If old master was still alive, he would definitely spit out blood. My Chen family started off as bandits and killed many people. What bad things have we not done? Now you are actually helping commoners to do things. Where is the honor of my Chen family? I treat it as doing things. Chen Xingyao said. He treated it like it was free. Everything was given to him by the prince. He didn't feel anything, but now he noticed that there was a trap within. Moreover, he was willing to jump into it. It was true that the mountains were high and the emperor was far away. The key was that it was hard to stop the commoners. It was easy to spread it out. If the prince found out that not only did he not do things, but he was also going against him, that he would stop everything and stare at him. Would he be afraid? Truth? Where would he find the truth? The next day, Jiang City shook once more. 2 more people died. They died in the same way as the pork seller. The people of Jiang City fell into a state of panic again. The gates of the Qin Manor were trampled on once again. Chen Xingyao was annoyed to the point that he couldn't sit still anymore. Damn! Why do you have to stare at me? I can't do anything about it. However, the inexplicable deaths made Chen Xingyao panic. At this rate, no one knew who would be the next to die. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan was lying on a deck chair worth tens of taels of silver, eating fruits and swinging his legs. He was carefree and happy. His life was very leisurely. In just a short while, Martial Path Mountain would be brand new and a huge change would occur. Sect leader Lin. He was really happy and even tried to suck up to him. Lin Fan glanced. The one who spoke was Li Kong. As for Chen Xingyao, he walked over slowly, looking a little unwilling. Damn! He actually came. He didn't want to have anything to do with Martial Path Mountain. After all, they had conflicts. However, Chen Xingyao was on the verge of a mental breakdown after the insect-killing case that had happened in the past 2 days. The people trusted him and surrounded the Qin Manor every day. If his father wasn't dead and he let them surround him, they would definitely regret having one less leg. Lin Fan didn't bother and just laid there leisurely. Go, Z waved his fan at the side. Young master was used to such a life. Li Tsong saw that Lin Fan didn't bother about him, so he stood beside young master. It was better for young master to speak. Chen Xingyao took in a deep breath and said, Sect leader Lin, are you resting? Aren't you talking nonsense? Lin Fan said. Rage points plus 66. Chen Xingyao squinted his eyes. Could he speak properly? He was just concerned about whether or not he was resting. Why did he have to say that? Why did he have to say that? It was just too hurtful. However, he had no choice. He was forced by the Jiang City people such that he didn't dare to head out. The moment he did, he would be surrounded by people asking about the truth of the bug-killing case. He wanted to holler. He wasn't a detective, he was just a rich family young master. Chen Xingyao calmed down the helplessness in his heart. Sect leader Lin, recently there has been a bug-killing case. I hope that Sect leader Lin can take a look and help solve it. Lin Fan turned his head and said, Are you representing the Jiang City people or just you? Chen Xingyao was stunned. Didn't that mean that it was the same for everyone? I represent the Jiang City people. Not bad. Lin Fan was interested. He didn't expect that before Marshall Path Mountain opened, business would come so quickly. It seems like young Master Chen is the representative of the Jiang City people and wants to hire Marshall Path Mountain to protect Jiang City. How about 48,000 silver a year? Lin Fan said. Chen Xingyao was stunned. Sect leader Lin, what is this money? Lin Fan said, this is a protection fee. If Jiang City has problems that you can't solve, then we will. In the future, as long as Jiang City has problems, my Marshall Path Mountain won't sit still and not do anything. Damn! That was just too much. 4,000 silver a month. He was robbing money. Sect leader Lin, this has nothing to do with me. I am just representing the Jiang City people to find Marshall Path Mountain for help. Chen Xingyao said. Lin Fan smiled, if it has nothing to do with you, then why did you come? It isn't that Marshall Path Mountain doesn't want to help for free, but we have no choice. We have a huge business and many people in the future. Without income, what will Marshall Path Mountain eat and drink? Am I right? Moreover, is 4,000 a month expensive? It isn't expensive at all. The people in the city are happy to take out 1 copper each, and that is enough. Zhang Tianshan made Marshall Path Mountain bankrupt, and that was the outcome of not having any business. He wouldn't follow in his footsteps. Sect leader Lin, your Marshall Path Mountain only has 6 people, so how will it not have enough to eat and wear? Li Tsong said. He felt that Marshall Path Mountain was really evil. All they cared about was money. I am talking about the future. Young Master Chen, you should think about it. You can find me when you are done. Lin Fan said. He then closed his eyes and leisurely enjoyed life. Chen Xingyao didn't leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he really couldn't. As long as he returned, the people would surround him and ask him about this and that, making his head hurt. In the end, what did this have to do with him? Actually, it had nothing to do with him at all. Sect leader Lin, can you make it cheaper? Chen Xingyao asked. 4,000 a month was a little expensive. If he had to pay, he would have to pay for it first. If he couldn't, then he would have to pay. Before coming to Marshall Path Mountain, he had thought about it. He had to pay something. Skills don't bargain. Moreover, it is tough for Marshall Path Mountain to protect Jiang City. Sometimes when danger comes, Marshall Path Mountain people have to charge up. They are all risking their lives. Or is young Master Chen's life not worth 48,000 a year? Lin Fan was really calm. Defending against the Yin demons cost 60,000 a year. If they negotiated this Jiang City job, then Marshall Path Mountain's net income would be 108,000 silver a year. This was already a terrifying number. Chen Xingyao felt really bitter. Damn! Your Royal Highness, you really screwed me over. If you gave me some benefits, I would have some motivation. Now, I felt like I was trapped. Go Zi listened on and realized that young master had a talent in business. When he was in Yu City, he didn't see it. Who knew that after coming to Jiang City, young master's talent exploded out? Fortunately, Zhang Tianshan wasn't here. If he knew that protecting Jiang City required 48,000 a year, he would have been terrified. The price was too bold. If he was the one asking for it, a few thousand a year would do. Li Tsong said softly, young master, why not set up a Marshall Path Mountain Protection Organization in Jiang City and split it among everyone? Actually, there isn't much. If we solve this matter quickly, then we can be at ease. Those 3 men are still in the city, so only Marshall Path Mountain can solve it. That was the truth. Bugs killing people made one panic. To Chen Xingyao and Li Tsong, bugs killing people was still okay. The key was those 3 men. If they didn't agree with one word, they would pull out their blades and threaten them. That was the true danger. Chen Xingyao thought about it for a long while. Okay. Lin Fan smiled, let's go, let's head to the city. He brought his cousin over while the others stayed behind to defend Marshall Path Mountain. Marshall Path Mountain hadn't even opened, but they already had a long-term income. This meant that Marshall Path Mountain had a future. Jiang City, commoner houses. The commoners surrounded outside and no one dared to enter. It was so terrifying inside. The moment Chen Xingyao arrived, he was surrounded by commoners. It was tough for him to kill a path out. Could they let him settle the matter first? Now that they were all surrounding him, how was he supposed to deal with it? Sect leader Lin, 2 people died today. This is one of them, the one who sold pork was burned. Chen Xingyao said. N. Lin Fan pushed the door and entered. The room was still lit up. There was a corpse on the bed, but it couldn't be called a corpse anymore as it was covered by black bugs. Moreover, there were some bugs in the corners of the room. Suddenly, a small bug landed on his face, quickly entering his nostrils and entering his body. Lin Fan didn't kill the bug, but he sensed the changes in his body. After the bug landed in his body, it started to lay eggs. It was really quick, unlike normal bugs. So that was the case. He used internal strength to kill the bugs and eggs in his body. Those people had bugs enter their bodies and large amounts of eggs were laid. When the eggs hatched, they directly broke out of their bodies. Although he knew. But it was far from enough. Why would there be these bugs in a place like Jiang City? He had to dig out the mastermind. Silver wasn't so easy to earn. After taking it, he had to do work. How tiring. When he saw bugs, he thought about the bug controlling technique. This cultivation technique was for playing with bugs. Refresh. He raised the bug controlling technique to the returning to true realm. Instantly, he saw that there was a slight, or rather negligible, black aura on the bugs' bodies. Of course. This method of controlling bugs couldn't be compared to the bug controlling technique, it was a really low method. Chapter 149. Outside the room. Chen Xingyao was really anxious. What was going on? Who knew if they saw any problems? At that moment, Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao walked out of the room. Chen Xingyao asked right away, "How is it, are there any leads?" What he was most concerned about was whether or not there were any leads. He was really annoyed by the commoners. He went to visit a prostitute and was caught on the spot. How was he going to live? Should he use a blade to chop those fellows to death? Or did they not want to live anymore? He was visiting a prostitute, what did they want to do? Haze. Chen Xingyao felt really bitter. He didn't even know what to say. He only felt that after His Royal Highness came to Jiang City, his trajectory had changed. Lin Fan smiled, "Go back and prepare the money. We will solve this matter tonight." Chen Xingyao was delighted. It was obvious that he had found some leads. "Okay, I will go back and prepare. I will pay for a month first." "A month? You have to pay annually. If you don't agree, I will leave now and act like nothing happened," Lin Fan said. Damn! That was too much of a beast. For the first time, Chen Xingyao realized that people could be hated to such an extent. Rage points plus 88. He didn't pay monthly and had to pay annually. That was just too despicable. "Okay, no problem." When he said that, he gritted his teeth. Who could understand the pain in his heart? He was in a rush to gather the rich merchants of Jiang City. It was impossible for him to fork out the money alone, so he had to get someone else to help him. The organization that Li Tsong mentioned was a good choice. He had a high chance of earning a huge sum. Of course. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to make those people fork out money. Unless the Yin demons wiped out their entire race once more, then the merchants would be afraid. As for this bug-killing incident, only 3 commoners died. To the merchants, it was just a light rain, and it wasn't time for them to worry. That night, Jiang City was really quiet. The commoners went home early. Even those who sold snacks closed their stalls and didn't do business. The bug-killing incident caused many commoners to panic. The demons killed the rich merchants, and now the bugs were killing the commoners. How could they not be afraid? Cousin, how do we find it? Zhou Zhongmao asked. The streets were empty, and the doors of the shops were tightly shut. It was very deserted. If it wasn't for the fact that there were living people, one would have thought that this was a ghost town. Don't rush, take your time. Lin Fan raised the bug-controlling technique to the returning to true realm. Under the support of the thick and endless internal strength, his senses could reach 1,000 meters. A gray aura invisible to the naked eye emanated from his body. That was the special internal strength of the bug-controlling technique. Phone Poliu probably didn't expect that Insect Valley's unbreakable secret, bug-controlling technique, would be learned by someone just like that. Moreover, he could casually raise it to the highest realm. This cultivation technique was very powerful. If one's inner force was strong enough, then the range of his senses would be even further. In Lin Fan's perception, the ants hiding under the bricks, the earthworms crawling in the mud, and even the insects flying in the air were all under his control. But these were not what he was looking for. Even though Zhang Xian didn't know what the black insect he saw earlier in the day was, it was clear that it wasn't an ordinary insect since it was able to break out of a human's body. Lin Fan moved slowly and swept through every single corner of Jiang City. He noticed it. Within a civilian house, a male laid on the bed in pain. There were bugs laying eggs in his body, affecting his body greatly. The gray special internal strength pounced over and killed all the bugs in his body. On the next day, the shit that he excreted should be called bug shit. It was made up of the corpses of bugs. As he continued to sense, he realized that there were many of these bugs in Jiang City. They were hidden really deep, and normal people could suck them into their bodies if they didn't pay attention. Moreover, many commoners had such bugs in their bodies. If he didn't clean them up tonight, more people would die tomorrow. More and more would die the day after. Maybe in just a short time, the entire city would die. Using the bug-controlling technique to sense the surroundings consumed a lot of internal strength. If it was a normal person, they would feel like their body was slowly being emptied. But Lin Fan didn't feel that way. Instead, he felt like there were no changes. Everything was normal. After leaving U City, he realized that to survive alone, to have a good life, one had to pay a lot. For example, now. The sky was dark. He should have slept long ago, but for money, he could only come out to work. He worked so hard to tell everyone that he, Lin Fan, came out from U City and could rely on his own hard work to live the life of a rich young master. In the distance, Yang Fei was found and was being chased by 3 guys. Yang Fei, hand over the thing and follow us back. The one-eyed male said fiercely, slashing towards Yang Fei's shoulder. Gang leader said that as long as she was alive, it was okay even if her limbs were chopped off. This was why he slashed at Yang Fei's limbs. However, Yang Fei dodged it cleverly. The 4 figures chased after her, exchanging blows with each other. However, to Yang Fei, she alone was no match for the 3 of them. The masked male didn't say anything, internal strength gathered in his palm. This was green internal strength, like it contained a terrifying poison. His palm moved slightly, and a green tail appeared. Without hesitation, he slapped out, hitting Yang Fei's shoulder. With a kacha, her shoulder bones were dislocated, her clothes were corroded, and a palm mark was left. The snow-white skin on her shoulder had a green palm mark. Big brother, gang leader wants her alive. The one-eyed male said. The masked male said, don't worry, she won't die. Yang Fei was strong, but facing the 3 of them, as long as they caught up, she could forget about running. So what if she hid in Jiang City and didn't come out? They could force her out. It was a small matter if some people died. The bugs were doing things, so it was easy for them to find her. Yang Fei had 9 bug gang's precious items and was supposed to be sent to Insect Valley. However, she stopped her. She was prepared to leave 9 bug gang, but who knew that such a problem would occur? She was discovered early. She could only leave early, but she was still chased. the uninhabited streets had become a place where the four of them fought. Yang Fei knew that if she continued to run, she wouldn't be able to escape. Why not give it a try, maybe she would have a chance to live. Yang Fei, hand over the thing. The masked male said coldly. The three of them stood in a row, blocking off Yang Fei's path. Yang Fei was petite, her looks weren't outstanding, but she had a special aura. Let's see whether or not you all have the ability. Just as the four of them were prepared to fight, a leisurely voice spread into their ears. Slowly searching, I finally found all of you. Lin Fan brought Zhou Zhongmao out from the darkness. He had already killed numerous bugs. Under the suppression of the bug controlling technique's special internal strength, these bugs couldn't fight back at all. To Zhou Zhongmao, he didn't know what cousin was doing. He just walked, and he actually found her. That was just too magical. Actually, how would he know that cousin didn't rely on luck, but on sweeping the area and finally confirming the location of the target? Lin Fan's appearance had the four of them bewildered. Kid, this has nothing to do with you, scram to the side. The one-eyed male said fiercely. He felt like if he didn't listen to him, he would kill him. The Jiang City bugs killing people should be done by you all, right? Lin Fan sized up the four of them, 3 males and 1 female. They were enemies, having conflicts and fighting one another. Especially that girl, she should have been injured. However, what was with that gaze of yours? Why did it feel like you were thinking about something unfriendly? Kid, who are you? The masked male asked. To appear here in the middle of the night and not be afraid when he saw them, it was obvious that he was confident in himself. People who were confident, apart from fools, had some ability. The one-eyed male was impatient. Big brother, why ask so much, just kill them. I am asking you all, did you all do it? Why is it so difficult? Are you all sick in the head? Just answer my question. Lin Fan said. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 444. Lin Fan's words infuriated the three of them. In a small city, there was actually someone who dared to say such words to them. Kiki. What a magical species. Yang Fei looked at Lin Fan and then at Zhou Zhongmao. She felt like they didn't look like experts. However, at such a stage, she wouldn't let go of any chance. Maybe she could use the two of them as shields to fight for a chance to escape. The one-eyed male said viciously, Kid, are you sick in the head? Let me tell you, we did it. Even if you want to leave, you won't be able to. Very good. Lin Fan understood. It was good that he admitted it. He was just afraid that he had hit the wrong person. As a rich family young master, he didn't randomly hit people. Everything he said was logical. Young masters, please save me. They want to attack me. Yang Fei ran towards Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao. She wanted to run behind them and push them towards the three of them when they weren't paying attention. She would have a high chance of escaping then. Just as Yang Fei got close to Lin Fan punched her stomach. With a pang, Yang Fei's expression froze. Her body bent and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her eyes were filled with shock. How did this happen? Lin Fan grabbed Yang Fei's hair and lifted her up. What poor acting skills. You aren't serious enough to act in front of me. He reached out and took out a box from her clothes. The things in the box gave him a bad feeling. He tossed Yang Fei to his cousin. Cousin grabbed her head and smashed it towards the ground. The green bricks cracked and her entire head was buried deep into the ground. What poor acting skills. You want to lie to my cousin and you have to ask whether or not I agree. Zhou Zhongmao said. Damn! If Yang Fei didn't faint, she would have exclaimed. How did I meet such a lunatic? Lin Fan was satisfied with cousin's improvement. To be able to see such poor acting skills was not bad. Chapter 150. When the three men from 9-Bug Gang saw such a random scene, they found it really weird. Damn! What was going on with the two of them? They thought about many possibilities. For example, they thought they were heroes, the two of them saving the beauty. In the end, Yang Fei used them and they died while saving the beauty. But they didn't expect him to attack right away. He saw through it. Or was his goal the same as theirs? When they saw the box in Lin Fan's hand, the three of them had an idea. This was what they needed. Hand the box over. The masked male said fiercely. They chased Yang Fei for this box. Lin Fan looked at the three of them. Jiang City commoners spend 48,000 silver a year for my Martial Path Mountain to protect them. You killed people here, that means you aren't giving Martial Path Mountain face, so I have to teach you a lesson. Or rather, a painful lesson. Cousin. Pang. Cousin understood what cousin meant. He didn't say any nonsense and attacked right away. The one-eyed male couldn't take it anymore and charged over with his blade. However, to Zhou Zhongmao, he was still too weak. He was far from being on the same level as him. On the other hand, the masked male had some ability. Pang! Pang! Zhou Zhongmao grabbed his blade and clenched his fingers. Under his shocked gaze, the blade directly shattered. The broken blade floated in the air. You are still too weak. Instantly, cousin opened his fingers and slapped. Those broken blades were guided and stabbed into his body. They broke out of his body along with blood and flesh. Hong Long. Fresh blood seeped from the corner of the one-eyed male's mouth. He looked at Zhou Zhongmao in shock and then slowly fell. He didn't expect that he would be instantly killed. Amazing. Lin Fan praised. Cousin's methods were not bad. Especially towards enemies, he was really vicious. Basically, he wouldn't leave anyone alive if he could kill them. However, that wasn't good. You should at least let your cousin accumulate some rage points. Cousin, come back. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao said, Cousin, there are two more. You don't need to do this, I will do it. Lin Fan said. If he let him do it, then he wouldn't have earned anything tonight. The masked male and the other male beside him had solemn expressions. They didn't underestimate the two of them anymore. This was an expert. Who are you? We are from 9-Bug Gang, we are on orders to take back our items. The masked male said. Although he was furious that one of his men had been killed, he also knew that the other party was very strong. Even if he continued to fight, it would only result in both sides suffering heavy losses. By right. For the sake of long-term rage, it was normal to let these two go. But for some reason, he only wanted to kill these two people, or let his cousin kill these two people. Lin Fan threw the box to his cousin and walked a few steps forward. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I'll give you 3 seconds to be angry, otherwise, you really won't have a chance. Rage points plus 444, rage points plus 555, 1. 2. Rage points plus 555, rage points plus 666. Lin Fan waited and didn't count to 3. He didn't expect that the two of them wouldn't provide rage points either. Wasn't he angry enough? The half-masked man's face gradually darkened. It seemed that he would not be able to complete the mission if he did not decide the winner. He already knew that his opponent was an expert. If he didn't take out his strongest strength, that would be a dumb thing to do. It was normal that the distant Jiang City didn't know how terrifying 9-Bug Gang was. As members of 9-Bug Gang, naturally, they couldn't lose their reputation. Instantly, green veins popped up on the masked man's forehead. Then, a green mist spread out from his body. Kid, do you know that you will be eaten by bugs? Bugs are small, but sometimes, you will never be able to imagine how terrifying they are. The masked man took out the mother bug by his waist and crushed it. The green liquid flowed into his palms. He then clasped his palms together and hollered. Pang pang. There were many small crawling sounds in the surrounding dark corners. Shortly after, a dense swarm of small bugs covered each other and attacked. The two of you offended a power that you can't afford to offend. No matter what the outcome is, you won't have a good ending. The masked man grinned, his smile was really dark and sunken. Feel the despair of being bitten by bugs. A dense cluster of bugs covered the entire street and then struck towards Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao. On the contrary, the masked man's face was ashen white. This was a sign that he had used up too much energy. Cousin, be careful. Zhou Zhongmao wanted to block in front of cousin, but Lin Fan stopped him. It is okay, don't be nervous. Lin Fan was really calm and didn't panic at all. He stood there, the special internal strength of the bug controlling technique slowly spread out and instantly covered all the bugs. Pooh! The masked man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He felt that his connection with the bugs was cut off. How did this happen? Lin Fan used the bug controlling technique to control the ants to steal grain. He felt that this was a good creative method. Now there were so many bugs here. He had never tried it before. He instantly controlled all the bugs here. With just a thought, he could order them to do anything. It was also really easy. He wasn't as weak as the masked man. He just played with a few bugs, and he was sweating profusely. How did this happen? The masked man panted heavily. He tried his best to control the bugs, but there was no movement at all. Suddenly, a shocking sentence spread into his ears. Do you have the awareness that you will be eaten by bugs? Lin Fan said. Damn! The masked man was furious. Why did you copy my words? I was the one who said those words. Just at that moment, the bugs gathered together and formed an 8-meter-tall human-shaped bug. The mouth of the human-shaped bug was formed from numerous bugs. How is that possible? When the masked man saw this, his eyes went blind. That was impossible. How could he control bugs? Impossible. Definitely impossible. The masked man panicked and didn't dare to believe it. The 8-meter-tall human-shaped bug got close to the masked man. Its mouth was made up of bugs, like it had no bones at all. It moved like waves. Lin Fan was waiting. Provide me with some rage points. Unfortunately, he didn't have any at all. How disappointing. Was it because he was scared silly by what he thought was impossible that his anger would completely disappear and be replaced by that kind of disbelief forever? Since that was the case, why waste time? The human-shaped bug slowly got close to the masked man like it was filled with disdain. It slowly raised its head. At that moment, it opened its mouth and swallowed the masked man. Save me! The other guy was so terrified that he peed his pants. How did such a terrifying thing appear in Jiang City? He couldn't run. He didn't run far before the human-shaped bug slapped him into meat paste. It is over. Lin Fan felt a little regretful. He didn't want to deal with the two of them so quickly. Instead, he wanted to have a good chat with them for rage points. However, he was disappointed. People who were terrified weren't worth mentioning at all. What was the 9-bug gang that he mentioned? It seemed to be related to bug controlling techniques Insect Valley. Even his father didn't want to offend Insect Valley, but he killed 3 people who might be related to them. Was that a good idea? Forget it. Anyway, no one saw it. Why was he thinking so much? Cousin, let's go. Lin Fan said. The mastermind of the Jiang City bugs was killed, and Jiang City was safe once more. Oh. Zhou Zhongmao replied. He walked in front of Yang Fei. She wasn't dead yet. With a smacking sound, he twisted her neck. His expression didn't change at all. It was like he was doing something really normal. To Zhou Zhongmao, this was to cut off all future problems, to not leave any problems for his cousin. Zhou Zhongmao might look dumb, but he was really wary of some things. Returning to Martial Path Mountain, Lin Fan looked at the box in his hand. He got it from that woman. Those few people wanted to get back the thing in the box. He opened the box. Inside laid something that looked like an amber. He placed it in front of the light and looked at it carefully. There seemed to be something in the amber. It was small, but it was really clear. It was a bug with 9 heads. If one didn't look closely, one would think that the bug with 9 heads was dead. But if one looked closely, one would notice that the heart of the bug was beating slowly. The frequency was really slow. A living thing. To others, it was an important thing. To Lin Fan, it was just a mysterious thing. He pinched the amber with 2 fingers and slowly used strength. The amber didn't change at all. He slowly increased his strength. He couldn't even shatter such a small thing. That was really disappointing. Gotcha! The amber broke, and the bug inside landed on the table. Lin Fan opened his eyes wide and looked closely. He touched it with his fingers. What was this bug? It looked weird, but it was so small that it scared him. Maybe it was too weak. He could see the small bones and meridians in the bug's body. He had an idea. Lin Fan spread out the special internal strength of the bug controlling technique and wrapped it up. As expected, there was movement. The bug seemed to need this internal strength and was actually swallowing. However, it didn't take long before it stopped swallowing, as if it was full. That made sense. It was so small, so how much could it swallow? He looked for a while and didn't see anything worth being curious about. He placed the bug back into the box and closed it. The moment he closed the box, the bug woke up. The moment it stood up, it was smashed by the lid and fainted within. The next day, the first thing the commoners did when they woke up was to see whether or not the people around them died or to ask whether or not anyone died in the city. When they learned that no one died, they were so excited that they wanted to cry. On the streets where the battle happened last night, the commoners looked at the scenes in front of them with their mouths agape. The entire ground was covered in dead bugs. What the hell was going on? Where did so many dead insects come from? Could it be that those harmful insects were all killed? They didn't know what happened last night. But something huge definitely happened. If not, why would there be so many dead bug corpses? Cheers! They cheered excitedly. Chapter 151. Chen Manor. Chen Xingyao slept at home and didn't go anywhere. He was too lazy to head out. He really couldn't take it. The moment he went out he would be surrounded by commoners. You made it sound like he was a good person. He really didn't understand. Whether or not he was a good person, didn't they know? Or are you saying that when this young master bullied people in the past, you all became blind and didn't see it? Who knew how long passed? It was really noisy outside, like there were drums and gongs being beaten. Was there an end to it? Chen Xingyao couldn't take it anymore. He was afraid of them. He wouldn't head out. They actually came to disturb him. He was really impressed. Kang! Chen Xingyao pulled out his blade, kicking open the door and dashing out. Damn! He was going to fight it out with all of you bastards. In the past, only he bullied others, no one could bully him. Young master. When Li Tsong saw young master walk out with a blade, he was shocked. What was going on? Who was young master going to kill with a blade? Chen Xingyao didn't bother about Li Tsong and just charged out in rage. Prince Shaoqi, you conned me so badly. If I don't kill 1 or 2 today, my pride would be trampled by a bunch of commoners. However, when Chen Xingyao came outside, the situation outside was a little off. The commoners were dancing lions and celebrating. When they saw Chen Xingyao come out, they cheered. Young Master Chen is out. Young Master Chen, the commoners shouted. The gongs and gongs were beating continuously. It was obvious that they were celebrating something. Very quickly, Chen Xingyao was surrounded by the commoners. Young Master Chen, good job, the bugs are gone, they really are gone. No one died in Jiang City today, but many bugs died on the streets. Young Master Chen, you are so amazing. The praises were endless. Chen Xingyao was stunned and felt that things were different from what he had expected. The key point was that no one died in the morning, the bugs were dealt with. Chen Xingyao couldn't react to the current situation. He was the overlord of Jiang City, he had killed people, beat people up, and done many weird things. But this was the first time in history. At that moment, a little girl walked in front of Chen Xingyao. As she was too short, she couldn't reach him. She pulled his sleeves and looked at him cutely. The people around them quietened down. Chen Xingyao lowered his head and looked at the little kid. Whose family was he from? He looked pretty good. After 7 or 8 years, he would be able to be his concubine. What does that mean? Why are you staring at me like that? Does he want me to squat down? Chen Xingyao squatted down. He wanted to see what this little girl wanted to do. Could it be that she dared to be presumptuous towards him, the little overlord of Jiangcheng? The little loli seemed a little shy, but she still plucked up her courage and kissed Chen Xingyao's cheek. You are a great hero. I like great heroes. Pa pa. The commoners applauded and began to beat gongs and drums in celebration. Chen Xingyao was a little confused. I'm the hero? Oh my God. No one had ever said that to him before. How am I a hero? I've killed people, I've beaten people, I've done all kinds of bad things. When I'm unhappy, I'll take your life. Now, there's a little girl saying that I'm a great hero? Chen Xingyao stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Could he say that this was actually a misunderstanding? He really wasn't a hero. Actually, I am Jiang City's little overlord, a bad guy who has done all sorts of bad things. Manager Yu stood not far away and listened. His young master was actually called a hero. Old master, did you hear that? Our Chen family has cleaned up. We will start from young master. He is actually loved by the people. Old master, open the coffin and take a look. If such a violent person like young master can be called a hero, then someone like you who hides a knife in your smile will definitely be called a saint. Guys, please listen to me. Manager Yu waved his hands and shouted at the top of his lungs. The commoners quietened down and looked at Manager Yu quietly. My young master cares about the safety of Jiang City, so he didn't sleep last night to help all of you solve the bug problem. Did all of you see that my young master hasn't even put down his blade? Another manager hollered. Chen Xingyao nodded his head. He raised the blade in his hand and waved it. What welcomed him was a round of praises from the commoners. Wait. Chen Xingyao felt that something wasn't right. Since you said that, then how was he supposed to tell the commoners about the Marshall Path Mountain Protection Guild? It was okay that he was conned by the prince once, but now even his own manager wanted to do the same to him. That was just too much. But with the current situation, even if he felt bitter, he had to face it with a smile. Let's disperse. I am too tired today, so I need to rest. Chen Xingyao said. Some commoners led the way to leave. They wanted to keep quiet and let young master rest. Very quickly, Chen Xingyao returned to the manor. I just want to ask why you said that. Do you know that if you say that, then I will have to fork out the money myself? Manager Yu was stunned. Young master's words made sense, but he definitely couldn't admit it. Young master, listen to my analysis. How do you feel today? Did you notice that the commoners love Chen family? Manager Yu asked. Chen Xingyao nodded his head. That was indeed the case. No matter what, he was still the overlord of Jiang City. However, after today, he had to restrain himself. However, no matter what, he was still the overlord of Jiang City. Manager Yu said, after this matter, it will be of great help to the Chen family in the future. Apart from the wolf brigade that was wiped out by Old Master, the rest are for the commoners. Now that this has happened, the commoners will definitely buy things from the Chen family. This is a huge blow to the other merchants. That makes sense. Chen Xingyao nodded his head in agreement. However, when he thought about the 48,000 silver, his heart hurt a little. Send 48,000 silver to Marshall Path Mountain. Chen Xingyao told Manager Yu to send the money over. He had to find those merchants. No matter what, he had to let them acknowledge it. He couldn't let him shoulder it alone, right? He understood that the bird that poked its head out would be shot. If one couldn't sit still, then he would be the one to suffer. It was like a gathering for a meal. In the end, the entire place was silent, waiting for someone to get up and pay the bill before it ended. Marshall Path Mountain. Lin Fan and the others were eating. Cousin, eat more. If you eat so little, you won't grow fat. Lin Fan said. Understood, cousin. Zhou Zhongmao carried the wooden bucket and gulped it into his mouth. Zhang Tianshan and the others were envious when they saw that. Every day from morning onwards, they would eat so much that they would drool. Sect leader Lin, my young master sent this over. Manager Yu walked in and passed the bills to Lin Fan. Damn! Zhang Tianshan didn't notice at the start, but when he saw what it was, an eye-catching glow exploded in his eyes. Bills. A thick stack of bills. Not bad. Lin Fan kept the bills and continued to eat. Manager Yu sent the money over and silently retreated. Chen family and Marshall Path Mountain's relationship wasn't as good as he thought. They just worked together and took what they needed. Zhang Tianshan asked, Sect leader, this is? Nothing, let's eat. Lin Fan waved his hands calmly. Why did he ask so much? Apart from money, what else could it be? He was able to live so comfortably now because he bought it with money. Zhang Tianshan couldn't eat at ease. So much money flashed in front of his eyes, so how could he eat? He estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of silver. That was Chen family's Manager Yu. Why would he send money over? What is this thing? Paw! At that moment, Liang Yongqi exclaimed and smacked the table. He was eating well and suddenly a small thing ran onto the table. He thought that it was a spider, so he couldn't help but smack it. Wait! Lin Fan picked up the bug that Liang Yongqi smacked. Wasn't this the thing he brought back last night? Wasn't it placed in a box? How did it come out? This. What is this? Liang Yongqi asked in fear. Since he was frightened by the Yin demons, he was much more timid. Nothing, just a normal bug. Lin Fan picked it up and shook it a few times to see whether or not it was still breathing. He didn't want it to die from one slap. That would be too useless. Zhang Tianshan stared at the nine-headed bug and his expression turned solemn. He then said, Sect leader, this bug is useless, why don't we throw it away? It is okay, this is the first time I have seen a nine-headed bug, it is worth studying. Lin Fan was really interested in the nine-headed bug. He had grown so much in his life, but he had never seen such a bug before. Moreover, this nine-headed bug was really firm. After Liang Yongqi smacked it, it didn't explode. Its small body contained huge strength. The nine-headed bug laid on the table and didn't move at all. Zhang Tianshan had something to say to Lin Fan, but the current situation wasn't suitable. Breakfast ended. Kid, let me ask you solemnly, did you meet people from Insect Valley? Zhang Tianshan pulled Lin Fan to the side and asked. Lin Fan wanted to say that he had to call him sect leader, but looking at Zhang Tianshan's solemn expression, he knew that he was serious. I didn't meet Insect Valley, so they called themselves Nine Bug Gang. Zhang Tianshan thought about it and was stunned. This is a gang within Insect Valley's territory, so why did they come to Jiang City? Did you have any dealings with them? I didn't, I just killed them. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan was stunned, he was actually speechless and didn't know what to say. He pulled Lin Fan and said solemnly, remember, don't tell anyone about this. Although Insect Valley has closed, the power within their territory is still strong. If you are targeted, there will be a bloodbath. I suggest we wipe out that bug, don't let it live. Even if we keep it, we can't expose it before we are strong enough. Zhang Tianshan didn't want Lin Fan to have anything to do with Insect Valley, at least not now. Lin Fan patted Zhang Tianshan's shoulder. You are so solemn, I am not used to it. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. He definitely knew what he was doing. Although his bug controlling technique was weak and couldn't compare to the bug controlling technique, at least that meant that it had something to do with Insect Valley. When he was in U City, his father found out that he was cultivating the bug controlling technique, so he destroyed the internal strength he used to cultivate it. That was enough to show that Insect Valley couldn't be underestimated. But his father was his father. Zhang Tianshan was Zhang Tianshan. He represented himself. What they couldn't do in the past didn't mean that he couldn't. Chapter 152. Zhang Tianshan dissed in his heart. What did he know? He just hoped that he wouldn't be noticed so quickly. Why would people from 9 Bug Gang appear in Jiang City? Were they sick in the head? They could go anywhere, but they had to come to Jiang City. Courtyard. Lin Fan felt that life was a form of comprehension, a form of enjoyment. What he lacked in the last life, he would have in this life. His assets had reached 200,000, close to 300,000 silver. This was a huge sum. No matter where he went, he would be able to live comfortably. Not many people knew about this money. Especially Zhang Tianshan and the others, he definitely wouldn't let them know. The 9-headed bug, who fainted on the table, shook its head and slowly woke up. Its head hurt like someone had struck it. However, that wasn't a problem. He had to find Master. The 9-headed bug landed on the ground with 2 limbs and 3 claws on the sides of its stomach. Its 9 heads stretched out as it walked to the edge of the table. Its 18 eyes looked at the ground. It was a little high. Who cared? The 9-headed bug jumped off from the table and fell from the sky. A whistling wind blew past his ears. Paw! Its head fell to the ground and it directly fainted. Tragic. After a long while, the 9-headed bug shook its head and woke up once more. It then ran towards the door with its short legs. It sensed that Master's aura was really close to it. Brother Liang, wait, I have something to tell you. Yuan Tianchu saw Liang Yongqi being busy at Martial Path Mountain and felt like he should remind him. If he said too much, it would be too obvious. However, he had a responsibility to care for people who weren't smart enough. Paw! Yuan Tianchu didn't see the little thing running on the ground and stepped on it. He didn't care and walked beside Liang Yongqi. Follow me. The 9-headed bug rolled its eyes and fainted once more. It was too small, so small that it couldn't be ignored. What? Liang Yongqi asked. Yuan Tianchu thought about it and said, do you know that you have fallen into someone's trap? Liang Yongqi blinked. What did he mean? He really didn't understand what he was saying. Looking at Liang Yongqi's expression, one could see that he didn't sense the problem at all. One would be marked by the company one kept. If he could understand, then he wouldn't be Liang Yongqi and wouldn't be the abandoned kid chased out of the family. IQ decides everything. Yuan Tianchu felt that he was smart enough to fight Lin Fan and Zhang Tianshan and not be at a disadvantage. Recently you have been really close to Zhang Tianshan. I think you shouldn't be fooled. He isn't a simple person. He predicted that you would face danger when you left Martial Path Mountain. He wanted to save you when you were in danger so that you would be grateful and follow him wholeheartedly. I suggest that you stay with me and don't ask too many questions. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to escape in the future. Yuan Tianchu said it as if it was true. TSK, crazy. Liang Yongji glanced at him. Brother Yuan, let me tell you, you're really thinking too much. Moreover, I feel like you're going to hallucinate soon. If you can't take it, you should take a good rest. I left Martial Path Mountain on my own. Deputy Sect Leader Zhang came to save me, but I didn't see you. Do you see what this is? Deputy sect leader Zhang said that my performance was not bad, so he gave me a profound martial arts secret manual. I still have to go back and study it, so I can't talk to you anymore. Liang Yongji left without looking back. To him, Yuan Tianchu's illness wasn't light. He slowly accepted Zhang Tianshan. During this period of time, he felt that this person was decent and treated him well. He felt like he was being cared for by a father. I am telling the truth. Yuan Tianchu shouted. However, Liang Yongji didn't listen and walked into the distance. Kiki. Yuan Tianchu shook his head helplessly. It was just too difficult to communicate with people who weren't smart. In this power struggle for the position of the sect leader, he was just a spectator. He wanted to see who would have the last laugh. You, Lin Fan. Or you, Zhang Tianshan. In the courtyard. Lin Fan felt his hands itch. He opened his eyes and noticed the 9-headed bug lying on the back of his hand. Its 9 heads rubbed against the back of his hand. If he didn't notice. If he treated it like a fly, he would slap it and it would really die. Lin Fan picked up the 9-headed bug. You little bug, you are a little bold. The 9-headed bug woke up and was really intimate with him. This was the treasure that the 4 of them fought for. His brain had problems. He really didn't see anything special about the bug. Refresh. He gathered the special internal strength of the bug controlling technique at his fingertips to see what was going on with the bug. Instantly, he noticed that the 9-headed bug's 9 heads opened their mouths and sucked. A weak suction force spread out from the 9 heads. The special internal strength of the bug controlling technique flew uncontrollably towards the 9-headed bug's mouth. Amazing! Lin Fan wanted to play around. Go Z was a little nervous. Why was there such a weird bug? He had raised the bug controlling technique to the highest realm, and the quality of his internal strength was really high. Not long later, the suction force disappeared. The 9-headed bug seemed like it was full and burped. It ended just like that. The duration was just too short. After the 9-headed bug was full, it laid on the back of Lin Fan's hand and rubbed against it like it was really happy. Go, Z, our Martial Path Mountain is going to have a new member. Go make a fence, on that empty land. Don't be too big and build a nest. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan didn't want to keep the 9-headed bug. This meant that the 9-headed bug was amazing. Any mysterious thing could make him curious. Before he understood the 9-headed bug, he wouldn't abandon it. Yes, young master. Go, Z immediately went to work. The 9-headed bug seemed to understand Lin Fan's words, jumping happily on the back of Lin Fan's hand. When night was about to fall, the happy 9-headed bug was unable to maintain its happiness. It even panicked a little. In the future, this will be your nest. Stay here, I will raise you until you are white and fat. Lin Fan placed the 9-headed bug down. This nest was made well, it was made of wood, and there was a small room inside. The room was covered in a comfortable cushion. The bowls for drinking water and eating food were all there. Looking at the design, it looked like he was raising a dog. The 9-headed bug's small body stood inside like it was stunned. It didn't expect that it would receive such treatment. Perfect, really perfect. Go back to sleep. Lin Fan felt that Martial Path Mountain was developing in the direction that he wanted it to be. Money was flowing in, the environment was comfortable, and he had a pet to look after the house. Zhang Tianshan looked at the 9-headed bug. He knew that a treasure that 9-bug gang had high hopes for was extraordinary, but he didn't expect that kid to treat it so casually. He wanted to tell the bug that it followed the wrong person. That night, in the dark forest of Wolf Brigade, numerous demons surged out. One of them was covered in muscles, and it was 3 meters tall. It carried a stone steel and led the demon army towards Martial Path Mountain. A dark aura covered the night sky. Beneath Martial Path Mountain, many pairs of red eyes stared at Martial Path Mountain. The light on the mountain made them hate it. Numerous demons climbed and roared out. Terrifying roars spread out in the air, gathering together to form a terrifying sound. They came to find Marshall Path Mountain. They were furious. Demons were furious too. However, they didn't know who was the one who insulted them. Anyway, they couldn't swallow this anger. Move aside. The new big demon's voice was low and hoarse. He raised the stone steel on his shoulder and smashed it towards Marshall Path Mountain. He then hollered in rage, "Human, we demons won't let this matter rest." His voice was really loud. Only demons ate humans, so no humans could bully them. However, the situation changed. There were really humans who came to bully them. Could they take it? They could, but they couldn't. Ah! The big demon roared crazily towards Marshall Path Mountain. His roar was really loud, forming a white energy wave. It was like a shock wave exploded out from his mouth. It was shocking and gave off a strong aura. The big demon didn't shut up. He wanted to use his roar to pierce through Marshall Path Mountain and blow it up. However, he knew that it was just a dream. His voice wasn't that strong. If it was, then he wouldn't just be the big demon, but the king of the demons. When the surrounding demons saw how domineering the big demon was, they worshipped him. This was the image of the big demon in their hearts. He didn't fear anything. He dared to use his roar to shock everyone. It was enough for them to call him Big Brother. The next day, Go-Z carried the washing tools in and helped young master get up. Go-Z, did you hear dogs barking for a long time last night? Lin Fan asked. Did I? Go-Z was curious. He didn't hear it last night. It should be. Last night, Lin Fan slept very soundly, and he vaguely heard some sounds. However, he wasn't too sure. Anyway, it didn't affect his sleep, so he didn't ask. Suddenly, Zhang Tianshan walked in. His expression was solemn. Sect leader, take a look. Last night, a stone stele appeared on Marshall Path Mountain. Stone stele? Outside. Lin Fan looked at the stone stele in front of him. The words on it were really exquisite and extraordinary. If one didn't look closely, one wouldn't be able to recognize what was written. Truthfully, he really didn't understand it. Zhang Tianshan looked carefully and muttered, "Dog. Humans, demons aren't something we can deal with. No, you all can deal with them. Tonight we will meet at XX. Oh, I understand. The demons want to meet you. However, I really can't recognize the location." It was really tough for Zhang Tianshan to recognize the demon's words. Crazy, not sleeping at night to fight them one-on-one. Are they sick in the head? If they are sick, then let them play. I am too lazy to bother. Lin Fan didn't want to bother with these demons. It was like their brains weren't developed. How old were they to fight one-on-one? Moreover, it was at night. If they had the ability, then do it in the day. When the sun shone high in the sky and one was full of energy. Moreover, they were just uncultured. One couldn't even recognize their words, so how was he going to find them? Go-Z, is breakfast ready? Open the pot and make some porridge for that bug. Don't let it starve. It wasn't easy for Lin Fan to think about those 9 bugs. After all, they were just too small. They could be ignored.